I always say? What do 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 I always say, dude? What do I always say? 30% of Americans will agree on anything. Say the line, chat. It's like a muscle. There's no shot. Don't tap the glass. We've been talking about women's rights for far too long. How about it's time for women's wrong? Meritocracy is a fucking lie. Blammo. Rule number 1, get nukes. Rule number 2, never give up the nukes. Rule number 3, if America or an imperial superpower tells you you have nukes, drop everything and find nukes. They want their biases to be confirmed. Kids are no content, okay? Let people be cringe. Show me the fucking pay stub. Just be fucking normal. Holy shit, dude. You go to the gym that much, you're gay. Every guy can be a 7. Absolute bananas mode. Yes, the reason why what do I always say is probably the most said line in this channel is because I unfortunately have to repeat myself every single day. Being a Twitch streamer, especially a leftist political commentator, living in the United States of America and consistently talking about issues that pertain to like American existence in contemporary society, means that I have to repeat myself sometimes numerous times over the same hour, over the same broadcast, and certainly over the course of a year or multiple years. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 25 get the subs. Decked out the wazoo. In our current capitalist economic system, the gains are privatized, but the losses are socialized. Society prospers when old men plant seeds for trees they will never sit in the shade of. The only phrenology I believe in is cop skull. I am your dad. I fucked your mom. That's precisely why you can look back at videos that I have cut from like 2016, 2017, even before that, and look at the exact same arguments that I am using back then and have it apply perfectly, unfortunately, perfectly into our current existence. That's right. If you're going to do an accent of people who have like been historically colonized, you have to do it well. You have to do it well or else it's racist. Thank you, little bear. What's going on, everybody? I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. It's 66 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles, folks. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is another sunny day. It's Monday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It is Monday, November 20th, 2023, 11:12 a.m., and I am right on time. And you said, oh, man, he's feeling himself today. That's because I did 2 days of just like not straight news coverage. And that's kind of what it took for me to not hate myself, honestly. That's what it took. Because like usually I hate everything that's going on. And then, you know, and then I do a little bit of fun stuff and we do a little bit of community gathering. You know, we get the community together. And we just have fun. We have a little bit of fun, and then all of a sudden, things are not as bad. You know what I mean? And that was important. I did that yesterday, even though I had like a little bit of a brief Pokimane stun lock. But yeah, cereal, fun stuff equals better mood. Yeah, I know. It's crazy, dog. I know.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
I hate that it's Clandis Owens that fucking nabbed Norm Finkelstein before me. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. Okay? Hasan, I know you have personal news, but you have to react to this tweet urgently. Oh! What the fuck? Why did you send this to me? Bro, what are you doing? Go to Turkey ASAP. It says something to me. In this fucking day and age, it says something to me when you got this going on. Brother, go to Turkey, get a hair transplant, minoxidil, finasteride. Start applying topical, oral, or straight up. Take it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. I can't believe we started off this way, man. I can't believe we started off on this wrong foot on this Monday. Let me tell you, we're going to get back into it, but I'm moving away from that. We're going to greener pastures. The new OpenAI CEO is the ex-Twitch CEO. I know, I saw it, which is incredible. We'll talk about that as well. Anyway, are you drinking beer? No. So it's Monday, it's news day. We're going to get into all of that, obviously. But before I do that, as part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, and there's not much going on in my life other than the fact that my mom and dad are going nutty mode. They're going crazy mode. They are, you know, my mom especially is just buying so much. She bought a new library, and then she had to hire people to like get the old library out because it was too big. And then I don't know how to describe it, but like, you know, she's just like filling stuff up in the library now. Like a bookcase, but it's too large. It's not like a regular bookcase, guys. It's not like a bookshelf. Not like a library of a she didn't buy like the library of a college or something. I mean, she bought like a massive, do you not say library for that? Am I wrong to say that? She bought furnishings for a study. Yeah, you don't say library for that in English. Okay. Well, anyway, whatever. She bought a fucking massive bookshelf. It's like, but it's not like what's behind me is a bookshelf, right? But what she bought is like a whole ass fucking room full. You know what I mean? It's like crazy. Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter. That's kind of annoying, but there's not much I can do about that. I love her. I love her to death. She can do whatever she wants. So, you know, more power to her. So good on her, I guess. Anyway, so what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Other than that, there's not really too much going on. I mean, I've been watching Invincible and going to bed early, waking up early. Kaya's been good. Kaya is on her good girl shit, good girl behavior. Is your hair just at a lower volume or did you get a haircut? I did. But I got a really good haircut because you unironically need a bigger house. I do. Now that like I actually eliminated one of the rooms, another room for a studio, we no longer have fucking enough rooms in the house. Like when I have my brother and my mom and dad staying with me, I can't have guests over any longer. So I don't know. I need a fucking new house, dude. I need to upgrade. How's the new set looking? Hopefully you guys will be able to see it eventually. Why is Twitter ruled by those weird accounts that constantly shut on everything? Because it's like kind of Gab now. It's like, it's basically 4chan. But regardless, I haven't finished Invincible yet, chatter, so don't ask me about the cliffhangers. So that's it. That's pretty much all that's going on. Kaya's been on her good girl shit. She's been on her best girl behavior. She's been doing great. That's pretty much it on the Kaya front. Took her to the gym this morning. I think she's on the tail end of her period, luckily. And I've just kind of been reading about Argentina to develop a better understanding of like how the fuck we got to this guy, the most Reddit president-elect in Argentina. And I guess like, what is it, like 150% inflation? Like hyperinflation for decades does that to you, it seems. You know what I mean? Like you just become nutty with it. You kind of go crazy and you lose your mind. It seems like, you know, it seems like there's a lot of memes for sure. And we'll look at a lot of those memes. Brazil copy USA, Argentina copy Brazil. I mean, I think it's worse probably. So yeah, I live in Argentina. We're fucked and have been fucked for a while. Yeah, I feel like, I feel like people in Argentina basically looked at the situation and were like, YOLO. Why not? I mean, he's going to be the IMF president, dog. That's it. You guys did it. You elected the IMF guy, which is crazy because like you hate the IMF. You hate the previous leadership, whether the neoliberal party or the Peronist party, because they're IMF guys in different, in varying different degrees. And then you thought, oh, this guy will be different. And he's literally the IMF guy. He is the IMF guy. What do you think the IMF is going to do? Exactly this. This is what they're going to do. This is what they would do anyway. President-elect Javier Milei confirms he will close Argentina's central bank, privatize state-owned. I mean, maybe not this part. IMF would not do that. But this, privatize state-owned energy company and sell off public broadcast networks that travel to the U.S. and Israel before inauguration on the 10th of December. Yeah, I love that he said straight up, we should be a colony. I love that. I mean, there's so much he has said. There's so much he has said that I personally love. Like, whether he fucked his sister or not is like a real consideration. That's a real thing that people are discussing. So have fun with that. Anyway, literally said it depends when asking about the sale of children. Yeah, he is like a unironic ANCAP, like Rothbard shit. Really fucking fun. Really fun stuff. But yeah, the most Reddit president-elect in Argentina. IDF shows footage from Al Shifa to prove Hamas connection. Gaza updates. There was more I wanted to talk about. Yemen captures boat. Dude, Yemen is crazy. Honestly, Yemen stocks are on the rise. You know, be on the lookout for these guys. These boys are out of control, okay? Like, imagine going from full-blown blockade and, like, an actual genocide, 250,000 fucking dead, to literally capturing boats and sending missiles into space to hit Israel, like, on a whim, on a moment's notice. Turns out, like, you had to keep them. You had to keep them down. I didn't realize. For the longest time, I thought, you know, this is really unacceptable. This is really unacceptable. I mean, it's Iranian weapons, Lamau. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Brother, it's not about where you're getting the weapons from. It's about grit, okay? It's about heart. Oh, yeah, we're going to do the IDF helicopter story as well. Haaretz brings forward new information on helis and more. Get in now. I saw the Auschwitz Memorial defending Israel. That was crazy. Dude. I used to think, I mean, look, I'm not Jewish. You guys know this. I used to think that Norm Finkelstein was maybe a little bit brash. I mean, I still do, but I used to think so as well. And back in the day, I used to think that, like, him constantly saying, like, oh, the Holocaust industry. Like, because that's one of his books. Like, he literally wrote a book called The Holocaust Industry. Okay? And I thought that that was, like, kind of wild as a Muslim guy. Reading that, you know, you're going to get some bad looks. And it's just like, he's been so vindicated. It's crazy. Reading it, pursing your lips and furrowing your brows just in case someone sees you. Yeah. Reading it on the bus but shaking my head. Exactly. That's how I used to approach it. But it's just like it's kind of, I mean, he was always in the right when it comes to this stuff, obviously, but I used to also just still, you know, there's a couple things that, here, let me start here. First of all, we blasted off, so let the people know that we're live and alive. There's a couple things that, like advocates for Palestine know not to touch, right? And, like, one of the things that was a big no-no, at least in the Western world, was always showing the Neterai Karta. Because, like, they're kind of kooky. They're kind of crazy. You know what I mean? Like, Neterai Karta, usually you wouldn't, like, use in an example as, like, in a way to be like, look, see, there is no, there's actually, like, very visibly Jewish people who are, you know, anti-Israel very loudly, right? Like, that's kind of, it was seen as like it was like a no-no. And another thing was being anywhere near as aggressive as Norm Finkelstein is in any matter when talking about Israel. And I see a lot of people hitting that rhetoric now. Neterai Karta literally went to the Holocon. Yes, but to be fair to the Neterai Karta, they went to Holocaust Convention, the Holocaust Denial Convention, to literally debate that the Holocaust did happen. Like, yeah, that's true. They did go to the Holocon, the Holocaust Denial Convention, thrown by Ahmadinejad, which was ironic because the Holocon conversation has layers. It contains multitudes, okay? So the Neterai Karta, who are like the guys that you see, the Orthodox Jews who are anti-Zionist, like viciously anti-Zionist, I didn't think that they were, like, appropriate to use as an example of, like, to show that, you know, this, like, the defense of Israel is not like a universal value. Here are some Jewish people that, you know, do not defend Israel. Like, I usually didn't used to use them, but I see a lot of people using them as an example to say, like, obviously Jewish people are not a monolith. But anyway, what the fuck am I saying? Why am I stuck on this? I forgot why I was getting into this. Oh, my point was, like, Norm Finkelstein vindicated, okay, over and over again. What? Visibly Jewish, like Borat shit? No, man. No, they're Orthodox. They wear the cool hats and stuff. That's what I'm talking about. Like, how else can I explain this? Like, I mean, here, I'll just show you. Why did your mind go to like Borat for some reason? No, dude, this. Neterai Karda, Guardians of the City, is a fringe religious group of Haredi Jews that was founded in Jerusalem. Wait, what the fuck? Oh. In 1938, after splitting from the Agudat Yisrael, it is an active opponent of Zionism and advocates for a peaceful dismantling of the state of Israel under the belief that Jewish people are strictly forbidden from reestablishing sovereignty of the land of Israel until the arrival of the Messiah. Oh, you guys can't see. I fucking... Here, this is what I'm at. Don't you dare take Borat's name in vain. Man, I'm fucking so done with Borat, dude. I'm done. I don't want to even talk about Borat. The guy who fucking helped write Borat 2 has just been popping off so aggressively, calling the UN and the World Health Organization Hamas. Will you have Finkelstein on your broadcast? Yes. I have so many friends who have already contacted Finkelstein and have been in contact with Finkelstein, and I've been meaning to have him on for weeks at this point. And even my fans have emailed him, and he has said apparently that like I am the one who's not communicating with him. He's a boomer. He's a major boomer, guys. It's hard. It's hard to like communicate and figure this stuff out. He does not even have like a smartphone, and I believe he just only has a landline. It's not on my end this time. He has an assistant, but why the fuck are Melee fans in your chat? You have haters even in Argentina. Lamau. That's crazy. Imagine being so dedicated to hate on an American streamer. Why do I have Melee fans in my chat? Because actually, I don't know. Why is this guy a 5-month subscriber? Maybe he's just memeing, dude. They're Redditors, maybe. That's why. Like a lot of like Redditors are interested in American politics, and I think that's probably where this is coming from. I don't know. I actually don't know. I mean, this guy probably watches Twitch. He's just like a Twitch watcher. There's a lot of young, for the record, there's a lot of young Melee fans. Like a lot of young people in Argentina in densely populated areas, from what I understand, did vote for him. So that's something to consider. I think that's probably where it comes from. Right wingers celebrate the only way they know, which is by being annoying online. Yeah. So yeah, you've changed. You used to be hyper trigger happy before. You're more hesitant now to ban people. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fun to like hear different perspectives, as long as it's not like so unimaginably uncharitable and is simply here. So are you a bit disappointed? Pokimane, apologize? What? No, I literally said it yesterday. She's going to come out and be like, I'm so sorry that people misunderstood what I was saying. Someone must have the clip. I literally said verbatim what her apology was going to be. And she basically said the exact same things that I said that she would most likely say. Brother, we're done with the $7 cookies. That was yesterday. You know? There are a lot of young Melee supporters, but most of them are men. I just want to know, is my queen Anya Taylor-Joy, is she okay? Is she all right? That's what I want to know. Yeah, Anne? Peki. Anneme kahve aldım, haberin olsun. Söyle kendisi. Ve de gelmek üzere hatta. Gelmiş. Bana da verir misin? Oh, here's the fucking Themasia's playlist. Javier Milei. Argentina elects right-wing populist anarcho-capitalist as president. Evet, ikisi benim, bir tanesi annemin. Açık olan, evet. But yeah, we'll do this. Should I start with this? Should I start with Javier Milei? Bir puan varsa tamam. Hello. Do you think he's going to start selling kids to fix Argentina's economy crisis? No, I think that he is a front. Okay? I think he's a front. That's what it is. I think that the right neoliberal party, which he needs in order to have any kind of, to secure any kind of power, is going to be seen as like the more moderate IMF defenders versus him, who is like the most insane. He's going to play the role of like the guy you focus on and talk about how fucking silly and crazy he is, while the country does what they need to do. Yeah, he'll play the heel. That's it. But let's take a look. Like, I don't think, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know if it will change the dynamic of Argentina like dramatically.
The explosion is coming, they sang in triumph, and here it is. Javier Milei.
Are they playing ska? Is this the song that the guy was saying in the chat? Dude, there are so many fucking memes, okay? There are so many memes already. This guy's crazy.
Libertarian, iconoclast, Trump wannabe, president-elect of Argentina, voted in by a landslide.
Yeah, the people who view Milei as some outside crazy force and not just a continuation of neoliberal austerity capitalism has no political analytical skills. Yeah, it's kind of odd because, like, he obviously has, like, ridiculous things that he says that no one will allow him to do because, like, you still need stability, right? It's the Trump equation. Like, Donald Trump comes in and he's this force, right? He's this, like, unshakable force, and people go, oh my God, this spells trouble for America. And it's like, what does he do? What are his most effective policy measures? One, he's just simply a continuation of the Republican Party, okay? That's all it is. And maybe he doesn't have the same level of, like, restriction or restraint that, like, a regular institutional Republican would have, which does genuinely have harmful effects on the ground, right? For people's lives and shit. But ultimately, he's crazy right-wing on immigration. Donald Trump was, right? And he did, like, baby separation, which went a little too far so that, like, America had to triangulate. But beyond that, like, Abraham Accords, Israel, Palestine, fucking out of control, nutty. Rips up the fucking Iran denuclearization agreement, out of control, nutty. Meanwhile, you know, what has the Biden administration done? Hasn't fixed any of that shit. Literally has continued along in that same trajectory, right? My point is, ultimately, Donald Trump was most successful when it came down to cutting taxes for the wealthy and gutting federal agencies, right? And that is all stuff that you would see under any effective Republican leadership, and maybe even some Democratic leaderships as well. Not to the same degree, of course. Federal agencies especially, Brandon has been very strong on. So this is, in a way, very similar to that. No. I'm not talking about immigration in Argentina. I was just making a Trump comparison. And the reason why I brought up immigration when I was talking about Trump is because, like, Trump's policies or what he says might be ridiculous, but when put into practice, the policies themselves are not all that ridiculous. They're just a continuation of, like, there's a continuation of, like, the regular Republican policies, and that's it, right? As far as Milei goes, he is very similar to Bolsonaro, where he is address the allegation. Feels weird, man. What is the allegation this time? What's the new allegation? Dollarizing the economy to fight inflation is batshit crazy. Just like fucking cutting taxes to combat inflation is insane. Oh, he said I'm trolling.
La situación de Argentina es crítica. Los cambios que nuestro país necesita son drásticos. No hay lugar para gradualismo, no hay lugar para la tibieza, no hay lugar para medias tintas.
With inflation at 140%, growing poverty, and the left-wing Peronists in power for 16 of the last 20 years, people voted for one thing, un cambio, a change.
Creo que esta vez la Argentina necesitaba un cambio.
A Javier Milei porque realmente
I like that you ask these motherfuckers, like, what do you think about the IMF? They will all say, fuck the IMF, horrible institution. It should be blown up, okay? But then they go and they fucking vote over and over again for motherfuckers that have to, either by force or ideologically aligned, because they're ideologically aligned, with dudes who are going to follow the austerity measures and implement them. And this time they just directly voted for basically the greatest IMF leader that you could have put forward.
realmente necesito un cambio, quiero un cambio para mi país.
The losing candidate, the current finance minister Sergio Massa, conceded and wished Milei luck. He'll need it.
Why can't we get a Milei but socialist? God, I'd love for the president of the left to say, hey, no half measures, let's do this shit. I mean, when that happens in Latin America, they get executed. So, what do you mean? Bro, when you have a no half measures guy, they either get killed or they're completely blocked off from trade for the rest of the world. Or if you have a yes half measures, let's do social democracy, please guy, Lula, he literally gets prosecuted falsely in one of the most corrupt countries and like he gets thrown in prison for being like 3% corrupt, okay, in comparison to the 75% corruption that's happening. So there's no circumstance in which like someone can go, yeah, I'm going to legitimately save the country and implement nationalization and do good things for my people. It's pretty funny because, like, I mean, Argentina is not like this, but I saw a tweet. I remember it's like every Latin American election is like the coalition of socialist, indigenous, workers' parties, peoples, 51% of the vote, or 50.9% of the vote, and then the other is like anti-Semitic Nazis for tort reform, and then that gets like 49.9% of the vote. This guy, on the other hand, I mean, Argentina is a little bit different than that, but, you know, this guy is awesome. He's a fucking huge meme, and he is dog shit, and I don't really know what can happen to Argentina in general.
Milei brandished a chainsaw while campaigning to show how he plans to slash government spending and the state itself. One of his supporters even dressed as a chainsaw to reinforce the point.
A lot of people are covering this without realizing this is Chainsaw Man. Like, they don't know. They don't have enough anime knowledge.
He plans to abandon the peso for the dollar, but the central bank has no dollars and the country is deeply in debt. 4 years ago, before entering politics, he styled himself General ANCAP, General Anarcho-Capitalist.
I think this is an embarrassment. I think you should shutter the doors and close it off. If you voted for a guy that did that, it's over. You're not a serious country. You can't ever be considered a serious country. It's like, we voted for Trump, and that was really embarrassing, right? Like, that was really, really embarrassing. But at least Trump didn't do motherfucking this, dude. It's ridiculous. If you say shit like, we had no other choice, you're a deeply unserious person with zero analytical skills. I mean, dude, you could have literally voted for the right neoliberal party, and even then, it would have been like, I guess, lesser evil voting. But like, it wouldn't be as embarrassing, you know what I mean? And it wouldn't be as bad, literally. This guy's, everything he said is bad. I have yet to see, I mean, I read up a lot about him. I did not see a single thing where I was like, well, this is manageable. This makes him seem human. You know what I mean?
Que esa situación es tan horrible.
During the campaign, he backed away from his proposal for an open market in human organs, but broke down in tears when accused of being a Nazi. He says he gets advice from his English Mastiffs, named after neoliberal economists and cloned from his dearly departed dog Conan. Some say he's barking mad. But
he still talks to Conan, bro. He still gets advice from Conan. Dude, that's so sick. Yo, I'm sorry. This is like, we have not fully understood what the Cold War era forced neoliberalism did to Latin America. Because like, the impacts of that are still happening. You cannot fuck up an entire region like for years and years, for decades on end, and expect it not to have like every now and then have this kind of outcome. Did we break them too? I mean, we did, but so did England. England more so, and then we did as well. We broke everybody. America has its hands in everything. But like, bro, you're going, did we brick this guy? Look at him. What do you think? He is the most Reddit president you could have. This is a more Reddit president than fucking, what's his name? Bukele. He is more Reddit than the guy in El Salvador. Like, think about that. I thought, there's no way someone could be more Reddit than a guy who literally said, I'm going to turn my country into an NFT, okay? Wow, such insightful commentary. America bad. Yeah, I know. Exactly. Yeah, because America meddling in the Latin America ended with the Cold War, right? No, of course it didn't. But I'm just saying that, like, the impact, the most important impact was during the Cold War, I think.
despite his decisive electoral win, Milei may not be able to push through his radical agenda because he has little support in Congress or the Senate, and no regional governors are from his fledgling political party.
He has been clever enough to understand the social context. He has been clever enough to run a campaign without many resources. He has been elected president. Now, can he be able to do it, to move forward without experience?
I think everyone is going to say this is a consequence of Peronism and how like left-wing Peronism is the reason as to why Argentina said enough is enough. And it's like that completely betrays any kind of serious analysis over the situation. And that is like what most people are going to talk about, which is what I assume people will be complaining
without
about.
Without the Congress, without the governors, and there is a lot of doubts about that.
All night, Milei's supporters gathered round Buenos Aires' iconic obelisk. But in the cold light of day, they may find that what lies ahead is not deliverance, but months of economic and political instability, as their new president struggles to turn idiosyncratic campaign slogans into a workable program for government.
Wait, Tucker Carlson interviewed him? No shot, dude. No.
For politics.
But why wouldn't he? Of course he did. Oh, God, I hate
Dr. Christopher Sabatini is the Senior Research Fellow for Latin America at the Foreign Affairs think tank Chatham House. He joins us now from West London. Can he do what he says he wants to do? Can he really take a chainsaw to the health service and government departments and scrap the peso and bring in the dollar when nobody has any dollars?
Christian, it's a good question. There are a number of obstacles. The first one is that he only has a handful of deputies in the Chamber of Deputies and about 7 senators in the 72-seat Senate. So his ability to implement such radical changes is going to confront his limited political ballast, if you will, within the system, and he has no governors. First, there's that. The second is his economic ideas are truly untested. As your report mentioned.
Are they, though? I feel like that's copium in some ways, because, like, his economic ideals are, I guess, like the most neoliberal. Like it's neoliberalism on steroids, but like I wouldn't say they're fucking I wouldn't say that they're untested. We've been implementing it slowly but surely everywhere. I mean, Chile is a great example of a place that forcibly implemented them. So this is the in many ways I feel like this is the classic, like, real capitalism hasn't been tried copium. I know that you were waiting for this motherfucker to win to cover him, right? Well, I wasn't waiting for him to win. I did not want him to win. I don't know enough about, I'm not like, it's not my strong suit beyond like memes, Argentina politics, right? So I have now been forced to look at all of the memes and also do some reading on his background. I covered him a little bit, but he said today he's going to privatize state media and state energy and petroleum, which was already done in the 90s. Hasan doesn't give a shit about Latin America law. That's not true. That's actually completely untrue. Hi, chat. Argentinian here is true. I'm truly saddened about the result of the elections. Not only Milei is a far-right libertarian, he's also a climate change denier. Reivindicates the atrocities committed by the last dictatorship and wants to privatize our national oil company. It's really sad what is happening to our country. Love for you in chat. His competitor was a Hillary Clinton, basically. He was going to win law. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Earlier, there are no dollars in the central bank, or very few. So the idea of completely dollarizing the economy is really a non-starter, certainly right now.
Yeah, that part is untested, I guess.
But second, he's going to confront a political economic system in Argentina that has basically grown up around a state-centric, clientelistic economy. More than 80% of Argentines depend on some form of public good, whether it's subsidy.
It's like, for those of you here, I'll give you the Oxford reference for Peronism. Okay, so this is the ill-defined Argentinian political ideology, the social base of the first regime coming in 1946 to 1955, an ill-defined Argentinian political ideology known as justicialismo, which espouses Juan Perón's policies of social justice, economic nationalism, and international non-alignment. It's like, I wouldn't say it's like social democracy. I feel like it is a little bit different than social democracy because there's right-wing components mixed into it. It remained strong within Argentina after Perón's departure in 1955, largely among the trade unions, which cherished the memory of the early years of his presidency. In May 1989, the Peronist Menem was elected president. As far as I understand it, good luck defining Peronism. It is not easy, in my opinion, to define it. It is a populist movement. It's one that, in a country with like insane levels of wealth inequality, due to land barons consolidating and amassing all of their wealth over a post-colonial century, almost like over multiple decades of intergenerational wealth accumulation. This is one of the first instances of like a ostensibly leftist worker movement. So it, of course, was incredibly fucking popular, but it is a reactionary social democracy is a decent way of looking at it. It's like it's like pre-full tilt fascism, Mussolini almost, kind of. I'm doing a really bad job of describing it, I feel like. But because there's a lot of great social amenities that come along with it. It's like there's a lot of amenities that come along with it. It's very popular. Like when you offer social amenities to people, especially after never having their needs met, all of a sudden it doesn't fucking really matter what your ideological grounding is, what your principles are. It just, people will ride for it, and it has. It is stuck for many, many years. But yeah, in May 1989, the Peronist Menem was elected president, but his economic program, including the privatization of state-owned industries of foreign buyers, betrayed many Peronist principles. Indeed, Menem managed to redefine Peronism as a movement of compromise. It shed its traditional image of a party composed of rowdy trade unionists and led by shady mafia-type characters, and moved to attract the political center ground. Under Eduardo Duhalde, the Peronists lost the 1999 presidential elections, but he became the president amidst a deep economic and political crisis in December 2001. Duhalde was succeeded by Nestor Kirchner in 2003, under whom the Peronist Justice Party continued to defend its overwhelming majority parliament. Kirchner did not stand in 2007, supporting the successful candidacy of his wife, Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner. We can also look through the Wikipedia of it if you want. But let's get back to what's going on right now in Argentina.
Whether it's handouts, whether it's even employment in the government. So what we're looking at is a series of very radical, untested economic ideas confronting a system that is not really cut out for this sort of wrenching change.
But if he has the people out on the streets cheering him now, what happens when he can't do what they've voted for?
Well, I think we'll see, first of all, we'll see a number of things. Many of the people that have voted for him are truly disenfranchised, they're disgusted, they're angry with the political class. So, and many of them are not necessarily direct beneficiaries of those public subsidies that we talked about. They work in the informal sector. They are largely youth. You mentioned in the ingoing segment here that he's largely built his campaign with very little money on TikTok, and that is tied into the youth. And if you're under 30...
Okay, but as far as I understand, that's not true either. Milei's popularity came from right-wing fucking media pumping his ass on television non-fucking stop for years and years, and like creating this behemoth of a meme before TikTok pushed him. Like, also, it would destroy the fucking the argument that like TikTok is backed by CCP, because his major point of contention is that we need to break away from China. I'm going to go to Israel. I'm moving the fucking Argentinian embassy to Jerusalem, which is like dick riding to an unimaginable degree. It's like, dog, if you have like 143% inflation, why the fuck do you care about riding Israel's cock? What are you doing? Okay? He is literally Reddit personified. Hates China, wants to literally change the country's currency to the American dollar, wants to blow up the central bank. It's not dick riding, it's literally a fucking cargo cult. Yeah. RG here for the last 2 years, right-wing media has been having him on weekly in the news. Literally one of their responsibilities. This guy made it this far. No, it's literally a Trumpian situation. Yeah, dollarization is not untested. Argentina had a 1-1 forced dollar parity during neoliberal governments. That's also true. And then that's also, as far as I understand, played into the current economic collapse that they're withstanding. I feel like in order to talk about Argentina, you have to talk about the IMF, which is, you know, something that I've talked about so many fucking times, except it's another one of those like classic HasanAbi America bad moments, but it is a country that is absolutely eviscerated by the same economic shock doctrine that has ruined so many nations. 1-to-1 is not the same as dollarization. All right.
You're looking at very dismal job prospects. So for many of his followers, and he's clearly created a very cult-like following, they are not beneficiaries of that. But what will happen is, in any attempt to reform even close to what he's proposing, what he's going to have to confront are very powerful economic vested interests. And that is going to be difficult. I think it will be very difficult economically as well as politically, especially given a Peronist party that lost graciously, luckily, but clearly maintains the factores de poder, these particular sort of popular elements of mobilization and organization.
Do you think democracy can survive in Argentina, or could we see a return to the past?
There are several challenges to democracy. It's not going to be a coup d'etat like we saw, say, in 1976. The time has passed when we see generals goose-stepping their way towards the presidential palace and removing an elected president. Having said that, what we could see is an erosion of the fundamental checks and balances of democracy. The only way he can fundamentally organize and implement his plan is really by steamrolling the Congress, given his low levels of representatives. But also the levels of polarization, the discourse, and again, your very good introductory segment talked about how vulgar and coarse his public debate is. That is going to have a very dire effect on civic culture within Argentina, as well as his own sort of capacity and tolerance for pluralism that he's clearly, as the chainsaw symbol represents, doesn't have a lot of capacity for, let's say.
Might he have
Dude, I'm from Argentina. The campaign of this guy was operated from think tanks in the USA, like Liberty Foundation and Heritage Foundation. Yeah, it's not a fucking accident that Ben Shapiro's been dick riding him so fucking hard. Everyone will think, oh, Ben Shapiro loves him because, like, Milei loves Israel or whatever, but that's not the real reason. The real reason is because, like, Elon Musk and Ben Shapiro both dick ride this man because he basically is like we no longer need the CIA to go in and specifically prop up people like this in countries like Argentina. You can just have a guy do it on his own, okay? The same forces are still at play, but that's why I was talking about how the Cold War and its devastating impact on Latin American countries is still very much alive. It's kind of like, you know how I talked about J. Edgar Hoover could have never imagined a world in which, like, you know, black Zoomers on TikTok would be shitting on Martin Luther King by using literally the FBI smears against them, saying that he, like, MLK actually hated black women or whatever the fuck, like, because the internet does it on its own now, or how the DSA or any kind of like socialist movement basically inevitably engages in its own like co-intel on its own. You know what I mean? Like there's always sectarian infighting that's happening nonstop in leftist movements without like any kind of intervention from the federal agencies. It's basically kind of like that. We have broken every country. We've broken ourselves as well. So now you don't even need like serious direct intervention, and you could just have a guy like that. Neoliberalism will cause so much chaos in your country, okay? Neoliberalism will cause so much chaos in your country that you don't even need like a American-backed military coup and a military dictatorship to like forcibly come into power and rewrite the Constitution with a bunch of like American dickhead, college campus neoliberals. You don't have to do any of that. You got motherfuckers doing it for you on their own volition.
Any international allies? I mean, he's a fan of Donald Trump. Is there anybody out there who might come and bail him out?
Well, yeah, as you mentioned, Donald Trump is a supporter. Donald Trump really doesn't have a lot of affinity for those who have ties to democratic norms and those niceties. He tweeted his congratulations to Milei. Tucker Carlson, the Fox News host, who is a big Donald Trump supporter, was actually in Argentina. He also counts to the support of Jair Bolsonaro, the now disgraced but former president of Brazil, who also they held a FaceTime conversation shortly after Milei was elected. He will have allies. The question is sort of, what can those allies bring?
Okay, both of his allies are disgraced former presidents. What does that say? Not a good, doesn't instill a lot of confidence. But the reality is this, okay? As the far right Israeli government has shown, as the Bolsonaro government, but also as the State Department's immediate message after Milei winning the election. The American government doesn't give a shit. It don't matter to us if you're far right. We love that shit, dog. The fuck do you mean? Yeah, look, there you go. We look forward to working with him and his administration. White House's John Kirby said of Milei, Argentina is a terrific partner in the region. And there's an awful lot of things we share in terms of values, value of democracy, human rights, and just hemispheric security. That's what our take is. We don't give a fuck. Oh, we lost an Argentinian chatter wrote a fucking essay. Scooby Dios. Argentinian chatter here. I was just from your stream starting to appreciate the stuff we have here. Things like free healthcare, really good, and completely free universities, good public transport. Even with all our flaws, it felt like we're going in the right direction and we had a lot of potential. But turns out now it's Jover for us. I'm so fucking sad that this is such a setback. Not to mention all the dictatorship denial, like a German president denying the Holocaust. Yeah. There's also the component. There's also another problem here. There's also his fucking vice president, from what I understand, right? Like his VP is even fucking worse. This guy is crazy, man. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you other than holy shit. He is literally like, if you put one of my haters into a fucking lab and broke their brains further with like r/neoliberal and all the ANCAP memes, you literally spit out this guy.
He's denounced the president of Brazil, Lula, as being a savage communist, which I guess is worse than just being a normal communist. He's also said that he wants to cut ties with China, which will be impossible given that China represents a large share of the markets for Argentine agricultural goods. He will find allies, and he's promised also to move the Argentine embassy to Jerusalem, much as his.
He said that's his first trip. That's his first act. That's like Juan Guaido going. Remember when Juan Guaido was in fucking America? And he was like, well, constitutionally speaking, I know that like I have this like window of power, right, in the Venezuelan constitution that would give me the opportunity to like change Venezuelan politics. And what will I do in that moment? Well, I'll just go to America and tell the American Congress that like I love Israel, and also I'm going to privatize our oil extraction industries. It's like, wow, thanks, man. That's super sick. I'm glad. That's really what people of Venezuela were like gonna vote for you on. That is what they want. That's what they wanted. Thank you. Argentina here, Villarreal, his VP complained about posters remembering the desaparecidos of the last dictatorship in the school she voted at.
His sort of patron and Donald Trump has done, but it's going to be difficult, especially in a neighborhood, South America, that's very much tilted to the left.
Dr. Sabatini, thank you very much indeed. Thanks.
Other Argentinian chatter here. The Argentine left forcibly pushed the public to the right because it's ridden with corruption. I value Argentina's dedication to public infrastructure, but Kirchnerismo has constantly fucked everyone in the ass and could not be allowed to win again. The desaparecidos are the missing people, right? People that were disappeared, killed with no body to mourn by the last dictatorship. Yeah. Argentinian history is fucked, dude.
This is the Buenos Aires you don't see in postcards.
Slums like the Villa 2124 have long been bastions of support of the ruling Peronist party.
But with more than 40% of Argentines living in poverty, there is a new kid on the block.
Who doesn't look or speak like any other politician.
And he's leading.
Funny because Argentina was affected by Operation Condor, but this guy's just doing it for them, lol. Like, just ready for the selling of the entire industries. And of course, all these guys are funded, educated by the Atlas Network, Koch, Thiel, American think tanks. 100%. That's what I'm saying. That's what's the craziest part about this is that, like, look, I'm Turkish. I know very well what it looks like when you get a fucking neoliberal in power. Okay? A neoliberal populist in power. Except the difference is, at the top of the hour, there's still a 3-minute ad break, no matter what. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. You can have hyperinflation. You're going to still see a 3-minute ad break. Unless you subscribe for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky to use a 3-minute ad break now. Okay. But having said that, I'm Turkish. I know what it's like when you got a populist leader. Okay? You get a populist leader, except the difference here is that even in Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, when he was running, was like, fuck the IMF. How dare they? How dare they try to fucking control what we do to our own economy? Now, of course, when he did come into power, he privatized a bunch of key sectors. Of course he did that. He was the guy. He was the guy for the IMF. But he didn't run on it. This guy did. This guy literally did. He basically, without openly mentioning it, he basically was advocating for the policies that would be implemented, like the same exact policies that we implemented that have been implemented as a matter of fact. Did you read up about the dictatorship? Put aside all the memes. People were tortured, killed, and disappeared by the state. It was mass genocide, I know, and have family members who were kidnapped. It's fucked up. Fuck people who say we didn't have a choice. Milei said he didn't care about the IMF because he was going to have an even harder implementation than the one that the IMF was asking.
In the race to become Argentina's next president.
Yo filosóficamente soy anarcocapitalista. El Estado es el enemigo, es una organización criminal.
Milei's message is reaching voters fed up with the usual politics.
La gente está cagada de hambre acá. No es porque vivamos en la villa no tengamos hambre, no, sí hay hambre.
Walter fixes bicycles for a living, but still relies on government-funded free meals, water and electricity to survive. The sort of state intervention that Milei opposes and would like to cut. But Walter will vote for him anyway. He wants change.
Yo por mes estoy cobrando 60.000 pesos. No puedo comprarme calzado, ropa, porque la ropa está muy cara hoy en el día. La Argentina va para abajo.
For Walter, things can't get much worse.
Yo lo veo a Milei, digamos, una persona, digamos, ya que quiere cambiar la Argentina.
Javier Milei wants to upend the country's politics and promises to make Argentina great again.
Argentina, en 15 años, podría estar alcanzando niveles de vida similares a los que tiene Italia o Francia.
It's so funny when they talk about like Italy or France and like all of these places. Literally, if there's one universal value or one universal fact, every single nation that you look to as like beacons of prosperity, and I will include China on this as well now, right? As far as like economic development, have remained that way due to either not being colonized, okay, or because, more importantly than that, because China was, right, having robust social safety nets. It's so fucking weird, man. It's such an odd thing. Like, the literal implementation of social democratic principles from like 100 fucking years ago have been carrying these goddamn countries right now as, you know, right-wing elements desperately try to dismantle what remains of the carcass of social democracy. Okay? Every one of these countries. So what blows my mind is like dudes going, yeah, what I'm going to do with Argentina is take a fucking chainsaw to all of our social spending, and that's how we're going to contain inflation, and that's how we're going to do it, is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And then we're going to get to, European social democracy levels of prosperity when, as far as I understand it, even in its most wealthiest time frame, Argentina has never actually had, while their GDP might have been great overall, they've never actually had even development. Even development is the name of the game here.
Y si me dan 35, Estados Unidos.
His supporters love his chainsaw gimmick.
He wants to send a message that he will rip through the status quo.
Yeah, I actually did a study a few years ago. It's unironically rooted in the colonial Spanish caste system. The common argument is that Europeans can do that, but we cannot since they are rich and smart. Yeah, and if you're talking about the European caste structure, Argentina is quite literally, as far as I understand it, the most like European dick riding country of all time in Latin America. There is a it seems permanent. There is a permanent aristocracy that has like a landlord aristocracy that has calcified in this country, and time again, all of the implementation, all of the policies have basically reconfirmed it in as it was developing and refusing to industrialize when other nations were unironically moving in that direction.
I went to one of his rallies and saw how this political upstart with
Elvis hair
is managing to win over middle-class voters.
Why do they refuse to industrialize? I mean, money. If you feel like your agricultural output is like enough for those in positions of power to make enough money, then why would you? Most of this tracks back to adjustment rates and IMF loans bankrupting every single country south of our border. This all comes from the IMF ensuring outside interest in the country, fucking them even more. Venezuela was the only one to starve it off, and look what happened there, CIA. Yeah.
It's a recurring theme among his supporters that for decades, Argentines have been betrayed by their politicians and only Milei can save the country.
Back in the Villa 2124,
Walter is getting ready to receive the only meal he will eat today.
Yes, this is a really reductive and yet fairly sound way to describe it. People like to say Argentina was richer than the U.S., but it was a plantation/mine operation ruled by the old colonial rulers, Spaniards born in Latin America, where 10 people had all the money. Yes. And the needs of the working class and the peasants were like never met, which gives you, I think, an analytical framework to understand why something like Peronism took hold and became basically like a permanent cultural political force. Whoever does even marginal improvements, on whoever even remotely does marginal improvements on the labor force and says that they're backing the labor force and the working class is going to become a legend. Mispronouncing Peron is going to end me today. Okay, listen, Latin America is not my strong suit. Okay,
throughout the place. Inside, it's grueling work for Pedro Carvajal, one of the cooks.
A la mañana 400 y pico y a la noche también. Sí, tenemos más o menos casi 300 en lista de espera.
¿Qué pasaría en esta villa si es que no existiera este servicio que ustedes están brindando?
Y hay mucha pobreza acá, no sé, hay mucha gente que no tiene para comer y bueno, el que trabaja también, a veces el que trabaja también viene a retirar porque no le alcanza la plata.
Pedro told me he will also vote for Milei. He's hungry for change. But unlike Walter, he would only tell me off camera. He doesn't want everyone to know. This might be the Buenos Aires you're familiar with, one that looks like a modern, prosperous city.
Dude, so much. Dude, also, Argentina can't have that discussion without white supremacy, okay? Obviously, white supremacy or anti-black or anti-indigenous politics runs Latin American countries, but this is like the most obvious version of it. a lot of you probably look to the fact that what percentage of Argentina is Italian and think, well, clearly they're not white, they're Italian. But, you know, all jokes aside, it's like Western chauvinism in full display in that regard, like showcasing Buenos Aires and nothing else, or not even like the poorer slums of Buenos Aires.
But on the streets, you see hunger.
Like he means when the reporter is saying that, he's basically talking about how European looking the cities are.
And poverty on every corner. And plenty of people dread that Milei in power would only make things worse.
In the Villa 2124,
Father Lorenzo de Vedia is one of those voices, warning his congregation against voting for Milei out of anger or desperation.
La gente se confunde y dice, acá está El Salvador. No, El Salvador.
Most Argentinians are not German. Stop that. I never said that. I did not say that at all. But there is a lot of Italians. Decent amount of Germans too, but a lot of Italians.
¿Qué pasaría si no existiesen estos comedores? ¿Qué pasaría con la gente?
La ayuda social que se da son el gran colchón sobre el cual se puede recostar la gente. Y sin eso, la crisis que estamos viviendo hubiera explotado.
Walter, back home with his dinner, doesn't care.
Sí, bueno, acá tengo luz, agua. Sí. Aparte que tiene su locura, pero bueno, confío mucho en esa persona, digamos, o sea, que Milei no pueden sacar, digamos, ya del...
I don't understand why a bunch of poor people will be like, fuck whatever safety nets we have. Brother, are you kidding me? You will never... First of all, America doesn't have fucking... And has, you know... In contemporary American history, we've never had inflation anywhere near what these guys are experiencing, okay? That's why I always joke whenever I talk about Turkey, because Argentina and Turkey, like, there's some parallels there. It's like, but even then, look to West Virginia. Plus 35 Trump state, dog. What do you mean? What do you mean? I understand why hog jet ski dealers want to vote for Trump and propaganda. Argentina doesn't even seem divided on it. No, there's plenty of poor people who love voting for Trump too. Poor people love voting for reactionary politicians who, you know, tell them like, who feed them the gospel of change and prosperity. People don't recognize their class interests at all. And why should they when a capitalist structure creates an information vacuum that forces you to never engage with politics from a materialist perspective, to never recognize your class interests. When you're a colonized nation, it's incredibly hard to industrialize as your resources are constantly being exported out. To do so, colonized nations have to kick out the U.S. and European corporations with even less concern with the country's development and stability when Argentinian businessmen to successfully industrialize and deal with internal conflicts.
De lo que estamos, del pozo.
Milei might be a leap into the unknown, but Walter, like millions of Argentines, feels like he's already backed into a corner, and now he's ready to take the plunge.
Just look at El Salvador, for example. The president is just jailing everyone with a tattoo saying crime went down and that's enough for people. Oh my God, I don't even want to talk about El Salvador, dude. That shit is nutty. Tucker Carlson interviewed the Argentinian president, but I feel like in order to develop a better understanding of what's going on here, and we haven't even gotten to the fucking memes yet, here is Progressive International saying, President-elect Javier Milei confirms that he will close Argentina's central bank, privatize state-owned energy company YPF, sell off all public broadcast networks, and travel to the U.S. and Israel before inauguration on the 10th of December. Poor people love ANCAPs because they've only seen the world through small-scale monetary exchanges plus taxes, and that's the idea that ANCAPs sell. It's hard to imagine the scale at which government actually functions when all you've ever done is fix bikes or whatever. You are addressing Argentina's economic issues and woes, but you are not mentioning that starting today, steam won't take Argentine pesos any longer. That is the greatest tragedy. Well, there you go. Watch what happens with dollarization, you know? Fan for a long time, but no, usually right. But as Argentinian, I think the discussion is silly because I don't care about how crazy this dude is. In fact, I like a little crazy, but the politics are brutal, like brutal privatization and going back to rates that we give, like wean, like abortion and same-sex marriage. What the fuck? Argentine gamers going to try to pay U.S. prices with Argentinian wages? I mean, that's why there is a secondary black market for everything in countries like this, in Turkey especially as well. There's no There's no way that you can fucking buy video games with American prices, okay, with the American dollar when you're making Argentinian wages. Don't talk about our country, bro. Shut the fuck up, bitch. How is that tweet breaking news? He's been saying that before the elections. It's not. What? Nazi immigration? The Nazi immigration is not that true. Lots of Germans went to Argentina way before the Nazis. That's not what I was talking about. The Nazi immigration is just a meme because of like, what is it? Is it Klaus Barbie was in Argentina, right? A lot of prominent. Asmongold already destroyed you on this point, saying that if you cannot afford it, it does not mean you can steal it. Yeah, no, I am a firm advocate, and it always will be an advocate for theft in that regard. Oh no, Barbie was in Bolivia. Anyway, Eichmann. What is this? A reminder. Oh, here, living with nearly 100%. Here, this is a good way to understand what's going on in Argentina.
Papel higiénico de 4, puré de tomate, sal, azúcar, después también detergente, lavandina, desodorante.
Carmen Ocon is trying to get pantry staples, but inflation in Argentina has soared to nearly 100%, so she can no longer afford them. The way to get things is often going on Facebook to barter. Here it's called el trueque.
Ahí tengo foto. Todo para hombre. Yo trabajo en casas particulares por hora. Antes me alcanzaba, pero ahora por día tengo que hacer hasta 2, 3 casas. Pero ahí está que por lo que te pagan no te alcanza, porque todo está caro.
So how does el trueque help you? How does it help your family?
Ahora lo hago, por ejemplo, 2 veces a la semana. Generalmente me salva de comprar lo que me hace falta cuando no tengo la plata. ¿Viste?
This is the thing, is like people always find a way to survive, and it's usually always like relegating back to like a barter system or black market shit. Always like theft and black market, like a non-taxable and like implementation of like very niche localized economies that are not taxed and also are price controlled.
Subimos lo que tenemos a las páginas de los grupos, que hay muchísimos miembros, la mayoría son mujeres. Subimos lo que tenemos y pedimos lo que queremos pedir.
So what are the products that are most in demand in the groups? What do people need?
El azúcar, la yerba, que aquí se usa yerba, todo el mundo toma mate, ¿viste? Galletitas dulces para los chicos, fideos, porque ya no, es como que el fideo también se fue muy caro.
El trueque is something that helps you, but you also see it and you feel it as something that is to help others.
Es como que se hace una red.
I don't know enough about like how the Argentinian working class view leftist politics due to like center left Peronist policies. I suspect it's probably not favorable, considering that they voted for a fucking freak who is like literally the exact opposite expression. So Trotskyists get 3% of the vote here. I mean, but that's whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's always shit like that. That doesn't mean anything. Betrayed, that's why the working class is going more and more reactionary.
¿Viste? Se arma una red. Te sirve a vos y le sirve al otro. Quizás empieza como que una mano solidaria. Yo te ayudo y vos me ayudás. Sí.
People in Argentina know their way around an economic crisis. In the early 2000s, the economy collapsed. Many turned to bartering clubs to get by. Things have bounced back since then, but inflation remained a persistent problem, and now it's at its highest in more than 30 years. There's no one reason for this, but a major problem is that the government spends.
Yeah, you laugh, but would you not love a 3% vote for hardcore leftists in the U.S.? Come on. First of all, we have an entirely different structure in our Congress. And also, secondly, we do kind of have that. And people yell about the third-party votes all the goddamn time. We have a duopoly, so it's a little bit different.
Spends more than it has. To keep up, it borrows or prints more money, which devalues a currency. This administration has tried a slew of policies to curb inflation. such as price controls, increasing salaries, and negotiating debt with foreign lenders.
La inflación es un fenómeno histórico en la Argentina. Ha sido un callejón recurrente del que pareciera ser imposible salir.
With the value of the peso plummeting, people are rushing to buy dollars. But the government limits who can make exchanges and how much they can get, creating a vast illegal market.
This is literally a mechanism of survival. I know this from, again, like I said, from my personal experience. You have to do this. There is no other way. There's no other way to survive in a country with 150% inflation. Like, people will just die.
Downtown Buenos Aires is packed with arbolitos, money exchangers selling dollars for about twice the official rate. And some savvy arbolitos, like Fernando Santangelo, will deliver them right to your door. On a good day, he's exchanging up to $20,000 for clients all across Buenos Aires.
¿Cómo estás, amigo? Tranquilo, ¿y usted? ¿Cuánto me pediste? 5, ¿no?
5 son para él y 2 para...
Pero la gente necesita comprar dólares y de alguna forma tiene que buscarlo. Esta es la única opción, recurrir al mercado negro.
A lot of this is through WhatsApp, it's through, posting on Facebook. Tell us a little bit about how that works.
Me pongo en las redes, en Facebook, más que todo en Facebook, a buscar clientes. Por ejemplo, mira, tengo un cliente que me acaba de escribir que necesita pesos para $1,000. Yo comienzo desde acá, empiezo a copiar y a pegar en todos los grupos. Mira, acá están todos mis compañeros ofertando, mira, ¿ves? Vendo $5,000 en 316. Yo publico, y acá tengo muchísimos grupos. Todos estos grupos, todos están activos, comprando, vendiendo, no paran. A veces hasta las 12 de la noche están todos comprando, vendiendo, y el que le sirva la hora porque tiene los pesos, tiene los dólares.
The illegal market is so widespread that Santangelo says that some of his clients are police officers and government workers. He also says that arbolitos like him get fed the rate of the street dollar, directly from people inside the central bank.
Este es el grupo de difusión. Por aquí es que yo sé cuando sube y cuando baja. Es como alguien que está infiltrado adentro que...
He said, 360 is now at 1,000. I mean, dude, I know I always talk about how Flexicans are Turks, but this is the most Turkish thing I've ever seen. I mean, I don't think Turkey has like a secondary market for currency like this. Peki, ne zaman geri gidiyorsun?
Nos los pasa a nosotros que trabajamos en las casas de cambio. Acá yo pago, por estar en este grupo, yo pago 4,000 pesos por mes. Todos los que estamos acá pagamos.
The central bank denies any involvement in setting the unofficial rate and says that it collaborates with authorities to crack down on the illegal exchange market. Argentina has a general election later this year, and inflation is a hot issue. Mercedes D'Alessandro is a former top government official.
It's kind of wild how many countries on the planet live like this, actually. Like, it is kind of... Everyone in the chat's like, oh, dude, this is so Iran-coded. Oh, this is so Egypt. This is so Turkey. This is so Syria. Interesting to consider where all of these countries are where they are, and what their history looks like. I mean, it's most of the fucking planet. All of it is like this, specifically to prop up the few Western nations that benefit from unequal exchange in this regard. Let me guess, America bad? Brother, come on. I mean, no, actually, it's not America bad. These guys are just this way because they're, I guess, servile in their nature. They're just genetically inferior. It certainly has nothing to do with like direct intervention from the Western world, from Western capitalist forces, and has everything to do with, has nothing to do with this. And everything to do with, they're just like, they're peasants. They're just like born to be peasants. They're inferior. Except with Argentina, they literally fucking did have kind of that mentality to a certain degree and brought in a lot of Europeans who came in, and yet I guess they still weren't able to get out of that inferiority, the genetic inferiority of being in the Southern Hemisphere. It's a similar concept. You know this from domestic politics. If you literally have been following my coverage on Black Lives Matter or domestic policy in the United States of America and white supremacy and its influence, then you already know this. There are two ways out of this conversation. Either in the United States of America, when you look at domestic politics, you believe that there are some intrinsic factors as to why black people and brown people are just worse off, okay? What is it? And if you believe that there is like an intrinsic factor, then you believe that they are genetically inferior somehow. You can mask it and say it's actually their culture, that's what it is, and not their race, but ultimately it devolves into scientific racism, right? Or you believe that there are external factors like systemic racism, capitalism, purposefully keeping people down to create a permanent underclass, to literally have a newer version of slavery that is codified by our Constitution, that is perfectly legal and valid. And if you believe that, then you believe that there is systemic racism, right? And I believe that. I think that that is what's going on, okay? Surely racism is responsible for hyperinflation. No, brother, that's not what I'm saying at all. You're misunderstanding my point. You either believe that like Argentina, Egypt, Syria, Turkey, Iran, all of these other countries that we just mentioned have dog shit economies due to the fact that they're due to some like intrinsic factors, like they are just personally not smart enough in comparison to these beautiful European democracies that we look to, or you believe that there are some other external forces at play. How do you respond to the argument that culture explains the disparity? Black culture is American culture. The idea that like black people respond differently to black culture than white people, which consume more black culture than black people do because there's more white people in America than black people, is just pure racism. It's just racism, but with like an additional layer on top of it, an additional coat on top of it. So instead of saying like black people are racially inferior, you say black people are culturally inferior. Except that's America's culture. So what is it? Why is it that black people are impacted by black culture in different ways than white people are? Perhaps it has nothing to do with culture and everything to do with systemic conditions that black people were subjected to, and all poor people are subjected to in general, too. Their hyperinflation is directly related to the American currency dictating how they operate, so when America feels any squeeze, we push the weight off on the places like Argentina. Instead of stressing the American worker more, historically, we push it into the global south. Americans are feeling it now because it's so heavy. Yes, because it is destined to collapse. There's only so much squeezing you can do. Anyway, a lot of things, a lot of the if you are principled and you understand and you look at things from a dialectical materialist perspective, that same dialectic exists both domestically, and you can look at that domestic dialectic and infer things globally as well. Obviously, it's a bit reductive, and there's a lot more reading that you must do to fully comprehend it, but it is the truth. It is the exact same thing. You can extrapolate this information by looking at your own personal experiences. It's a good way. It's a good starting point. See, Scooby-Dio says, I applied lots of stuff that I learned from you in Argentina law. Thanks, I guess. Don't thank me. I'm just fucking rehashing things that much more intelligent people have said before me. You know? All right.
In the Ministry of Economy.
Sin duda la inflación es un factor que va a incidir en las elecciones a nivel político porque estamos hablando del salario, de poder llegar a fin de mes. Son siempre un elemento que mueve el voto.
What do you think about the policies that this government, previous governments as well, but this government has put in place in order to deal with this economic crisis?
Usando metáfora futbolera, corriendo atrás de la pelota, ¿no? Es como pasan los problemas y vas a apagar el fuego, vas a apagar el fuego. Hace tiempo que no hay un plan económico.
We've got a very contentious presidential election at the end of 2023. How do you see the kinds of discussions that are already happening around inflation, around the economic crisis here? How do you see that playing out politically?
Yo veo que las figuras de la oposición sí toman todas las frustraciones y los nervios y fogonean con eso un discurso muy de derecha radicalizado. Creo que eso también está pasando. Hay muchos discursos vacíos. Hay muchos discursos que dicen, la inflación, pero no proponen ninguna solución.
It's not just opposition voices on the right talking about inflation. In Argentina, the street is a really important political tool. These are low-income earners and welfare recipients who are an important voting bloc for the current government. They're out here demanding higher wages and criticizing economic policies pushed by the previous right-wing administration, but also by this coalition left-wing government. The fact that they're even doing that is a sign that cracks are beginning to show in that coalition ahead of the next elections.
Los reclamos para el gobierno hoy son los mismos que tuvimos siempre, nada más que con otros gobiernos. A este lo votamos, con este venimos siguiéndolo y nos está defraudando. No votamos para eso.
Do you still support the government?
Sí, nosotros estamos con la democracia. Nosotros nunca vamos a estar con el golpe de Estado, ni tratando de sacar un gobierno, ni nada. Simplemente le estamos dando acá la información de que no está nada bien. Le decimos, estamos pasándola mal, traten de trabajar para nosotros y con nosotros.
What is the extra? All right.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Then nowhere is the impact of inflation more dramatic than in the grocery store.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
South American here. In the face of these results, these elections, I see a lot of people arguing that it's going to be great because it's right-leaning and it's not socialism. And an argument in opposition for socialism is that it doesn't work because of corruption. Wouldn't a libertarian government allow an easier way for corruption to prosper? Not that it's a valid argument against socialism, I believe. Yes, of course. The only difference between a socialist government engaging in corruption, or a socialist government engaging in corruption, and a right-leaning government engaging in corruption is that one codifies the corruption, or at least takes away the mechanism that is supposed to be engaging with corruption, the regulatory bodies that are supposed to say, no, you're corrupt, you can't do this. One basically says that they're going to combat corruption. Well, both of them say they're going to combat corruption, but one actually will create some kind of some agencies that are tasked with dealing with it and then refuses to. The other one just says, oh, the best possible way forward is by not having such an agency at all, as a matter of fact, and just taking it off the fucking hinges.
Eso es importante. 5. Vamos todavía. 800.
As prices go up, everyday purchases require piles of cash.
The solution to this inflation is actually not complicated, but politically impossible for these dogs, Western capitalism, import substitution, industrialization, and aligning with countries who will help your own internal industries become independent. I saw this in the 80s in Brazil after the military dictatorship was ousted.
Bueno, que salgan ricos los postres. Chao. Venimos con una bola.
Solution to inflation is Bitcoin, but nobody wants to listen yet. Dude, you're right. Exactly what happened here in Brazil. PT's government allowed corruption investigations to happen while Bolsonaro simply shut down any attempt to do so.
Tremenda. Tal vez determinadas empresas están teniendo 2 aumentos por mes. Fíjense que todos los productos, todos tienen el cartel, porque lo más importante es blanquear la información al cliente. Lamentablemente, escribir el producto y escribir...
ISI is fine, but the Jacobsian solution is missing the price-fixing aspect that is utterly necessary to prevent crisis price gouging. But I don't understand. The previous government also said that they were implementing price gouging. Price gouging combat measures. So... if you take an inflating currency and exchange it for a deflating currency, you win. Is written in the ancient tomes of Adam.
El precio es más rápido hacer el...
Well, yeah, while under the thumb of IMF, they can't do anything, sadly. Yeah, that's the other...
What do your customers say about these price jumps and the frequency of them?
El consumidor está enojado. El hecho de que venga un cliente y encuentre un precio y al otro día otro y al otro día otro, uno pone en riesgo esto, el capital más importante que tenemos, que es la confianza de nuestro cliente.
What kind of impact does that have on your own earnings?
Muy complicado para el tema de nuestra rentabilidad, ya que nos ha pasado de comprar un producto, traerlo, ponerlo en góndola, vamos a volver a reponer el producto al mayorista, lo compramos a veces a mayor valor de lo que lo estábamos vendiendo. Entonces destruye nuestra rentabilidad.
I'm Michael Lermont.
Another pedo uncovered in the Danish government. The child's parents gave him their blessing. That's crazy. We live like this, but we have access to a shit ton of benefits, though. This video shows all the misery, but not all we have accomplished. In any of these, people get cancer. They can get chemotherapy for free. They have access to good education, and there are programs where the government pays you to study. A lot of bordering countries come to our universities. I think that, I mean, here, let's look at this first. Because CNN Business wrote about immediately what could happen if Argentina really moved from the peso to the dollar, because that's what he's saying that he wants to do. Self-declared anarcho-capitalists who wielded the chainsaw on the campaign trail to symbolize his plan to cut state spending promised drastic reforms. I feel like the worst thing you can do in a country with hyperinflation and a tremendous amount of economic inequality and a tremendous amount of poverty is to literally eviscerate social spending. I don't get this. I majored econ, master's degree. They taught us if you have inflation, just increase interest rates and cut government spending. Probably best to cut social services. Very easy, elementary. The model of decadence has come to an end and there's no going back, Milei declared. Yeah, decadence. It's like $15 for a chocolate bar, and this motherfucker's talking about decadence. Today, we end the destructive model of the ever-present state. It only benefits a few, while the majority of Argentina suffers, he added, while also acknowledging the challenges facing him. We have monumental problems ahead of us: inflation, economic stagnation, lack of genuine employment, insecurity, poverty, and indigence. Financial markets broadly welcomed Milei's victory. That's all you need to know, which is likely to usher a sea change in economic policymaking. Milei must tackle inflation above 140%, a shortfall in foreign currency reserves, and the prospect of another painful recession. Argentina's dollar bonds rose Monday, while the New York listed shares of several Argentine companies surged. State-owned energy company YPF jumped 40%, and banks Banco Macro and Grupo Financiero Galicia gained 20%. Argentina's financial markets are closed Monday for a local holiday, but the peso weakened slightly in partial trade to stand at around 353.58 to the US dollar. The value of the currency has plunged 875% to the dollar over the past 5 years. Hasan, trying to read Spanish reminds me of Peggy Hill. Yeah. Do you see the US flooding its administration with money to promote capitalism? No. Because the reason, I mean, to a certain degree, maybe, but ultimately, here's what usually happens, okay? One, there's not enough leeway. We don't have enough runway to be able to do this because it's partially, like Argentina's problems partially come from our economy not being as hot either, because the entire world is used to us dominating the rest of the planet. And two, it rarely ever happens. That rarely ever happens unless it's like a government-backed initiative. And in most circumstances, it's just a patchwork of private enterprise with their own personal interests in whatever sector they want to purchase in these countries, taking advantage of their crippled economy. That's why privatization of this sort is oftentimes very devastating. Because if you think that the American industry, American industrial leaders that do not care about their own citizens care about Argentinian workers, well, you got another thing coming. Privatization of that sort always spells trouble. Think about your ISPs in the United States of America. Do you feel like they pay their workers well? Do you feel like they've upgraded their infrastructure in the past 30 years, even though they got billions and billions of dollars in fucking tax subsidies, or subsidies and also tax cuts specifically so that they could upgrade their infrastructure? No, they haven't done any of that shit. Now you understand how oligopolies operate in America, in the domestic market. Now understand that it's even worse in the international marketplace because they have no real interest or real reason. There's no pushback. There's no mechanism of pushback beyond the economic conditions worsening to a degree where there's literally like a peasant's revolution, okay? A modern version of that. Obstacles. Former economist and TV pundit who ran for president on a promise to break the status quo, Milei made dollarizing Argentina a signature campaign promise. hailing it's a cure for the country's hyperinflation problem. It's a step that other countries have taken, just none the size of Argentina, Latin America's third biggest economy after Brazil and Mexico. Dollarization means Argentina would give up the peso and use the U.S. dollar as its currency, effectively wresting control of monetary policy from the country's central bank and handing it to the U.S. Federal Reserve. The move would also deprive Argentina's central bank of the ability to print money, a tactic it is frequently employed to help the country's spendthrift government avoid defaulting on its debts. That's spendthrift. That, in turn, fueled rampant price increases. Analysts agree dollarization would help tame the inflation, but they doubt Milei has the political or popular support to deliver on his agenda. We suspect that some of his more radical proposals, namely dollarization, may not materialize given limited support both in Congress and among the public. William Jackson, chief emerging markets economist at Capital Economics, wrote in a note on Monday, while dollarization would be a surefire way to bring inflation under control, it wouldn't be a solution to the country's fiscal woes. Is this bad for BRICS? Yeah, dude. It spells trouble for the BRICS allegiance. Like, come on, dude. None of those countries have the capacity or the economic interest in moving away from the dollar. None of those countries are also ideologically bound. The only thing that they, I guess, want to do is avoid the top of the hour ad break. The top of the hour ad break is a dominant force. Okay? It's like a specter that haunts every single chatter. Now, of course, the best you can do in this circumstance is maybe purchase a $5 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime to no longer see those ads at the top of the hour. Or maybe if you're lucky, you can get gifted a sub. But that's it. Those are your limited options. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Joke's on you, man. I'm in Argentina and I never see the ad. Okay. In a sign, he may be seeking to gain support from centrist parties. Milei did not mention dollarization or previously mooted plans to shut down the central bank in his victory speech. It's not going to happen in the near term, said Thierry Larose, a portfolio manager of Vontobel Asset Management in Zurich. Quite apart from the political hurdles, the fragile state of the Argentina's economy leaves it in no position to dollarize, he told the CNN, describing it as a terrible idea. That's because as things currently stand, the conversion rate would be highly unfavorable to the peso, drastically weakening the currency and likely leading to an increase in poverty, which government figures already put around 40%. If you want to dollarize at a conversion rate that makes sense from a social and economic perspective, you need a minimal amount of international reserves. Currently, the government's foreign exchange reserves are more than $10 billion in the red. The path towards dollarization, however, could benefit the economy. I guess in the short term, what he is planning to do is like flood the market with foreign investment. And then, I mean, there's no way out of this. Like, I don't know. I think it's fucking crazy. Another debt restructuring, that could still be some way off. The IMF has effectively barred Argentina from accessing international markets while the country pays back its debts. Argentina owns Washington, D.C.-based lender some $44 billion following a historic bailout in 2018. Kristalina Georgieva, the fund's managing director, congratulated Milei on his election victory Monday. There you go. We look forward to working closely with him and his administration in the period ahead to develop and implement a strong plan to safeguard macroeconomic stability and strengthen inclusive growth for Argentinians, she wrote on X, the platform formerly known as Twitter. Milei will need all the help he can get. The World Bank expects the Argentine economy to contract by 2.5% in 2023, owing in part to a devastating drought that is estimated to have cost $20 billion in lost agricultural exports. What's more, Jackson of Capital Economics expects the IMF to shift away from its recent leniency towards Argentina. It's not clear if a debt restructuring will be demanded at this point, but we are moving in that direction, he said. So what that means for Argentina, for those of you who are trying to understand it in good terms, or in easy terms to understand, is they're going to say, no more free college, no more fucking free healthcare. We're coming in and we're cutting everything.
Argentinians took to the street of Buenos Aires on a wet afternoon to show their anger at a worsening crisis caused by economic policies imposed on them by the International Monetary Fund. The IMF, known in the Spanish-speaking world as FME, and the World Bank have a rich history of turning poor Global South nations into loan addicts. An over-reliance on loans means countries are perpetually in debt and unable to build self-sufficient economies that work for their people. Instead, their economic models are shaped by the IMF, who impose neoliberal free market policies in the name of restoring economic stability and growth.
de 1944 cuando se forma el FMI.
When the IMF was formed in 1944, what are the goals of its founding charter? Was to promote human welfare. The charter looks like Disneyland. What's proposed there is beautiful. But in practical terms, it's doing exactly the opposite. Instead of promoting policies that create more jobs, it promotes budget cuts. Okay, very basic stuff. Here's how the IMF works, okay? You go to a country that is impoverished. You go to a country that desperately needs to industrialize. Maybe they are a post-colonial nation that for the first time ever has like some semblance of political capital to expend. And they have natural resources. They have a robust labor force that you can utilize that is going to be much cheaper than the domestic labor force of Western countries. So what do? We go in and we give them money, okay? We give them insane conditions on these loans. We give them money and we go, hey, here's how you can use the money. And here's what you need to do to pay back the money. Now, of course, you go into this very poor country and you give them money so that they can industrialize. But who can they industrialize with? Well, they have to industrialize by utilizing Western nations because, one, they are usually the only countries that do actually have the techniques and the technology and the know-how of rapid industrialization. So you, in some instances, literally have to work with them, okay? Western companies, that is. And also, in other circumstances, like they might literally tell you, no, you have to work with them, okay? Depending on what the conditions look like. So then you get this loan and you can't even recirculate the loan in your own country in the way that you would want to. You can't even use the loan in the way that you want to. You have to give the loan, or you have to take the loan and spend it back on the Western economy, Western corporations. So then you build up these factories, right? You build up the roads, you build up the factories, all in an effort so that your country, which has a fuck ton of natural resources, can be perfectly set for exploitation. Now you have a labor force that can go and work in a factory, okay? Now you have a labor force that can work in the factory, if that is at all, if you're lucky enough to be able to depending on the material conditions in your country, like, and if it's a necessity, then they'll build a factory. If not, they won't even do that. But you can only work with Western corporations. So everyone that benefits from the IMF loans is in the West, okay? You get a little bit of modernization with a shit ton of conditions. Now, so you start having to slowly but surely pay back those loans. How are you going to do that? The money is not circulating inside of the country. The money is not circulating inside of your labor force. Your labor force is already still working at the same domestic wage prices. But now, and your material wealth or the natural resources that you had are directly benefiting through unequal exchange the Western world. So now you have all of this, let's say you have minerals, right? Rare minerals. Let's say you have petroleum. You have oil refineries, and you're extracting oil, and you're in a lot of instances, the countries that built those refineries will then turn around and say, well, we have a 20-year contract, 30-year contract where you have to give us all this oil because we built the factory, and you didn't know how to fucking take the oil out of the ground. So now you have to give us the oil personally. Or you can't really do anything with the, even if we let you have some of the oil that you're taking out of the ground, we are still going to tell you what you can do with that money. So they let you have a little bit of a crumb. The governments are oftentimes also very corrupt too, on top of everything else. And then, even if you have a little bit of a crumb of the wealth that you are now extracting, okay, where does that wealth go back to? Well, that goes back to paying the fucking loans. It goes back to paying the loans, which you are not extracting enough to be able to genuinely pay the loans. So it's a double bind. None of the wealth on the ground actually ended up helping you. You got some shiny objects in the meantime, in the interim. But the reality was, it was just a way to formalize a newer colonial standard. All you've done at the end of the day is basically give your natural resources to the Western world so they can use it, while simultaneously trying to pay back these loans that you literally cannot under, and there's no way to pay back those loans at all. So then the IMF will come in and say, okay, we'll do debt restructuring, or we'll give you even more loans to try to pay back those loans, or we'll do debt restructuring. And the conditions kick in at that point where they say, well, here's what you have to do. All of the other sectors that you have that are currently publicly owned, you have to privatize and sell off to, and you might have guessed it, Western capitalists. So then you take away certain parts of your key sectors, like your agricultural industry or your mining industry, whatever the fucking remains that was like directly benefiting the government coffers, and you sell it off to private industry. All the while, the Western forces force you to implement austerity measures, which of course means no more welfare, no more social safety nets, no more government spending on domestic policy. And if you don't do that, and you try to play this delicate balance of like continuously having social safety nets while regularly getting more and more foreign debt and racking it up, well, then you turn into Argentina. Please show us an example of this. Argentina.
Demonstrators gathered primarily to show support for Argentina's current progressive government, but everyone was talking about the IMF loan signed by former President Mauricio Macri.
Yo creo que Mauricio Macri hizo el trabajo que vino a hacer, que es un empleado de las multinacionales. Mauricio Macri simplemente
is simply an emissary, a messenger.
Lo mínimo. Nosotros,
when he acquired the IMF loan,
es la nueva forma de colonización.
that's a new form of colonization. In the past, they would invade. Now they give you debt, and that's how they rule over you. It's no longer necessary to shoot bullets. It's that simple. Macri is the one who was inside the Trojan horse to open the doors of Argentina to be invaded by stealth. They want us in the working class to be subdued. They want slaves, not workers.
In recent years, the working class in Argentina has been struggling due to economic stability and a decrease in living standards. The devaluation of the Argentinian peso has made it challenging for workers to make ends meet. In 2022, 62% of Argentine children and adolescents were in poverty.
And by the way, this kind of like debtor enslavement is really effective because guess what? One thing that America benefits from is not having a lot of economic instability. Obviously, there's crises almost every fucking 5 years now. But beyond that, a lot of the prices of necessities that you need for survival, with the exception of obviously the number one indicator for upward social mobility, education, and also, shelter. Basically, outside of those two things, and healthcare as well, outside of those three things, a lot of the prices of consumer goods remain relatively stable in comparison to all of these other countries, right? So when you have a level of price stability, okay, on those things that you need for survival immediately, and there's enough there's enough diversity in where you can at least seek some level of shelter, you are not going to have that same level of economic volatility that causes revolutionary action or even fascist dictatorships coming in and taking control. Whereas in countries like this, the economic volatility is enforced by Western capitalists, and therefore it's a perfect opportunity to, bring a guy like Milei in and fuck up the country even further. Old school colonialism was not very efficient. You don't need to have colonies when you can just beat them down economics style. Yes, I agree.
While 13% were classed as being in destitution. Put in context, 8.2 million children are living in households that can't afford the basic food basket, which is a measure of the minimum level of food required for a healthy life.
El gobierno de Mauricio Macri lo que hizo fue volver al FMI. Argentina, en el gobierno de Néstor Kirchner, había logrado desendeudar a la Argentina.
On December 10th, 2015, right-winger Mauricio Macri took office as president of Argentina. He spent his electoral campaign talking about how he would roll back the progressive measures implemented by the Kirchners, who took turns in governing Argentina over 12 years. On that premise, Macri won the elections and started implementing a series of neoliberal measures, cuts to state spending, and restructuring the economy to benefit corporations. In June 2018, during the final year and a half of Macri's presidency, the Argentinian government signed the largest loan agreement in the IMF's history.
Mauricio Macri, con la idea de insertar a Argentina en el mundo nuevamente, lo que hizo fue insertarla en las políticas económicas que dictaminaba el FMI. El FMI te presta plata si vos aceptás determinado tipo de contraprestación que tenía que ver con el achicamiento del Estado, con ajuste en el bolsillo y en el déficit fiscal. Y en ese momento Argentina, de estar totalmente endeudado, pasó a contraer una deuda de $57 billion. Ese fue el último.
And that was just one of the more recent ones. Previously, there were other loans from the time when Macri rejoined the IMF.
Y obviamente volvió a tener una...
What? Had an interview with Rothschild later, mentioned you twice, I've actually failed. Wait, what? With Rothschild earlier, mentioned you twice, I've actually failed? Why would you mention me in any interview? And obviously the IMF had an office in the Argentinian Central Bank.
En el FMI. Es decir, monitoreaba desde la casa...
That is, the IMF was stationed in a place that governs Argentina's monetary policy. I think it's good to watch like maybe something like a short summarization of Confessions of an Economic Hitman. Like there's a 9-hour audio book of this book as well. From John Perkins. There's also another documentary, like a short documentary. Maybe we can watch that. That will help you develop a better understanding of how we saddle poor countries with debt, and then we exploit them.
Central que rige la política monetaria de la Argentina empezó a registrar
Started monitoring supervise that the Argentine economy was developing.
Cómo se desarrollaba la economía argentina. Nada se hacía sin la autorización del FMI.
Nothing was done without the IMF authorization, which was a determining factor in today's crisis.
The $57 billion given by the IMF to Macri's government represents 127 times Argentina's debt capacity, according to the government's own audit office. The same 2023 audit report found the terms of the credit agreement to be inefficient and ineffective.
Es un país destruido que Alberto tuvo que tratar de levantarlo. Le tocó la pandemia, le toca la guerra, le tocó la sequía. Fue difícil. Y bueno, y tomar una deuda a nada de salir del gobierno, que era para sacarla afuera y para financiar su campaña, y a la clase, ni siquiera a la clase baja, a la clase media la destruyó también. O esto afecta a todos.
Primero, vos me preguntás cómo se usó. El 30%.
What would happen if a government refused to pay off loans like a revolutionary government? Well, there's a couple different things that can happen, but if you don't pay off the loans, you're fucked. Like then you'll be shut out from the entire global marketplace. And in a country where your agricultural exports are very important, you're fucking cooked. Now, yeah, they'll come and they'll repo your possessions that they say they've built, or they'll asset strip you. So there are different ways in which this has happened. There are different ways in which this has happened in the past. Like, you can also have a democratic election where the government decides to move in that direction, or you can even have a violent revolution. And, you know, you'll either go the way of Cuba if you're lucky, or the way of Venezuela if you're not lucky, especially if you do not have any opportunity to diversify your industries, like diversify your economy. And it's hyper reliant on one type of key export in extraction. It's shit all around. Yeah, here, Lebanon defaulted on its 1.2 billion. Future loans are really difficult. Plus, other countries don't like trading with you. Capacity to take loans are the basis of a lot of trade. Anyway, let's continue.
De ese crédito total.
What if a country defaults on its loans and then fakes its death? Would that get the heat off of it? Yeah, that's what you got to do.
Se usó para fuga de divisas. 13.000 millones de pesos, no de dólares, pero de pesos, se usaron para pagar al FMI en cantidad de conceptos de intereses, en temas administrativos, asesoramiento. Y de esa plata, una parte importante ya se lo cobraban en comisiones, ¿sí? Ya de entrada. Y después, una parte importante, en 2018, se revisa ese acuerdo con el FMI y autoriza para gastos internos el FMI, con lo cual tenía discrecionalidad del gobierno que usaba la plata. En concreto,
in fact, they did not build a fucking bridge in Argentina. They didn't build a school.
No se hizo ningún tipo de
They didn't build any basic
infraestructura para que Argentina tenga
like, for example, improving Argentina's energy grid.
Con lo cual, esa guita principalmente se fugó.
So basically, that money
Se usó
disappeared.
para la
It
campaña
was used for
de
Macri's
Macri,
campaign
digamos,
so we
para
could become
volver a ser
president again.
presidente, que no lo logró, pero digamos, se comió y se fumó.
The money
de
was
una manera
squandered, it
totalmente
completely
espuria.
disappeared.
Más allá de eso, ese crédito fue totalmente ilegal.
Beyond that, the loan was totally
Sumado a
illegal.
eso, imagínate
Imagine at the end of the 2019, shortly before the
que del
election,
2019, poco antes de las elecciones, constituía ese préstamo
the loan
el
constituted 89% of Argentina's GDP,
con lo cual es
making it completely
insostenible el
unsustainable.
condicionamiento del cual quedaba el gobierno
These problems are
entrante,
then
sea el
left
partido que fuere,
to the
porque
incoming
era muy
government
difícil sostener
because
una
it would be
política
very difficult to
pública
sustain a public
con
policy that
89%
represents
del
89% of the
peso
public
de
debt.
deuda, ¿no? Así que nada, no se usó para nada de lo que tiene que usarse un crédito del FMI, ¿no? Más allá de que
a website called Hamas.com. Haaretz is written about it. There's a website called Hamas.com. Beyond the fact that it breached the IMF's own
rompía
charter.
la Carta Orgánica del FMI, rompía la Constitución de Argentina y por otro lado era un
It's one of the most controversial loans in world history.
Despite the efforts of the progressive government to improve the situation of workers, the economic conditions of the working class have not improved due to the austerity measures imposed by the IMF and the global downturn. Although many workers face real difficulties in terms of spiraling living costs, they persist in coming together and demanding improved working conditions.
Se sufre una baja del poder adquisitivo, cada vez se puede adquirir menos cosas.
Dude, this Argentina stuff is so boring. Oh man, enough of this, dude. No, I don't want to care. This is why your account created and your following date is the same day, because you come in here and you fucking chirp, and then I ban you, so you have to make a new sock account and chirp again, and then you get fucking banned again.
Cosas básicas como la canasta básica, ¿no? El azúcar, el aceite, y con eso uno vive, y eso nos afecta también a nosotros, por ejemplo, a los jóvenes, principalmente por el hecho de que leo mucho también la pérdida, la baja posibilidad de adquirir una vivienda, una propiedad.
Entonces eso afecta a los trabajadores. En el día a día, en el comprar las cosas, en no llegar a fin de mes, en tener que tener varios trabajos.
Don't worry, I'm gonna get to the dessert in a second, because there's a lot of fun stuff to talk about with respect to Milei. I just want to give some level of, like, you need to have some understanding of the foundations of how Argentina got to the point that it got to, so that you can enjoy the dessert of Milei and how much of a fucking meme he is, and what this election means for the future of Argentina. And also on top of that, just because I followed on the same day as account creation doesn't mean I'm a sock account. That being said, I am a sock account. Here, take a second off and reconsider.
Bajos, en esa situación hoy está la clase trabajadora.
Y no, nos dejó un gran peso que todavía hasta el día de hoy lo seguimos padeciendo.
Y lo vamos a seguir padeciendo
por más de 100 años.
In this struggle, organized labor has been demanding improved wages, benefits, and working conditions to alleviate growing insecurity. The unions are also at the forefront of resisting austerity measures and anti-worker policies. The fight for economic justice in Argentina is ongoing, but the perseverance and dedication of the working class provides optimism for a brighter tomorrow.
La militancia es estar en la calle, es exigir, es estar atenta a qué necesitan los compañeros, a pedir y a exigir a los dirigentes, que son, en este caso, nosotros militamos para que Alberto y Cristina estén en el gobierno, entonces exigirle bueno, sobre todo a Alberto, que Ahora nosotros estamos exigiendo una suma fija para equiparar salarios, estamos en esa disputa hoy. Claro, es eso, ¿no? Que los salarios de los trabajadores estén por encima de la canasta básica. Hoy eso no está equiparado.
Yo creo que tiene conciencia la clase trabajadora. Está organizada. El tema es que, claro, con la economía te desorganizan la vida, vos no tenés tiempo, vos tenés que estar todo el día pensando en tus necesidades básicas y ellos se encargan de...
This video is so biased. The country is such a state of poverty because of the corruption that took place during the 16 years of the Kirchner government, 12 directly plus 4 Alberto. They're literally paid to talk good on the government, brainwash people. What the fuck are you talking about? They're pretty critical of like to say that this is specifically 16 years of the Kirchner government. Which there is truth to what you're saying, even though you are, I don't know if you're, I don't know if you're like a libertarian troll, but to say that this is specifically a product of the 16 years of the Kirchner government, 12 directly plus 4 Alberto, is missing the forest for the trees. Then you followed it up with, they literally pay to talk good on the government, brainwash people. Ultimately, I personally think individual corruption from leadership cannot even remotely account for the devastating impact that the IMF has on an entire nation's economy. Like, you cannot, like, no matter how corrupt you are, and God knows there are definitely a lot of corrupt leaders in most of these countries, including Recep Tayyip Erdogan's regime in Turkey as well. But ultimately, they are the ones who are the most servile with respect to the interests of global capitalist forces, and therefore that kind of corruption is gone unnoticed.
Vos no te enteres de lo que pasa. Ellos te mantienen ocupado con señuelos, digamos así, y por atrás se la llevan todo. Esto es de manual, pasó toda la vida, no es de ahora simplemente. Mirá, la solidaridad...
Nestor Kirchner actually forced the FMI to restructure the debt Argentina had for Kirchner's government to finally pay it. Sadly, the comeback of FMI with Macri's government meant going back to being unstable. Alberto Fernandez's government was also super bad. It didn't help Peronismo to establish a good future with them. Milei might be bad, but honestly, for people in Argentina like me and many other people, he seems like the least worst option. But here's what I don't understand. Why do you recognize the issues here, but then don't recognize that Milei is going to literally do worse shit? The thing I don't understand is literally looking at a problem and being like, well, you know what will solve this issue that we have? You know what will solve this issue, honestly? Like, doing more of the bad shit. Because it's not the least worst option. Like, selling off every single government asset you have to vulturous capitalists in the Western world that will simply care about their own profit margins is not good. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, dude, think about it this way. You have fucking healthcare. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if any kind of like public healthcare is just immediately sold off to like American companies? Think about it this way, okay? You look to the United States of America and you probably laugh, even from Argentina, where you go, how funny, these fucking dumbasses have all the wealth on the planet, and yet they can't even take care of their own citizens. It's ridiculous to be one of the wealthiest nations on the planet and have a major crisis in socialized medicine in a country like the United States of America. Okay? Now, how do we fix that problem? How do we fix that problem? Oh, by bringing in a dude who's going to, sorry, before I get to this IMF chief take that I already mentioned from the CNN article that we were reading, okay? There is no way in which on this fucking planet, like selling off what remains of your social safety nets or your resources to Western corporations is going to make things better for you. I get what you mean. I didn't want Milei to win, but it's the only one that actually proposed ideas, and I think that's what made. And being honest, where everyone here doesn't think that he will remove any public health care. Okay, but it's not just public health care. It's the one aspect that I mentioned, and he will absolutely do that, by the way. If he will do anything and everything that the IMF wants him to do. The reason why I mentioned public health care is because many people are silly and think and get too comfortable thinking popular public amenities will never go away. Okay? That's not the case. Especially if you voted in a guy who said, I'm going to kill every fucking every government. Like, I'm going to blow up the government. I'm going to blow up the central bank. He doesn't mean what he says is insane. No, it's not insane. It's unfortunately something that I hear all the time from Republicans in the United States of America, and even fucking Democrats too, to a certain degree. People do not believe that reactionary politicians will be so bad. Sometimes it's much, much slower, like the NHS in the UK, crippled over austerity measures being implemented slowly but surely by Tory governments, back-to-back Tory governments over the course of 15 fucking years or even longer, ultimately until it comes to a breaking point where people go, what the fuck? I can't get my goddamn health care. What good is this to me? And then they think, well, I guess we should privatize certain aspects of this. Okay? And that's precisely what's happening. It happened with public transportation in the UK, and it will happen with the NHS as well, even though it's broadly popular and people would never, in one singular force, in one singular blow, destroy the NHS. It doesn't happen overnight. Meanwhile, the guy that they voted for in Argentina is the type of dude who says, no, I'm going to do it overnight. This is one of the major issues of capitalism and social democracy. Yeah, here, I've heard, it's so funny. It's capitalists, hyper-capitalists do the same shit. It's not an option. Please, Chatter, he will remove it, he said. Libertarians say he won't because he said he'll establish a voucher system, but his ultimate goal is to remove it as he is an anarcho-capitalist. Exactly. He will remove it. And if you voted for a fucking anarcho-capitalist who, like, is a clown ass too on top of that, and you think he won't remove it, you just voted for a guy who will. Your principles and your fears and I guess, like, your confidence in this government is unfounded. I do think he means what he says. I've been arguing about that with a lot of people many times. What I mean is that Peronismo, neither USR will let him do the things that he proposes about the IMF doing whatever they want to the country. It's already been happening. I'm not saying that Milei is a good choice. I'm saying that Milei is as horrible as Massa. The idea that, like, there's an opposition government that will stop him is also, unfounded. When there's a will, there's a way. And if the exact same fucking government and leaders in the previous governments literally also had no choice but to make deals with the IMF, then why the fuck would they stop? Why the fuck would they actually get in the way of this guy continuing on with even worse austerity measures? Why are you ignoring the fact that he has no majority in Congress? I'm going to get to it. Hold on. I'm going to get to that part. Do not worry. That is actually a very important part. I briefly brought it up in the beginning of this conversation, but I haven't gotten back to that yet, but I will talk about that in a brief moment. I just wanted to give some more fundamentals in the background as to, like, how Argentina got to the place that American chatters are completely oblivious to, and then we are going to talk about what it means that he has a no majority in Congress and an opposition, but it doesn't matter. Here's why it doesn't matter, and I'll tell you by using American examples in a second.
Yo creo que a veces los une la miseria y el espanto a los trabajadores. Por más que estemos una punta a la otra ideológicamente, cuando llega el enemigo es uno. Si vos no sabés cuál es tu enemigo, quién es el lobo que te viene a devorar, estás en problemas. O sea, el obrero, si no tiene conciencia de que hay poca gente, a nivel mundial también, que concentra las riquezas y que el resto somos todos simplemente una pieza de una maquinaria que se cambia y se tira. Si no entendemos eso, más allá de las ideologías, estamos en problemas todos. Si no sabemos reconocer quiénes son nuestros enemigos, estamos en problemas. Y esto es lo que se encargan todos los días de estupidizarnos, ¿viste? De hacernos enfrentar entre nosotros, pero en realidad nos van a devorar uno a uno igual. Así que o nos juntamos o nos juntamos y nos defendemos o empezamos a perder. Así es.
All right. Anyway, we already covered the debt restructuring that might happen with the IMF. Kristalina Georgieva said, the fund's managing director, congratulated Milei on his victory on Monday and said, we look forward to working closely with him and his administration in the period ahead to develop and implement a strong plan to safeguard macroeconomic stability and strengthen inclusive growth for all Argentinians, which is never the case. Okay. All right. Let's move on from this. Here's my assumption, and I am admittedly not the most well-read on Argentina. I just know some of the basics. But my assumption is that an opposition Congress is not simply there to oppose Milei, but instead their actions will be Milei plays a softening role that the supposed opposition government will implement. Okay, this is speculation. But my speculation is that the opposition government will still implement similar austerity measures, and they will look to be a force for reason in comparison to the guy that everyone is paying attention to, because he is a meme and he is insane and he is like super far right. Okay, so what I personally believe, just say you don't know, man. Wait, what? This is such a fucking idiotic like, I'm a political commentator, man. What the fuck's wrong with your goddamn brain? Like, what do you mean? Why do you come in here if you don't want to fucking hear my perspective? What do you mean? Just say you don't know, man. I'm giving you my own fucking speculation on the matter. What the fuck? No, I'm not even gonna. I'm gonna untime out this fucking dipshit. Explain yourself. What do you mean by this? Valla şimdi yaparsan yerim yani. Acıktım. Ne yapayım? Açım. Ne yapayım? Yemeyeyim bu saatte. Yok, akşamla yiyeceğim. Yes, you talk about Argentina, and the Reddit Argentina comes with its dumbass, disinformed opinions. I want to understand what he means by this. Just say you don't know, man. Stop HasanAbi. What is he owns you? True. Before we get to the meme stuff, I guess my point was the speculation, wee-woo speculation here, is that I think that they'll do whatever is necessary, and the policies will be awful for Argentina in general, okay? And then everyone will hyper-focus on his most reactionary policies, his most reactionary statements, okay? You're misleading us, Hasan, OMG. Yeah, I am. I'm misleading you. And everyone will go, well, look, it's not as bad as Milei, and the government is more sane and more reasonable, and the outcome will be the same regardless. He might not be able to serve out his terms because he has to report to the IDF reserves. What? Yeah. He's don't worry. He's on it. He's going to save Israel personally from Hamas, which is one of the memes, I guess. Here, what were we going to talk about? What did I want to talk about? Oh, here's some of the fun stuff, I guess, or not so fun, really fucking freakish. Hanania Naftali, Argentinian presidential candidate Javier Milei, waves the flag of Israel for all to see that he stands with Israel, to which Bad Empanada responded with, Milei is a supporter of Argentina's 1976 to 83 military dictatorship, which legitimately believed that Israel had a secret plan called Plan Andes to militarily seize Patagonia and form a second Jewish state there. They kidnapped or murdered about 3,000 Jews. This, by the way, is literally it's worse than October 7. It is the most deadly anti-Jewish pogrom that happened outside of the Holocaust. They kidnapped or murdered about 3,000 Jews. The survivors testified that they were tortured for information about this plan. This guy responds, I've been listening to Javier Milei since 2015, which is fucking odd to say. Why would you admit that? He never said that. He hates the military dictatorship because he's in favor of freedom. So if you want to defame him, he finds another way. Not only does he support, to which Bad Empanada responded with, not only does he support the dictatorship openly by denying things like how many people were killed and calling their crimes only excesses, but his vice president, Victoria Villarreal, I'm going to be so bad at saying these names, not even close. I know, shut the fuck up. Is a leader among those pro-dictatorship movement. She advocates for human rights violators to be freed and was a noted friend of dictator Jorge Rafael Videla and police chief Miguel Echecolatz. I swear to God, you're the whitest person I know. I can't get anything right. It's like if I fucking talk about Middle Eastern names and shit, like Arabic names and shit, roll your goddamn R's, dog. Visha Ruhel. Oh, Via Ruel. Is that how you say it? I don't fucking know. I know how to roll my goddamn R's, bitch. We roll our R's in Turkish too. I just don't know how to read it. Visha Ruel. Visha Ruel. Fuck you. Okay. All right. Both of whom were condemned to life in prison for mass murders. Milei denies 30,000 missing people under the Argentine dictatorship. Here it is. Villarreal's name was found in the notebook that Echecalatz used to prepare his defense in the trial in which he was found guilty of dozens of murders. He and his allies later disappeared and murdered a witness at one of his other trials. Villarreal. Okay, fuck you. Here, let's do this last thing. What is an economic hitman? Decoded, and then we will talk about
who are the economic hitmen. Are they putting insolvent countries in huge debt in order to control them and profit from their resources?
The rich were getting rich, but the poor were getting poorer.
I think what's important is that it absolutely happened and it benefited a small group of rich people in the global north.
That it's important for people to understand. This is a systemic problem.
This is like a movified magic, Hollywood magic version of Confessions of an Economic Hitman, I think.
Crashed into one of the towers.
The fuck? President Kennedy crashed into one of the Twin Towers? They shot this like a movie. The guy, I think, is an actor. Via Duel.
Money was being diverted from health care, education, to pay off the loans.
There were a lot of people that did benefit from these crises.
Everything has been done to keep this game going.
Are there economic hitmen from powerful organizations that get poor countries to sign up for infrastructures that they don't necessarily need and take up loans that they essentially cannot repay in order to make profit?
After I studied economics, I worked as a stock trader. I traded stocks and bonds for a few years. I would read company research and study the price movement in the market. It sounds boring, but I loved it. I actually still do. In my family, everyone is good with numbers. But I left the trading floor to become an actor. And because of my previous job in the market, I came across a book titled Confessions of an Economic Hitman by John Perkins, and I was shocked. These people were not discussing buying and selling stocks or companies. It is actually about buying and selling entire economies. The writer talked about economic hitmen who coordinate with bigger nations to exploit and devour poorer countries. Professional people whose job is to deceive countries and extort them with trillions of dollars. Is this a colonial tactic to strip countries of their resources and political will? A country that needs to build or renew its infrastructure will need capital. It also needs the expertise, technology, equipment, and all of that. Developing countries likely will import some or all of this from another country. In order to pay for the imports, they will take a loan. It seems simple and straightforward, right? Fortunately, I can talk to someone who did this job. His name is John Perkins. I want to ask him about his previous job.
I was recruited by a big international consulting firm called Charles T. Main, which has since been bought, so the name no longer is out there. My title was chief economist, and I had as many as 50 people working for me. My job really was to identify countries that had resources our corporations wanted, like oil, like in the Middle East, oil, and then to arrange for a huge loan to that country from the World Bank or the IMF or one of the sister organizations. But the money would not actually go to the country itself. The country would collateralize the loan with its resource, but the money would go directly to our own corporations, big engineering companies like Bechtel and Halliburton and Brown and Root, and my own company would get a piece.
Because it's like, well, his own company is like the mediator in the situation, but because the countries that have the natural resources, as Parenti would say, these are not poor nations, but instead very rich nations. You wouldn't rob a poor person, you would rob a rich person. The difference is, or the problem is, of course, that these are very rich nations that are overexploited. Why are they overexploited? Because they have the wealth. They have the wealth in natural resources. They're resource rich, but they do not have the actual development. They haven't industrialized.
piece of the action to build infrastructure projects in the country. Things like power plants and industrial parks and highways, things that benefited a few rich people in those countries, as well as making huge profits for our own corporations. For a long time, I thought I was doing the right thing, as many people in that business do. But over time, I began to see that those statistics, GDP, gross domestic product, and other statistics are very skewed to the rich. And so the rich were getting rich, but the poor were getting poorer because money was being diverted from health care, education, and other social services, and just basic foods and supplies to pay off the loans. I should mention one other thing, that the presidents of these countries knew that if they accepted the loans, they were putting their countries deep into debt, but they were going to get wealthy off this. Their families were going to benefit because they owned the businesses, they owned the industries, they owned the things that were helped by electricity and so forth. But there was another incentive for them, and that was that what we call jackals were in the background. And these are CIA assets usually, who overthrow governments or assassinate their leaders.
John Perkins is not the only one that spoke about this. Many others say that developing countries which are in heavy debt may go through coups and assassinations as a result of not wanting to play by these rules.
For those of you who are wondering, because you asked me, like, so what happens, when you don't pay?
And they say that these institutions and companies that lend countries have thousands of employees, and some jobs there are to manufacture and manage such crises. I reached Vincent Bevins, author of The Jakarta Method, a book which discusses the American intervention and collusion during the mass killings of Indonesians by their government in the 60s. I am sure he has something to say about this.
Hi, Vincent. Are there figures like economic hitmen, really? Ones that force abusive contracts on nations and countries?
What I can say is that in the second half of the 20th century, it was absolutely true that a lot of countries in the global south, countries that used to be part of something called the Third World Movement, ended up saddled with a lot of debt, which became unsustainable. And the fact that they were saddled with debt and the fact that the debt became unsustainable has a lot to do with institutions and actors based in the global north.
So are these institutions and actors from the north economic hitmen? Who is benefiting from this?
There were a lot of people that did benefit from these crises, whether or not they were financial actors or key players in international banks. I think what's important is that it absolutely happened and it benefited a small group of rich people in the global north.
And do you think that these practices are still in place today?
It's now fairly well recognized that the prescriptions the IMF was going around the world and handing out to indebted and poor countries were often very destructive. The IMF has even gone back on a lot of what it said in the past was the right medicine for a country that, quote unquote, had problems, even if those problems might have been generated by the system itself. But at the time, nobody was questioning this. And the fact that the IMF 20, 30 years later says, oops, we actually might have ruined half the world's countries doesn't change the fact that we're still on the path today that was created by those actions generations ago.
From an economic perspective, and even capitalistic one, wouldn't you say that keeping everybody healthy with good purchase power to engage in the global economy is better for the whole world than crippling them by loans that they cannot repay?
This is the paradox at I think, the heart of liberal ideology, right? Because one would believe, based on the tenets of economics practiced in the English-speaking world, and one would believe, based on the ideals of liberalism in general, that it would be better for everyone to make sure the countries in the global south are growing just as fast and as robustly as any other country. But what we have seen is that did not happen over the last 70 years, and countries in the global north are still doing just fine.
In the middle of so much data, someone could say,
that's why they fucking constantly push the narrative that, like, global extreme poverty at the global scale has been eviscerated as a consequence of global capitalism, when in fact it's the one nation that was able to escape those treacherous conditions, that nation being China, that almost single-handedly wiped out extreme poverty. Now, obviously, global poverty is still a very different metric than the way you understand poverty here in the imperial core in the United States of America, obviously. Those numbers are still very fucking horrifying. It's just that it was much, much more horrifying before, I guess.
Well, these countries and regimes accepted the deal and committed willingly. Nobody forced them. I will ask this question to the American economist, Richard D. Wolff.
Hi, Professor Wolff. How are you?
Very good. I'm very glad to be here.
What can you tell me about the so-called economic hitmen and corporations?
Yeah, and for the record, and this is not my assessment, this is the assessment of like the American State Department at this point, and they have no interest in being favorable or being honest or nice about China. But as far as what China does in the One Belt, One Road initiative and the loans that they offer African countries, for example, or even places like Indonesia, as a matter of fact, the loan conditions are infinitely more favorable in comparison to the IMF, and the additional control that they get seemingly is nowhere near as bad as Western forces in general. So this is, this is the reason why Western leaders have talked about, possibly offering better, more favorable loans in the future, and maybe not even implementing austerity measures at all. China has also forgiven a lot of the loans that they've given to African nations too. So there's that. I'm not going to sit here and say like it's infinitely better. It's totally better. I promise you it's better. We don't know. We don't know what might happen in the future, but thus far, it is better.
Or institutions that strangle countries' economies.
First of all, it happens all the time. It is nothing new. It is not rare. It is common.
So somebody from a powerful corporation goes and
will sometimes connect to a local equivalent of himself and cut a deal and say, look, I'm going to get paid $10 million for getting this done. I will give you $2 million if you become my local eyes and ears to help me work this out.
Forgive me if I will sound naive. Isn't the country receiving this loan participating willingly in this terrible deal?
Happens all the time. People from third world countries can get into that because they understand this game, and they get the job because they say, I know better about the details of local politics. And by the way, it often fails. Don't imagine it's all so smooth. Sometimes one of these people will get drunk and say the wrong thing to the wrong person. Sometimes a local official will have a change of heart and want out of this situation. Sometimes people who take a portion then get blackmailed by somebody else who knows they did that, and now they have to get out of that. International credit is a very complicated, sneaky, personal business that can have all the different twists and turns that you can imagine.
Sometimes we have whistleblowers, people who speak up out of principle. This could change things, actually, right?
The only answer I can give you is that everything has been done imaginable to keep this game going. And one of the most important things is that when you get caught, either nothing is done or one or two individuals are punished, but you never change the basic system. And let me be for a moment the advocate of the banker who initiates this. That banker knows that if he can work 3 or 4 big deals, one in Ecuador, one in Mali, and one in Malaysia.
Look, from your perspective, if you're staring at the barrel of a goddamn gun, like at the top of the hour, you're going to do whatever you can to avoid the ad break. Okay? And sometimes that requires you taking on loans. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, you're going to need $5 or a Twitch Prime to avoid the ad break at the top of the fucking hour. All right? That's just simply how it works. That is simply how it works. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
He will be promoted to the president of the bank. That's how you succeed in the bank. They don't care how you do it. You shouldn't embarrass the bank, of course. But your job is to get that loan done. So if you don't, because you are honest or you have scruples, you are shooting yourself in the foot. You are destroying
Hasan caught laughing at poor people. Yep.
your own career. So often you will, if you know these people, they will tell you they have no choice. And that it's important for people to understand. This is a systemic problem.
Broke boys. Oh God. This is such a funny, incredibly like movie magic ass. Tolomnias and Kanishi, thank you for the 10 and 5 gifted subs. His faith in numbers has been shaken. I mean, he is literally a theater kid. He is literally a theater kid. He is a fucking actor, chat. It doesn't get more theater kid than that. All right. Let's talk. I don't know if I have the heart to watch this, but I guess, you know, we'll take a look at it.
Downtown Buenos Aires, the capital of Argentina. This was once, about 100 years ago, one of the richest cities in the world, and you could tell as you walk around the faded grandeur of a once great soccer star.
Why do you think, from your perspective, you've become a man with no political background, so popular?
Bro, he literally looks like the fucking corporate guys in Death Note, dude. I swear to God, he looks like one of the corporate guys in Death Note at the end of it. You know what I'm talking about? I can't unsee it, dude. It fucking blows my goddamn mind. I just, like, you see that fucking goofy ass haircut and you go, I'm gonna vote for this guy. Like, how do you get yourself to do that? How? Oh, this is awesome. Argentine presidential candidate Javier Milei clarifies on Instagram post that he did not fuck his own sister. Like, that's the guy that we're at. Here are some of the falsehoods that he had to clarify are simply falsehoods. He also said that his sister, Karina Milei, would become the first lady of Argentina. For all the chatters talking about capitalism, a lot of these loans are taken from left-leaning governments. Latin America is complicated. You may vote for more social protections to get a huge infrastructure scandal. In the middle class pays the loan. Milei literally said, and I quote, "The state is a horny pedophile in front of a kindergarten full of tied-up, lubricated children." I'm not even kidding. Dude, I can't tell. I literally cannot tell if people that talk about what Milei has said are fucking memeing and like saying unhinged shit, or if he actually said those unhinged things. Because honestly, first, he looks like this. So he looks like the type of person who would say that. And two, not only is he a sister fucker, allegedly, but also he has said a bunch of unhinged shit, and he's an ANCAP. He's a libertarian. So like, libertarians love trafficking in pedophilia hypotheticals. This is the face of a man who gets it between the eyes and bleeds out on the gutter in the streets of Marseille at the end of a Jean-Paul Belmondo, Lino Ventura 70s gritty French cop picture called Le pistolet est à moi, la balle est à vous. The fuck is this? This is the most insane thing that 11,000 people like. Anyway, Argentina just elected a new president who says he met his first dog while he was a gladiator in Rome 2,000 years ago, and that he now communicates with his 5 clone dogs through a mystic. Oh, and he also wants to legalize the organ trade, amongst lots of perfectly sane ideas. He has been asked if he would make a market for babies, because he draws a lot of inspiration from Rothbard, who did say that there should be an efficient market, like a free market for babies, literally children. And he said, maybe. Right? Or did he say, I'll consider it? When asked the question, would you like to create a marketplace for babies? I believe he said something along the lines of like, I'll consider it, or it depends. Oh yeah, he said it depends. Sorry. I didn't want to misquote him. He said it depends. He says he can speak to the dead. He oftentimes talks about how he hallucinates. Here, far-right extremist Javier Milei won Argentina's presidential election. He wants to legalize the sale of children and human organs, abolish public health care, education, and transportation, abandon monetary sovereignty, and adopt the U.S. dollar. He says his dead dog Conan speaks to him from the afterlife and advises him on economic policy. Argentina was invited to join BRICS, but far-right President-elect Javier Milei has pledged to withdraw. The extremists boasted our geopolitical alignment is with the U.S. and Israel. We are not going to align with communists. That's the other part. He fucking hates the deep, of course, ANCAPs, very deep hatred for any kind of demonstration of communism, which includes, but is not limited to, public health care. Argentina's extreme right president-elect Javier Milei pledged to cut ties with China and Brazil, Argentina's two biggest trading partners with 35% of trade. Instead, Milei wants Argentina to be totally subordinated to the USA, which he basically worships. In his platform, Argentina's extremist libertarian fascist president-elect Javier Milei calls for a Pinochet-style regime, militarization of the institutions during the transition, building for profit public-private prisons, making it easier to imprison people, mandating forced labor for prisoners, reducing the age being considered. Oh my God. Well, there it is. Well, of course, dude, you can't have an ANCAP that doesn't fucking constantly advocate for the abolition of the age of consent. Creating a nationwide surveillance network of cameras with facial recognition technology. Despite his absurd libertarian rhetoric, Argentina's extreme right president-elect Javier Milei has constantly whitewashed the fascist U.S.-backed military dictatorship that ruled his country, denying its mass murder, torture, and disappearing of leftists. In addition to promising a totally subordinate Argentina to the U.S. and adopt the U.S. dollar as national currency, extreme right president-elect Javier Milei loves Israel. Milei recently waved an Israeli flag at a rally. He sees Israel's far-right apartheid regime as a model. A model for what? I don't know. Responding to a far-right president-elect Javier Milei's plan to adopt the U.S. dollar as Argentina's currency to fight inflation, renowned development economist Ha Jun-chan said this is insane, warning dollarization would make Argentina a U.S. colony. I don't want to defend the piece of shit, but he means to lower the age at which you can go to prison. Not that it's much better, to be honest. Oh, sorry. He doesn't mean lower the age of consent. He means like lower the age of what is declared a minor, obviously, which would also lower the age of consent, but maybe the way he's presenting it is so that you can put children in prison so you can have child labor in prison child labor. Oh yeah, before we're going to get to the more mimetic stuff in a second. Here's a video clip in which Argentina's extreme right president-elect Javier Milei proposed creating a free market of adoptions. That is his euphemistic way of calling to make it legal to sell human children on the free market, which is Rothbard. Like, he is following the ANCAP principles.
Ir dejando el estudio, pero bueno,
algo que aportaría mucho a ese debate es que se permitiera que las adopciones fuera un mercado libre y no un mercado regulado por el Estado. Vas a ver cómo aquellas que quedan embarazadas, aun cuando no quieren, van a encontrarle una salida, digamos, a la situación.
Yo lo que sugeriría además es que si los argentinos vamos a ir dejando.
Many Argentine news outlets reported on far-right President-elect Javier Milei proposing a free market of babies. He wants to legalize abortion and says he wants to illegalize abortion and says selling kids is a solution. Milei is a follower of extreme right anarcho-capitalist Murray Rothbard, who proposed this. There you go. This is true. This was a real proposal, and he is following through on it, which is fucking insane, but also kind of funny. But I don't know what else to say about it other than the fact that, holy shit, the people voted for this guy. An ideological hero of Argentina's far-right president-elect Javier Milei is U.S. anarcho-capitalist Murray Rothbard. While proposing a flourishing free market in children, Rothbard also opposed civil rights, promoted racist race science, and supported KKK leader David Duke. Rothbard wanted a libertarian police state, writing, "Cops must be unleashed and allowed to administer instant punishment on poor people, but not on rich white-collar criminals and inside traders." Here. Slash taxes. All taxes, sales, business, property, etc., but especially the most oppressive and politically and personally, the income tax. We must work towards the repeal of the income tax and abolition of the IRS. Slash welfare. Get rid of the underclass rule by abolishing the welfare system, or short of abolition, severely cutting and restricting it. Number 3, abolish racial group or group privileges. Abolish affirmative action, set aside racial quotas, etc., and point out that the root of such quotas is the entire civil rights structure, which tramples on the property rights of every American. Number 4. Did the CIA do this one? No, they don't need to do this one. His girlfriend also posted an Instagram story by accident after coming in his bed sheets. He doesn't believe in seatbelts. Wait, stop. I can't tell if you guys are joking or not. He seems like such a fucking meme that, like, please send me links, dude. You can't just, well, not the cum one. I don't care about the cum one. Don't send me a link on the cum one. But I think saying, holy fuck, they vote this guy without looking at the reason is disingenuous. Brother, I literally spent the last 3 hours of this broadcast looking at the reasons as to how Argentina got to the position that it got to. Now we're finally looking at the fun stuff. Now we're looking at the memes. So yes, I already showed all of that. I showed a nation state that's like crippled by economic imperialism. I showed you what happens historically in the global South in general. I showed you what the devastating impact of that has been. I showed you the living conditions in Argentina with 150% inflation, hyperinflation, and how a lot of poor people think that this will maybe potentially change the outcome, even though it won't. It'll literally do the exact opposite. Hasan, you can't just say that on stream. Some of this shit is either real or slanderous. I suggest you read Landsberg's article, How Seatbelt Kills, so you don't waste your time sticking your tongue up your ass by giving your opinion without knowing the empirical evidence. Oh my God, he's literally anti-seatbelt. Oh my God, he is literally anti-seatbelt, dude. It's not even a joke. God, he's such a fucking ANCAP. He's such a motherfucking ANCAP. It's not even funny. Which, meanwhile...
Well, folks, good news from...
Argentina's new president is just spectacular. Of course, Ben Shapiro made an article fucking slobbering on this dude's knob, dude. Oh my God, of course. Because he's physically incapable of holding a position that is good, okay? If there is bad in the world, Ben Shapiro will ride for it. If there's bad in the world, he will die for it. A nugget from the last debate, Milei was praising the book Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky, implemented by Giuliani in New York. Broken windows policing, first invented by Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment. Massa went, this is the only place where we think the same. In my book where I describe how I solved crime in my city, Rudolph Giuliani wrote a prologue. Eyvallah babacığım, teşekkür ederim. Okay.
Argentina. Cool things happening there. Last night, Argentina shocked the world by electing a libertarian outsider named Javier Milei. Now, Milei is by far the most entertaining person in the world. I mean, like on the planet. Javier Milei, this guy is wildly entertaining. Not only because he happens to be extremely conservative. And we say he's libertarian, not an abortion he ain't. He is a full-scale proponent of the pro-life position. For example, he also does not happen to be particularly libertarian on certain forms of drug use, for example. So the description of him as a libertarian is not quite right. He's actually just a classical liberal with very conservative undertones in terms of religion and the importance of culture. He's
just a fascist, which is why Ben is glazing him up like he's a fucking Benihana onion tower getting sprayed with oil, ready to create a fucking volcano. He's like, it's great. He's not really a libertarian. All of the like potential social libertarianism is not even remotely in his campaign.
He's great, in other words. So he won a huge victory yesterday in Argentina's presidential election, vowing to halt decades of economic decline in a country reeling from triple-digit inflation. Inflation right now is at 143%, which means that pretty much every day, everything gets more expensive, and that becomes a spiral. This is according to the AFP. With 55.7% of the vote, Milei thumped his rival, economy minister Sergio Massa, who won 44% of the vote and rapidly conceded defeat. Milei said in his victory speech, quote, "Today begins the reconstruction of Argentina. Today begins the end of Argentina's decline. The model of decadence has come to an end. There is no way back." Latin America's third biggest economy has suffered decades of crises under interventionist governments big on welfare that resort to printing money to finance spending, fueling inflation, while borrowing heavily only to default on their debt. Access to dollars is strictly controlled, leading to a thriving black market for greenbacks. Analysts warn the peso is ripe for a sharp devaluation. So despite all of the inflation that's been taking place, actually the peso is still worth too much money because you can't trade it for US dollars. If you could trade it for US dollars, that means the peso is worth even less money. Milei's main platform has been a plan to ditch the peso for the US dollar and dynamite the central bank to do away with the cancer of inflation. Now, the problem is they don't have enough dollars to inject into the economy right away. So in order to really do that, they're going to have to reestablish credit worthiness. They're probably going to have to borrow a bunch of new money from the IMF, from the International Monetary Fund. However, Milei is just the guy to do this sort of stuff. He is incredibly bold. He also has suggested that he wants to cut ties on a governmental level with Brazil and China, saying he would not do business.
Again, comprising of 35% of their fucking trade. Ben Shapiro thinks this is a phenomenal idea. Ben is stacking donuts on it. He's doing tricks on it.
With communists. Now, it's going to be rough on an interpersonal and business level to do that sort of thing. And he has vowed that he's not going to do that. However, he is very much oriented toward the West, which means that the press hate him. That's the way that this works. If you're Jair Bolsonaro and you're very oriented toward the West, you like the United States, for example, you like Israel, you like Europe, that means that you're super bad. If you're Lula da Silva, who is an actual tyrant in Brazil and who loves Russia and who loves China and who loves Iran, then you're good, according to the international press. Again, the media, the international media are
Does it never strike people as odd that so many liberals who will say they like Lula, right, for example, have the identical foreign policy perspective as Ben Shapiro? Does that ever, you think that, does that ever like trigger any fucking alarm bells in their brain? You think maybe? Like so many socknems on fucking Twitter have the identical foreign policy prescriptions as Ben Shapiro, which also happens to align perfectly with America's foreign policy prescriptions in general. Just something to consider, you know?
Smoking garbage heap or run by activists from the left, which is why they hate Javier Milei. Think about the memories you're going to make during these holidays with those you love. Those moments around the dinner table.
Oh my God, his fucking ass.
It's an amazing team to make any business successful. We found a lot of these people on ZipRecruiter, and you can too.
Oh my God, his videos are just one big ad, bro.
I want to play some clips of Javier Milei because he is wildly entertaining. So I'm going to translate. Not that I speak Spanish, but the translations are available. Here is Javier Milei recently in an interview about the left. And man, this is just, he's the most memeable person alive.
Al zurdo de no le podés dar ni un milímetro.
He says you can't give leftards an inch. He says, can you define? Leftists is all collectivists. All kinds of collectivists. But why do you call them she asks? Because they are he says. If you think differently from them, she says, he says they will kill you. This is the point. You can't give left.
Which is why you have to kill them. You have to kill them, by the way. They will kill you if you disagree with them, which is why you have to kill them first. Which is why I will. Oh, God. Ben Shapiro combing his little panties over this fucking absolute dumbass, dude. Ay, ay, ay. That's all you need to know about how bad this motherfucker is.
It's an inch. If you give them an inch, they will use it to destroy you. You can't negotiate with leftards. You don't negotiate with trash because they will end you. Okay, so that is who just got elected. The president of Argentina. Again, very much oriented toward the United States.
I think there's something incredibly funny about going on television and being like, you can't negotiate with leftists and collectivists because they do not care about a diversity of opinion. Like, what do you mean? You literally are advocating that you can't talk to them. The fuck are you saying?
Here he was talking about his agenda. This one is a little bit less colorful.
Nuestros ejes fundamentales son el libre comercio, la paz,
he said our fundamental axes are free trade, peace, freedom, and aligning ourselves with the West. Where the highest references in this, for us, are the United States and Israel. And as for China, asked Bloomberg News, is it one of the main trading partners? As well, they will be business partners of the private sector. We do not make a pact with communists. But then what would you do? In other words, would it not close Argentina's relations with China? He says, I would not promote relations with communists, nor with Cuba, nor with Venezuela, nor with North Korea, nor with Nicaragua, nor with China.
Wait.
He says, so for Venezuela.
Wait, you're not doing trade with North Korea? Fuck, man. I'm really upset, dude. Oh, no. He's not going to do any normalization agreements with fucking the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Shit, that's crazy, man. Bitch, it's not even legal. What are you talking about? Like, what you are suggesting, even if you wanted to, is illegal. What do you mean?
You're changing policies, obviously. Love it. Love it. And by the way, it's going to be a test of the Biden administration as to what they do with this guy. Because if they do not immediately bring Milei and Argentina into the fold, it is proof positive that this administration does not give a damn about pro-America sentiment in Latin and South America. This guy is begging for Argentina to make great friends with the United States. If Biden somehow rejects that on behalf of international leftism, it demonstrates full scale the impact of a foreign policy rooted in leftist nonsense.
America, famously a leader in international leftism. It's so weird for Ben to be in this like precarious position as he has to make it seem like he's so different from Joseph Robinette Biden on foreign policy, while simultaneously he is like entirely aligned with him.
Meanwhile, here's Milei on dollarization. That, of course, would be the transfer away from the absolutely worthless Argentinian peso and toward the American dollar.
I think there's a previous discussion about dollarization. Actually, strictly speaking, it's to get rid of the central bank. The dollarization is an instrumental issue at the end of the day. There are four argumentative axes. One has to do with a moral issue, which is that stealing is wrong, and seigniorage is nothing more or less than a swindle by politicians against good people. Therefore, let's say if we consider that stealing is wrong, one of the greatest thieves in the history of mankind is the central bank. The second point has to do with a technical issue, because in the Argentine case, it is more evident.
I feel like he's like trying to offset the anger that Argentinian people feel towards the IMF into the central bank. Like, Argentina's problem is not currency mismanagement. What the fuck? Like, there is a far greater issue there beyond currency mismanagement and beyond corruption too. Stop saying it's their corruption. Some of you motherfuckers, honestly, are about to experience the dollarization firsthand. Oh my God. I don't know how to describe any of this. Brother, you just don't get it. Bro, I already explained it to you. It's pretty fucking simple. Do you like having healthcare? How would you feel if it's gone? Do you feel like simply saying, oh no, he can't take away our healthcare by privatizing it? It's not going to. Hasan, you aren't from Argentina law. Oh my God. Okay. I assume there's a lot of people who are running in here to specifically fucking come in here and trigger me until I literally say you deserve having all of your fucking healthcare shut off so they can clip it and then be like, Hasan wants the Argentinian healthcare system to crumble. I suspect that's the major point here, right?
When a product has no demand, its price is zero. So if the local currency has no demand, and its price should be zero. The equilibrium real balances are zero. Whatever amount of money a central bank wishes to impose, the counterpart is that the price level is infinite. Demand and its price should be zero. Equilibrium real balances are zero. Whatever amount of money a central bank wants to impose, the flip side is that the price level has infinity.
Okay, this is correct. What he's saying is you can't just pump money into the economy and then pretend that the money is worth anything. It isn't. He's staunchly anti-abortion. He favors looser gun laws. He's criticized Pope Francis in the most colorful of terms. He makes me look like a piker in that particular department. He used to carry around a chainsaw in a symbol of his plan.
Who the fuck says piker unironically? That's crazy.
To the government, which is just the best. Is just the best. And again, here's maybe my favorite Milei video. There are a bunch of them that are just spectacular. And if you've never seen a picture of Milei, he looks like...
Piker means like, I'm going to use the G word here, or I guess traveler. It means like a schemer, I think. Like the Irish travelers are called pikeys. Not me. He just is talking, like I've never heard someone use that in the English language.
Dorky Wolverine. It's amazing. He's got like the big hair and he's got mutton chops, and he's famously suggested that he's not cut his hair since high school. He's a very kind of Trumpy character in his own personal life. He used to talk pretty openly about being like a tantric sex guru and all the rest of this kind of stuff. It's hysterical stuff. This is the video that probably of him has gone the most viral.
If this guy was a leftist, Ben would be fucking losing his mind being like, look at his stupid ass hair. Talks about tantric sex stuff. But because he's an anti-communist, oh my God, he's cumming his pants.
And for those who can't see, he is standing next to a whiteboard with taped up on the whiteboard are the names of the various ministries in Argentina. And he's just going through and ripping them down and saying that he's going to throw them out. Here we go. His Ministry of Sports and Tourism, out. Ministry of Culture, fuera. Ministry of the Environment and Sustainable Development, out. Ministry of Women, Genders and Diversity, out. Ministry of Public Works. He says out. Even if you resist, it's stuck to the board. Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. Ministry of Labor, Employment, and Social Security. Ministry of Education, Indoctrination, out. Ministry of Transport, out. Ministry of Health, out. Ministry of Social Development, out. The theory of politics is over. Long live damn liberty. He's great. Are you tired of the lies and the twists of the mainstream media talking points? Yeah.
Dude, this was like 3 minutes of Ben actually offering insight. And there was no insight at all, really. Probably people from r/Argentina, a far-right sub, coming to trigger you with corruption. John Oliver did a full segment on the entire situation. No, he didn't.
We're going to turn to Argentina.
He did. Wait, he did?
Argentina, birthplace of both the Pope and the actual God. Argentina is suffering a severe economic crisis, with inflation running close to 140%. It held its presidential election last Sunday, and as no candidate won outright, there'll now be a runoff between the top two candidates. One is the centre-left finance minister, whose government has been widely blamed for the current financial crisis, and the other, Javier Milei, who, yes, does look like this. You know what? I'll just let him introduce himself.
Hi, I'm General ANCAP. I come from Lieberland. My mission is to kick the ever-loving shit out of Keynesian and collectivist fuckers trying to ruin our lives.
Keynesian collectivist fuckers, dude. Bro, I love the number of different people that have come in here today to be like, I'm actually a leftist, but I voted for this guy. Because Argentinians have run out of options. Bro, you could have, like, literally, you could have been better off voting for the fucking other right-wing neoliberal party instead of fucking this guy, okay? Even if you didn't want to vote for the Peronist.
Yeah, just a classic run-of-the-mill presidential candidate dressed like Mr. Peanut, dressed as a wizard, dressed as Batman, pledging to kick the shit out of Keynesians. If I had one note for that superhero, though, it's that John Maynard Keynes probably isn't the most compelling super nemesis. Few economists are. There is a reason that the Avengers fought Thanos and not Alan Greenspan. But Milei is a lot. General ANCAP is presumably a reference to his political philosophy of anarcho-capitalism, a strand of libertarianism that seeks to abolish the state in favour of unfettered free markets. And he campaigned on heavy cuts, suggesting slashing public spending by 15% of GDP and eliminating most taxes. He also has a controversial plan to swap the country's currency for the US dollar, has said he wants to blow up the central bank, and has even smashed models of it in one of his videos, and also in piñata form on TV. He's also symbolised his desire to slash the government by waving chainsaws around in public, an image his supporters have run with, wearing chainsaw masks to vote for him, and even while doing interviews.
The fight continues for Javier Milei, far-right populist who wants to see spending slashed. The chainsaw has become a symbol of this pledge.
Milei is something different that hasn't been tested before.
Okay.
That's not even true. That's the problem. Half of these dumb motherfuckers are like, oh, they haven't tried doing austerity before. They have. You have. Everyone has tried the thing that you're talking about. It's so bad that the IMF is like, maybe we shouldn't do that anymore. Oh, it's just like really stupid people being like, no, you don't understand. Are the problems social safety nets or whatever, like marginal social safety nets that exist? Yes, those are the problems. Or is it the fucking Western imperialist powers implementing a death and destruction of such social safety nets so that they can turn profit on these fucking loans? Yeah, give austerity a chance. Every government since the 70s, it just doesn't make any sense to just be like, yeah, dude, we gotta do it even harder.
Not to break my one rule and argue with a guy dressed as a chainsaw, but lots of ideas haven't been tested before. We also haven't tried all trampoline retirement homes or letting a raccoon be chief of surgery. That's because some ideas are just bad. And I would argue that maybe giving control of the third largest economy in Latin America to a guy who looks like he was escorted out of a Comic-Con panel for asking Scarlett Johansson too many questions might well be one of them. And it's not just his costumes and props that are colourful. Take this talk show interview where he goes into more detail about his sex life than you are possibly expecting.
In Tantra, less than 45 minutes is considered premature ejaculation.
Less than how much?
45 minutes. Each man has his own dynamic. In my particular case, I ejaculate once every 3 months.
That's incredible.
Is it incredible? I think it might actually be extremely credible. Because I completely believe that the guy we saw screaming at dead economists, smashing miniature banks on TV and waving a chainsaw in the streets may be a little, and I'm sorry for saying this, backed up. And then there is Milei's obsession with his dogs. He's happily posed for glamour photos with them and held up a portrait gifted by one of his supporters. Just watch as this interview on a talk show gets totally derailed when he sees a photo of his dog, Conan. You don't need to know what is being said here. I promise you will pick up the gist of it.
Que vos aún a pesar de la adversidad puedas aprender.
¿Por qué no puedes ser un buen padre? Porque por el ejemplo de Conan. Sí, este es Conan. Por el ejemplo de tu hijo, alguna vez te escuché, creo que fue el programa. Este es Conan. Creo que fue el programa de Andy, con esos creo, si no corregime.
Okay, that is pretty likable.
Yeah, it's likable until you realize his dog died and that he fucking cloned it 5 times and also still believes he talks to his dog, Conan, that he's talking about here, that apparently offers him information on what to do with the economy. He also personally believes that he met the dog 2,000 years ago when he was a gladiator.
He just got distracted by his own dog the way dogs get distracted by any squirrel. It's honestly hard for me to criticise that because that's also how I respond if I ever see a picture of, it's Conan. It's Conan. The point is, we all love things to the extent that they completely distract us whenever they happen to appear. It's Conan. It's Conan. What I'm saying is, it is understandable that Milei...
I apologize. Someone is telling me in the chat that I have misinformed you. He has not cloned his dog 5 times. He's cloned his dog 7 times. I thought it was 5. Someone in the chat is saying, bro, that one true. It was fake news from the left fucks of your country. The shy crybaby. Bro, Milei supporters remind me of the fucking Erdogan dick riders that came into my chat after Erdogan won and was like, no, dog, you don't get it. Like, we had to vote for him. Yo, the Kyle Rittenhouse Cultural Center for American Nazism popped off with the Milei celebrations. They're probably there right now typing together. They're having a LAN party. Bro, what is happening? Is there like a place where people are getting their talking points? I don't like him, but it was the better option for us. Everybody said that so far. I don't like him. It was not even the lesser of 2 evils. It's just pure copium.
Struggle to pay attention considering what was being put. It's Conan! Conan!
Quit staring at me, John. What? I'm not a piece of meat.
Oh, no, of course not. No, I'm sorry, Conan. I truly apologise. Anyway, like I said, the things we love can be distracting. So it is clear Milei loves his dogs, but you should...
It seems like different countries are going through their let's give this right-wing dumb fuck a chance arc at different paces. Brazil just got done with theirs. Argentina's only starting up. And America's thinking of giving it a second chance. Well, to be fair, America always is a right-wing dumb fuck. It's just like right-wing dumb fuck, but kind of gay, or right-wing dumb fuck who wants to kill the gay. That's the options that we have. So, okay, to be fair, Trump is way gayer than Joe Biden, but I mean like policy-wise.
You should know, while I've been saying dogs, I really should have just said dog. Because all of them are genetic copies of his one former dog, Conan. And the story gets even weirder. Because he calls his clone dogs, of which there are at least 4, the best strategists in the world. And according to one biographer, trusts them to a genuine fault.
The dogs he has now are divided into a sort of cabinet. He also believes that Conan, the dog that died, has reincarnated in one of the clones. That dog helps him, and I quote, with the general strategy. Then Murray advises him in economics, and Lucas is the one that helps him see the future and learn from his mistakes. It's almost like an official cabinet.
Okay, at this point, I feel...
All right, Argentinians are white, dog. I take it 100%. They did it, finally. This man is a white woman. This is straight Caucasian activity. This is literally the whitest you can get. And I say this as someone who loves my fur child, okay? This is like astrology mixed with fucking dog loving. I mean, straight up. He says he's an empath too. He's got like tantric sex stuff. He is literally, yep, that's it. That's it. All of the immigration that occurred into Argentina, guess what? You guys, they were right. This is the whitest Latin American country. Straight up.
I need to tell you, we didn't invent this man for this show. I get how an anarcho-capitalist, chainsaw-brandishing, dog-cloning presidential candidate who looks like a waterlogged Billy Joe Armstrong and sees his dogs as some sort of clairvoyant reincarnated force functioning as a political cabinet could seem like he was tailor-made in a lab specifically for this show. But he wasn't. His dogs were, but he wasn't. This is a distressingly real person. And while there is something very funny about a politician who workshops his ideas with his Ford dog, it gets less fun when you see what those ideas are, because he's called for expanding gun ownership and outlawing abortion, referred to global warming as a socialist lie, has called Trump one of...
Man, how can you talk about Argentina? We are suffering from 140% inflation. We can't rent a place for a living. The other candidate was far worse. Just Google the other candidate. No, I got it, man. You're right. This guy definitely is going to get a hold of inflation by blowing up the central bank. No, you'll see. You'll see. Hey, Argentinians in the chat who are like, we did lesser evil voting. Have fun. Upcoming years are not going to be even better for you. They will, as a matter of fact, be much, much worse for you, okay? Give it a fucking year or two, and you'll see just how bad things actually could be, okay? But yeah, he's got to run it by his dog first, exactly. Maybe you'll get lucky. Maybe Conan will actually give him some real policies. 99% stop reporting. I really hope you're wrong. I hope I'm wrong too. Wait, what? It will be no different, just like America with Trump. Nothing happened. What do you mean nothing happened? What have I been covering in the past month and a half? Do you think that what is going on in Israel right now with its ethnic cleansing, unhinged, unshackled ethnic cleansing campaign is not a direct consequence of Donald Trump's Abraham Accords and his push to move the embassy to Jerusalem, full-blown recognition that Jerusalem is Israeli territory rather than the occupied state that it's currently supposed to be in according to international law? Do you think that that didn't cause the far-right Benjamin Netanyahu government to like get even more unhinged? Which, by the way, Donald Trump did all of that, and you know who else fucking followed through on those policies? Joseph Robinette Brandon. The idea that, like, you think Trump actually decided to do that? Yes, I do. I do think that. Not Trump personally, but Trump's cabinet did decide to do that. Yes, there's a difference between Barack Obama, for example, who gave $38 billion to Israel, but at the very least did the fucking Iran denuclearization deal, versus Donald Trump, who threw the Iran denuclearization deal in the trash and then added more fucking sanctions onto Iran, literally crippling the any kind of like good faith negotiations we could ever have with Iran, destroyed the fucking Cuban normalization agreements, like the idea, and then killed fucking Qasem Soleimani, like assassinated him. The idea that like Donald Trump's foreign policy and Brandon's foreign policy are identical is certainly in many different respects. The foreign policy is always aligned, but the idea that like you know, Donald Trump would have been better, or Donald Trump didn't greatly escalate the situation is wrong. He did. The problem is Democrats do not actually fucking turn around and rein it back in. The same would have been done under Clinton. Continue with Biden. Trump is not special is all I'm saying. No, the same would not have been done under Clinton. Hillary Clinton is a major Zionist too. But the idea that Hillary Clinton would be literally aligning with Saudi Arabia in the exact same way that the Trump administration did, or that they would completely unshackle the... Okay, guys, I can't believe I'm saying this, but as much as a fucking warmonger as Hillary Clinton is, these guys do at least have like years and years of experience being statesmen, okay? Hillary Clinton would not have moved the fucking embassy to Jerusalem. Hillary Clinton would not have, and I mean this, like she wouldn't have been good, but she certainly would have been better than Donald Trump. You're crazy if you think that Hillary Clinton would have allowed Israel to literally cross multiple red lines, or rather championing them fucking cross multiple red lines. Because guess what? When you allow Israel to cross red lines, that has secondary impacts, okay? They have like far-reaching consequences that some fucking dumbass who's horny to cut a deal with Saudi Arabia is not going to fucking think about, okay? Like, when that, in my opinion, makes Hillary Clinton even a worse person overall, because she knows what her policies lead to and yet still enacts cruel agendas. In some ways, that makes her even a worse person than Donald Trump. You're wrong, Hasan. Hillary talked about moving the embassy to Jerusalem in the 90s is fucking stupid. I know Hillary Clinton had an an offshoot or fucking remark while AIPAC was ironically, I believe, calling her anti-Semitic. But that doesn't fucking mean anything. What you're doing 20 years later, what you're doing 20, 30 fucking years later as the leader of the United States of America and the foreign policy is going to be entirely different. The idea, I'm telling you, the idea that Hillary Clinton would have been just as psychotic as Donald Trump and just as erratic as Donald Trump is wrong. She would absolutely do horrifying things. She would still give Israel the green light to do a metric ton of violence, okay? But she absolutely would have fucking reined it in. No one apart from Trump would have dared kill Soleimani either, and not because he's got balls. Bush Jr. even stopped the Israelis doing this in Damascus in 2008. He literally did it on a whim because he's unpredictable and takes momentary decisions. Yes, because Donald Trump's foreign policy in some respects, okay, and this is before we get to the 2 Supreme Court justices, but what you have to remember is, while we do have a one-party system, especially when it comes to foreign policy, there are still more reasonable people that will not allow a psychopathic far-right ethno-state from engaging in actions that will, 3, not 2, you're right, engage in actions that will end up harming America's foreign policy interests in the region. There is a major difference here. You have to understand. One party wants at least stability and security assurances. Overall, those security assurances in the foreign policy revolves around letting Israel kill as many Palestinians as possible, but within a permissible framework where you can at least still continue justifying it to the international community to a certain degree. The other party lets loose, and then the Biden administration that follows afterwards also continues along with the same exact agenda that the Trump administration left behind without changing it at all, without changing course at all. Permissible framework, yes, there's a framework of permissibility, okay? A number of Palestinians that you can kill without the entire global population rising up, whether it be all of the other Muslim nations and their citizens fucking freaking out over it for understandable reasons, or even the Western world who start feeling like it's kind of gross. When I say this, I'm not talking about what is the appropriate number of dead Palestinians? Like, that's a real thing. That's a real number. No, I think the number is 0. It should be 0. Okay? But what I mean is, there is a difference between someone like Donald Trump and someone like Hillary Clinton as it pertains to foreign policy, and the idea that there isn't is simply ridiculous. And I see that with Joe Biden and Donald Trump as well. Even though Joe Biden's foreign policy has been a continuation of Trump's, 100%, with both the good, like the Afghan withdrawal, but also the bad, like Israel. I also do personally believe that he was behind the scenes trying to normalize relations with Iran as well. And we did see, I think we did see one of the aspects of that, the $6 billion in funds that were unfrozen and were slated to go into Iranian coffers from South Korea, for oil that they paid for, Iranian oil that they paid for already. Anyway. Let's continue.
One of the best presidents in the history of the United States, and described the Pope as an embarrassing communist, a piece of shit, and a potato. I know we weren't expecting the man with a bunch of clone dogs and a once-per-quarter jizz schedule to have good opinions, but those are strikingly bad. And Milei has a lot of support, particularly from young men. And the thing is, a desire for some sort of radical change in Argentina is understandable, given the depths of the country's financial crisis. People's earnings and savings have been wiped out, and about 40% of Argentines are living in poverty. Things are really bad there. And remember, Milei's opponent is the current finance minister, so he's tied pretty closely to it. It's frankly no wonder that some Argentines, like this woman voting last Sunday, are pretty depressed about the options in front of them.
We don't have a really good option. I didn't came here and said, I know who I'm going to vote. I was like, I don't really know, because nothing is, and I believe that nothing is good.
Right. When your options are more of the same or emo edgelord Tucker Carlson here, It is understandable
So
to
much
believe that
shit.
nothing is good. And unfortunately, the worse things get in Argentina, the easier it is for Milei to make the case that any change, no matter how untested or dangerous, is better than the current system. So while I agree Argentines deserve something new, I also think they deserve a lot better than this chainsaw-wielding, backed-up superhero and his Xeroxed dog quartet.
Yeah, we got, I mean, austerity, neoliberal austerity is never going to be good for a country. It's all the bad. These new chuds literally mirroring your interactions with Erdogan dick riders. Dude, fucking Nandre made an angry Hassan meme just to fucking debate me. God damn it, dude. Did you see this? I watched this last night.
There was a tense confrontation between Oklahoma Senator Mark Wayne Mullin and the head of the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien. They'd gone back and forth online a few months ago, with O'Brien saying, "Quit the tough guy act in the Senate hearings. You know where to find me. Any place, any time, cowboy. Hashtag little man syndrome," with an image of Mullin standing on a box at a debate. Well, this week, Mullin answered that challenge.
Sir, this is a time, this is a place. If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big guy.
Oh, stop it.
Is that your solution every poll?
No, no, sit down. Sit down. You know, you're a United States Senator.
Now, that voice was Bernie Sanders. And respectfully, Bernie, shut up! I mean, it is nice to hear you call for a ceasefire. A lot of us thought that you'd forgotten how to do that, but...
Yeah, I saw this. I watched it last night with my family.
Shut up!
And they booed him. They booed him in his fucking
I
own
want to see
studio.
anabolic Jim Halpert getting...
I guess they were saying, like, oh, maybe not booing him. I don't know. It's important to remark that millions of Argentinians knew what this clown represented for our future and worked hard for him to lose. Only Milei voters will say that there was no other option. I know. It spells doom. It spells doom for your fucking candidate if your most vocal Western supporters are simply stating things like, well, he sucks and he's crazy and indefensible in many respects, but at least, like, you know, he's not as bad as the other guy. Which, by the way, we were just reading a tweet from him about how seatbelts kill people. Mersheimer on Lex, he spat some facts. Oh, nice. Man, for all of his faults, Lex Friedman does unironically have a very interesting set of people on his interviews on a show.
We have a disaster. And what happened on October 7th is a disaster. One of the first things that happens is that people begin to ask the question, how did this happen? Right? What's the root cause of this problem? This is a disaster. We have to understand what caused it so that we can work to make sure it doesn't happen again. So we can work to shut it down.
Weren't you supposed to go there? Yeah, Lex asked to interview me a long time ago, and I never ended up doing it because, like, I just wouldn't go where he is. Like, I didn't feel it. Kaya, come here. Hey, well, I saw. Hello, baby. How do you eat that much food in one sitting? I'm a big boy.
Then make sure it doesn't happen again. But once you start talking about the root causes, right, you end up talking about how Israel was created, right? And that means telling a story that is not pretty about how the Zionists conquered Palestine. And number two, it means talking about the occupation, right? It's not like Hamas attacked on October 7th because there were just a bunch of anti-Semites who hated Jews and wanted to kill Jews. This is not, Nazi Germany, right? This is directly related to the occupation and to what...
To be fair, like, if you're doing realpolitik, as Mersheimer does, there is, like, it's whether or not the things that people are mentioning are real that's important. Because everybody has a perspective, right? It's not like Nazi Germany was just simply saying, like, oh, we hate Jews because they're Jews and, like, we have to kill them. They also had a reason, right? But those reasons were completely ridiculous. They were made up. That's the difference here, right? Like, everybody has a justification. If you don't understand that, you can't understand any kind of historical analysis because that's a bad take. No, it's not. It's not a bad take at all. It's not even a remotely bad take. What do you mean that's a bad take? You think, first of all, it is a good take, or it's not even a good take. It's not even a good take or a bad take. It's just a real take, okay? What do I mean by this? If you don't understand that, if you think it was just like, it was pure evil, the actions of the Nazi government were pure evil, right? But if you don't understand that, like, there was justifications along the way for why they were reaching from point A to point B, why they purged the socialists first, why they started putting Jews in concentration camps, in ghettos, right? Then you won't understand how we got to the genocide, okay? That's the problem. A lot of people do not want to do accurate historical assessment, and they think in terms of good and bad. This benefits American foreign policy greatly. Our enemies are evil. We're the good guys. But what you don't realize in that situation is that evil people like the Nazis, okay, who engage in evil acts still have to sell that. They still have to present that to their own population of voters, to their own fucking people that are going to make up the ranks of their army, people that are going to engage in these gross, atrocious acts of violence, unjustifiable acts of violence. Now, it's important to recognize every step of the way, and this is why Holocaust scholars have studied this matter greatly, right? Because the principle behind never again is so that you understand exactly every step of the way what the Nazis said to justify their actions, so that we have some signs if it happens again, and stop it dead in its tracks before it gets to that point. And on that front, it's not easy to, I don't think it's correct to simply say, like, the Nazis are bad and they enjoyed it and they were doing it and because they were evil and they gave no justifications for it. No, of course they did. The thing is, those justifications were incorrect. We know that they were incorrect. It was just completely frivolous. They wanted an outgroup. They wanted someone that they could point to and say is bad. And they used the classic outgroup, Jewish people. It's just been around as the evil enemy for a very long time. They did enjoy it. Yes, they did. But that's not what I'm talking about, okay? What I'm mentioning here is how they sold it. And you have to understand how they sold it, because governments that are currently engaging in atrocities themselves also sell those atrocities with justifications. And what you have to do is look through cut through the propaganda and see whether those atrocities and the actions that they're engaging in are justifiable or not, okay? If they're correct or not. And in many instances, the state that is engaging in violent acts will, of course, always try to justify it, but they will never, their justifications will not meet the standard of necessity and permissibility. So, yeah, here, the Secretary of Antifa is correct. The first camps were made to imprison suspected terrorists, or other words for social disruptors. Everything was sold as necessary actions to protect the Volk, the in-group, the folk. Now, why is that important? Why is that important to understand? Because there is something that I've talked about within Israel, within Israeli culture, as a matter of fact, that looks to the victims of the Holocaust as weak, right? This has a lot to do with Zionism and the jingoistic sentiment expressed within Zionism that we must be strong, a nation of Jews that will be strong, that will never allow atrocities to happen to us again. And that's why there is this concept that, like, Holocaust survivors are somehow weak. Okay, like they were weak. They were they didn't fight back, which is not correct, by the way. They did fight back. Okay, they did. And in other circumstances, the reasons as to why they didn't fight back is because it was sold to them not as they're going to death camps, but instead as though they are going to a concentration camp or a labor camp where they will not be executed. Okay? That is important to understand. It's important to understand all aspects of this atrocity. Like, it happened gradually. Why am I saying this? It happened gradually. Just like all matter of violence happens gradually. It doesn't just start overnight. You don't go, all right, I turned on the murder machine. You know, they arrived at the final solution. They didn't reach there on day one. Okay? It's a machine of death and destruction that is well-oiled and needs lies every step of the way for its sustainability, to ensure that you are only increasing the mechanisms of violence slowly but surely, and not with one big fucking wipe. You can't do that. You can't do the one big thing. You can't do the top of the hour ad break at once and then immediately draw ire from those who are watching who are not subscribed. You have to tell them over the course of many hours that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Yeah, even all the extermination camps weren't open at the same time. They were gradually open over a decade or so. The first exterminations took place in the backs of vans, trucks, cars that were rigged with gas. Adnan TTTK, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, and a 5 gifted subs earlier on as well. It's important to understand this, and it's important to recognize the death machine and how it operated, because the principle behind never again and the principle behind like reading into the Holocaust or understanding genocides, the reason why there are genocide scholars is specifically to learn the telltale signs of an upcoming genocide and to stop it before it actually becomes a real full-blown genocide. Because there isn't like a magic number of deaths that you cross over. There's not like a threshold where that you cross over and then all of a sudden, well, I guess we're in a genocide. What the fuck? Like, it doesn't work that way. The entire purpose of why there is a field of study on the Holocaust or the field of study on genocides in general is so that we see the telltale signs and stop it before it becomes a thing. And when you understand that, when you understand fascist ideology or genocidal ideology and the steps that states will take and of course justify every step of the way, then you come to the heart of like how you arrive at exactly how Zionism has transformed itself into this incredibly right-wing fascist death cult. Okay? That's why you see the likes of Itamar Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, and many others in the Knesset saying the things that they do, and you go, what the fuck? You look at it from the outside, and you're like, how the fuck is this guy just openly saying this? Why is nobody going, dude, what the fuck? That's genocidal. Stop it. Why is nobody in Israel seeing this and going, oh my God, we have to overthrow the government? What the fuck is happening here? It's because the people of Israel have been sold a lie, okay? They have been lied to. They don't recognize it either. It's masked under a much more permissible agenda of national security. National security. We must do this because of national security. And then there's another force working there. White supremacist, anti-Arab, anti-Muslim forces at play that also create this cycle of racist, agitative propaganda that justifies the necessity for the security state to engage in such atrocious actions. They work hand in hand with one another. Then there's also the same like mythological framework. Judea and Samaria, Israel belonged to the Jews for thousands of years, but we were kicked away and cast aside and we had to go back. It's like it has all of the perfect workings to create a fascist nationalist movement, which is what Zionism is. Anyway, let's hear what else Mersheimer
what was going on inside of Gaza. And it's not in Israel's interest or the lobby's interest to have an open discourse about what the Israelis have been doing to the Palestinians since, I would say, roughly 1903, when the second Aliyah came to Israel, or came to what was then Palestine, right? We want to talk about that. And we don't want to talk about, from the lobby's point of view, the influence that the lobby has, right? It's better from the lobby's point of view if most Americans think that American support of Israel is just done for all the right moral and strategic reasons, not because of the lobby. And when John Mearsheimer and Steve Walt come along and say,
I don't think it's the lobby. I think it's not the lobby. I think it is America's State Department interests. What? You've permeated the history of Twitter? What? Turkey never feels like a real place. Like, how are these two the most famous people in your country's entire history? I'm not even Turkish, but just for this tweet, Mehmet II should rise from the grave and beat you to death. Agreed. 1453, best year of my life. How did he get suspended? He death threaded over the Ottoman Empire for some reason. It's correct. Wouldn't the Israel lobby just be handing America its own money back? I mean, I think this is the failure of like realpolitik that doesn't engage all the way, I think, is like with a Marxist dialectical materials framework. I mean, there is dialectics there. I think the dialectic is like state by state. States are real actors with their genuine perspectives that they hold on to and national security concerns. But ultimately, you go along with the... Actually, I don't know. I don't know why I'm saying this. I'm being super harsh over Mersheimer, who is much better read than me. Maybe I'm not fully understanding what he's trying to say.
Right. It's better from the lobby's point of view if most Americans think that American support of Israel is just done for all the right moral and strategic reasons, not because of the lobby. And when John Mearsheimer and Steve Walt come along and say, you have to understand that this special relationship is...
I don't think it's the lobby. It's like talking about the NRA and thinking that America's support for guns and defense of guns comes from the NRA. That's not the case. No. HasanAbi says, the biggest reason why so many people in the West don't consider Israel-Palestine a genocide akin to the Holocaust, because it's not akin to the Holocaust yet. It can be maybe in the future, but it's not yet, is that people aren't just being outwardly psychotic as Hitler. Hitler wrote a whole ass book about killing the Jews and did speeches about ridding Germany of Jews. Bibi's doing more thinly veiled genocidal messaging, framing it as might is right and self-defense, which is a lot more sympathetic to Western audiences. No, I think there are plenty of people who have written Hitlerian-style anti-Arab sentiment or have said it, right? I mean, Smotrich's like final solution. Ben Shapiro has written a Hitler-style argument about what to do with the Palestinians, called "Transfer is not a dirty word." I think that there are plenty of Israeli officials that have said Hitlerian things about Palestinians. The difference is, in my opinion, that it is still... We have the capability of hiding that rhetoric under national security concerns because America has said Hitlerian things about Arabs and Palestinians, or not Palestinians, but like Muslims in general. So if you got Nazi light, on the one hand, you have, Nazi extra on the other. Yeah, the population of like Nazi extra is going to look at Nazi light and go, okay, well, I do get where they're coming from, I think. But I don't think that it's like, I do not think that it's a mere, like, states do not operate with like a single guy, with the interest of a single guy in mind. I think that states behave in a way that maximizes their material interests. And that's precisely the reason why Israel can get away with behaving in the way that it is and has for a very long time, because it also ends up... It is aligned perfectly with America's state interests. Like, Israel is a state. And by that, I don't mean it's a nation state. I mean, it's like a state. It's a part of the United States of America. The quicker you recognize that, it's a state with no extradition policy to the United States of America, but it's a state. And not like a shitty state. It's not like Montana, okay? It's a good state. It's like an important state. It's like California or Texas or New York, okay? It's important. But yeah, Mersheimer, my criticism here is that, yes, he has a liberal tunnel vision on lobbies that does not recognize the lobby as a symptom of the broader structure, i.e. capitalist world economy. And I think that, no, I ran the top of the hour break. I think that Mersheimer is putting the cart before the horse almost, where it's not the lobby that makes America so pro-Israel. The lobby can operate in the way that it does because America is pro-Israel. Montana is a good state law. Okay, guys, I'm joking. Okay, Mississippi. Fucking Mississippi. Is that better?
Due in large part to the lobby's influence. That is not an argument that people in the lobby want to hear. People in the lobby understand that if you have an open discourse, Israel will end up looking very bad, right? You don't want to talk about the occupation. You don't want to talk about how Israel was created, right? Represents a massacre. I would use that term. I think what the Israelis are doing in Gaza represents a massacre. I would use that term, given the number of civilians that they've killed and the fact that they've been indiscriminate in terms of how they've been bombing Gaza. And I believe that's to be condemned, the killing of civilians. This is not legitimate collateral damage. They're directly punishing the population.
So you're saying there's some degree of punishment, of collective
they're
anger.
purposely killing civilians. This is the Iron Wall. They're trying to beat the Palestinians into submission, right? There's no way you kill this many civilians if you're trying to precisely take out Hamas fighters. And by the way, the Israeli spokesman, the IDF spokesman.
Yeah, John Mersheimer is a bit of a lib on this. I mean, he is a lib. He's a right-wing guy, for the record. He's not my ideological ally by any means. He is, however, because of his worldview as a conservative, because of the way he operates, he has been more realistic about what will happen in Ukraine, for example, like even all the way back in like 2015, right?
Has explicitly said that we are not pursuing precision bombing, and that what we are doing is trying to, maximize the amount of destruction and damage that we can inflict on the Palestinians. And I think this is a major mistake on the part of Israel.
What? How the fuck can you say it doesn't start with the lobby? The lobby literally buys the puppets that America want to support. Americans don't think for themselves. What? Brother, you're fucking ridiculous if you think there's like a puppet master. No, it goes in the other direction. Israel has been able to present itself as a really valuable key ally for America's foreign policy interests in the region for a very long time. Okay? There is no puppet master in this situation. America says jump, Israel says how high. Okay? This is like weirdly anti-Semitic. I hope you understand that. The reason why Israel can operate this way and align itself, with America, is specifically because Israel's position, Israel operating like an American forward operating base in a resource-rich region that we want to ensure we can control, is because of the strategic positioning of Israel and because of Israel's strategic enemies in the region. Okay? You need to watch his interview full. You're literally just repeating what he says. My mouth is on fire right now. Fuck. There's a reason why there's no China lobby. Yeah, that died with Richard Nixon. What could have been. I'm kidding.
First of all, it ends up being a moral stain on your reputation, number one. And number two, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. The Palestinians are not going to roll over and submit to Israeli domination of their life. So, the whole concept of the Iron Wall, Jabotinsky's term, was misguided. And by the way, if you look at what the Israelis are doing, they're trying to do two things. One is the Iron Wall, and that's where you punish the civilian population in Gaza and get them to submit. The other thing that they're trying to do is get Hamas. They want to destroy Hamas. And the belief there is that if they destroy Hamas, they've solved the problem. But as many Israelis know, including people on the hard right, even if you destroy Hamas, they are going to be replaced by another group.
I think a lot of Americans need to fucking recognize that, you're like, oh, Israel is small bean, but also doing its own thing and being really fucking brutal and really violent without America's go-ahead are wrong. Okay? No. Israel has been able to fucking build settlements rapidly expanding in the West Bank for the past 3 decades with America's money. Israel has been able to do that because America actually does not care what happens to the Palestinians. It is in their best interest to allow Israel to behave in the way that they do. Now, obviously, there are times when they have to rein Israel in, right? There are times when you have to rail Israel in because, you fear a larger conflict breaking out in the region. And America will do that when it's bad PR, when it ends up, when the bad PR gets too out of hand. What is this? So if you hate America so much, why don't you go back to chicken or turkey or wherever the fuck you came from? Hashtag let Hassan come. I really shouldn't have said that. No, you shouldn't have. I mean, he's baiting. I'm not going to fucking ban him for saying that. XQC's reacting to you. Kisses for him.
Group. Another resistance group.
God, my mouth is so fucking on fire.
Or the section of the book where we talk about this.
Okay, I kind of want to watch this whole thing. God damn it. I can't believe this. I can't believe I'm saying this, but fuck me. I'm going to listen to John Mersheimer on Hamas-Israel war.
Driving force. A lot of people hypothesize that this attack was due to the fact that the Israelis, the Saudis, and the Americans were working together to foster another Abraham Accord, and that the Palestinians would in effect be sold down the river. I think
it feels really weird to agree with a guy like this. Why? There are plenty of instances where you have a dude who's like sane enough. Bro, it's literally like agreeing with George H.W. Bush. Okay? Like, that's why I was talking about the difference between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. Hillary Clinton still understands the negative consequences of letting Israel do whatever the fuck it wants, so will always try to rein it in. Hillary Clinton is also a neocon in many respects. The difference is there are permissible acts of violence that Israel engages in on a regular basis. Yeah, and also this is important to recognize as well, and this goes along with what Hillary Clinton, I suspect, would have done in a situation like this, is that chatter should know that Mersheimer is saying this is not because of any love for Palestinians, but because it will end up backfiring majorly for America. It diminishes America's influence, okay? It diminishes America's influence. So even from a liberal perspective, what Joe Biden is doing right now is stupid. Even if your goal is to reinstitute America's hegemonic power and influence over the region, influence over the entire world, you're signaling to the third world and other developing nations that you do not have control over your literal fucking vassal state, okay? That your vassal state is like a pit bull, attacking and clamping on and not releasing. It undermines your own influence that you have amongst your allies, okay? It's crazy. So even from that point of view, I think that there are more sane foreign policy experts within the Biden administration and more sane foreign policy experts with, even if it was like the Hillary Clinton administration, that would have operated very differently in this circumstance. I don't even think Barack Obama, as cucked as he was, would have allowed this incursion to continue, allow this siege to continue in the way that it has. And I know that for a fact because there has never been this level of violence in such a short period of time. There's never been a situation where a leadership in America has said, we have no red lines for Israel. Okay? This does not mean that previous administrations have been pro-Palestinian by any means. None of them have. Okay? But you will see in the upcoming months more national security apparatus individuals, members, not like Mersheimer, who is a totally different guy regardless, but you are going to see more and more people say, dude, fucking dial it back. What the fuck are you doing? Okay? You have to rein Israel in. What the fuck are you doing is going to be the common consensus here. Biden's LBJ moment for this reason. Because the reality is, you cannot let Israel do whatever the fuck it wants to the Palestinians. You can't. In order for there to be at least the presence of a rule-based international order that you supposedly are the defender of, you have to at least, in certain respects, like you cannot allow your vassal state to break the rules in a way that is more flagrant than the way you break the rules, okay? Israel has broken the rules worse than America now. That's crazy. That's not a thing. You can't do that. The big dogs, America, they can break the fucking rules in that regard, okay? Israel cannot. And Israel is currently doing that. That's insane. Not sure about this? No, I'm telling you. The only country in the rule-based international order that can kill without any kind of scrutiny to this degree, like engage in this level of collective punishment, is the United States of America. And if you look at the actual civilian per enemy combatant casualty numbers, I'm not even kidding. Israel is currently beating out the United States of America. You say China and Russia, neither have come close. That's crazy. I'm extremely critical, and I mean, fuck Russia, and I'm critical of China too. None of them have come close. What do you mean China and Russia? I don't know why I said
Given
not
the
sure about
fact that this was in the planning stages for probably about 2 years, and the Abraham Accords with regard to Saudi Arabia are a relatively new phenomenon. I don't think that's the main driving force here. I think
I could have sworn Iraq was way more. No, the immediate, in the bombing campaigns that happened in the first month of Iraq, the Iraq civilian casualty toll versus enemy combatant toll in the shock and awe campaign was still not as bad as Israel's last month and a half. And what I'm saying is, like, America is allowed to do that because they are the genocidal fucking leader of the world. They can do whatever the fuck they want. You know who's not allowed to do that? America's vassal state. You can't do that. Like, with the same speed and same intensity that Israel is engaged in Gaza, and even with the dynamics of Gaza, because, like, in Iraq, yeah, I'm talking about the rate of killing per time, and also the rate of killing civilians adjusted to the enemy combatant population that you've killed, adjusted to time. I mean, you're acting like you really believe America will hurt from this? Of course it will. I think this genuinely spells trouble for America's influence waning around the world. I think people see that. People say that about, like, Russia and Ukraine, okay? But America's actions in Ukraine is like basic American politics, okay? Proxy war with a foreign adversary, use a percentage of your military budget, throw a bunch of fucking lives on the line, don't allow for any kind of fucking negotiations process to take root until, like, the nation state's own combatant population numbers have diminished, right? There's like a genocide math there. Your military industrial complex makes money. That happens. That's normal American policy. America's actions in Ukraine are not actually any different than America's actions elsewhere. Maybe it's a little bit more in your face, and it was sold to you in the media in the way that you usually don't get to see these sorts of incursions or these sorts of proxy wars or whatever. However, Israel is a whole different story. A whole different story. It's crazy.
The main driving force is that the Palestinians feel oppressed.
Isn't Israel worse than Russia and Ukraine total anyways? No, not in totality. No. I mean, they've killed more civilians, I believe, or they killed more children so far, I think. But no, not in totality. The Russian war has been, the Russian invasion has been going on for longer. So I think the number is like 500,000 at this point, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know the exact number, but no. It's the rate of the violence in such a short period of time and who the targets are that make this different. Still spreading premature news, Hasan? Dude, I love when dummies come in and, like, they want to do the classic meme stuff so they can, like, clip it and be like, lol, I got him. But they're too stupid to, like, repeat the talking point correctly. So they say premature news. I love you, chatter. Never change.
As they should, and that this was a resistance move. They were resisting the Israeli occupation.
So that resistance, the attack involved killing a large number of Israeli civilians. There's many questions to ask there, but one is, do you think Hamas fully understood what the retaliation will involve from Israel into Gaza?
They had to understand. I mean, you had, Operation Cast Lead in 2008, 2009. It started, I think, right after Christmas 2008.
Lex is not pro-Palestine,
it ended
bro.
right before President Obama took office in January 2009. And the Israelis periodically do what they call mowing the lawn, where they go into Gaza and they pound the Palestinians to remind them that they're not supposed to rise up and cause any problem. So there's no question in my mind that the Hamas forces understood full well that the Israelis would retaliate, and they would retaliate in force, as they have done.
Yeah, even the metaphor of mowing the lawn is disturbing to me in many ways. I actually saw Norman Finkelstein, I think, say that, well, then if you use that metaphor, then you could say that Hamas was...
I'm not gonna lie, boys. I mean, I may be a fucking dumbass himbo, but a lot smarter people say exactly the same shit I've been saying. I don't know. a lot better read people, a lot smarter people. They are just simply, I don't know. They're saying a lot of the same things. Who knows? Don't trust me. Trust these guys though. They're smart. They're definitely smarter.
And it's such a horrific image because the result on either side is just the death of civilians. I mean, let me ask you about the death of civilians. So during the attack, 1,400 Israelis were killed. Over 240 were taken hostage. And then in response, as we sit today, Israel's military response has killed over 10,000 people in Gaza. And given the nature of the demographics, it's a very heavily young population. Over 40% of them are under the age of 18 of those killed. That's, of course, according to Ministry of Health of Palestinian Authority. So what do you think is the long-term effect on the prospect of peace when so many civilians die?
I mean, I think it's disastrous. I mean, the only way you're going to get peace here is if you have a two-state solution, where the Palestinians have a sovereign state of their own and there is a sovereign Jewish state. And these two states live side by side. American presidents since Jimmy Carter have understood this full well, and this is why we have pushed very hard for two-state solution. Indeed, many American Jews and many Israelis have pushed for a two-state solution because they think that that is the only way you're going to get peace between the two sides. But what's happened here is that in recent years, the Israelis have...
Why is it a two-state a bad idea? Eli 5, explain like I'm 5. You know what's really funny about that? I'm almost certain he's about to explain it to you, okay? The two-state solution is dangled in front of the Palestinians and the Israelis, really, like the peaceniks in Israel, as a carrot, as a mechanism to consistently continue to expand rapidly in the West Bank with settlements. Okay, that's what he's going to say, because that is the truth, by the way. There is no, I'm not pre-watching. This is just like, there's not a lot of consensus in the field of academia when it comes to these kinds of social sciences. But the reality is that this is damn near close to a consensus that you can arrive at if you have read into this at all, a little bit, okay? A little bit. Most people that defend the two-state solution either are doing it, not most people are doing it cynically, sorry. People that are defending the two-state solution, if they're Israeli politicians, especially Israeli politicians that are like Likud or right-wing, they're doing it cynically. A lot of people that defend the two-state solution, myself at a certain point in time, Avi Shleim is an academic, is an Israeli scholar who used to be a two-stater. I think Ilan Pape wasn't, but regardless, like there are a lot of people who were two-state solutioners from the jump and have changed their perspective over the years, myself included, because every one of us ultimately recognized that this was untenable. It was completely untenable, and that it was simply a way for the Israeli governments over the course of multiple decades to expand rapidly in the West Bank and partition off the occupied territory and shut off Palestinians from ever having a nation state in the West Bank that has contiguity. You suck at explaining to kids? What? If Palestine were a cake, Israel took two-thirds of it, and what is left is literally crumbs, not actually a piece. Okay, that's better. You're right. I doubt a 5-year-old would understand that. I don't know how to fucking explain to a 5-year-old anything, man. What the fuck? And none of you are 5. Some of you are like 35 years old. What do you mean, dude? How many 5-year-olds are in the fucking chat? Like, what the fuck? Hello?
Lost all interest in a two-state solution. And it's in large part because the political center of gravity in Israel has steadily moved to the right. When I was a young boy, the political center of gravity in Israel was much further to the left than it is today. And it is in a position now, the political center of gravity, where there's hardly any support for a two-state solution. And Netanyahu and the rest of the people in his government were in favor or are in favor of a greater Israel. There's just no question about that. Well, on top of that, you now have had a war where, as you described, huge numbers of civilians have been killed. And you already had bad blood between the Palestinians and the Israelis before this conflict. And you can imagine how people on each side now feel about people on the other side. So even if you didn't have this opposition inside Israel to a two-state solution, how could you possibly get the Israelis now to agree to a two-state solution? I think for the foreseeable future, the animosity inside Israel towards the Palestinians is so great that it is impossible to move the Israelis in that direction.
Palestinians are also coming at it from a framework of being consistently victimized, but possibly because of that, they literally recognize the great power that Israel presents, which is why when you look at the actual studies, when you look at the actual polls, like that are conducted internally within Palestine all the time amongst Palestinian populations, usually the consistent narrative is like they are way, way more favorable to a peaceable solution, and also on top of that, way more open-minded, regardless of who they voted for, regardless of like whatever the fuck they've said. Consistently, time and time again, polls show that like even after all is said and done, they're still willing to have some semblance of hope because they know that they have no other options. Whereas on the Israeli side, I would say it's much, much more violent because they recognize that, they have the capacity to eradicate all Palestinians if they wanted to, which is true. They could do that. And they consider it to be great, an incredible amount of restraint that they do not, and that the Palestinians should be grateful for it,
And the Israelis here are the key players, more so than the Palestinians, because it's the Israelis who control Greater Israel. It's the Israelis who you have to convince. Now, I want to be clear here. You also ultimately have to get around the fact that Hamas, right, is not committed to a two-state solution. But I think that problem could be dealt with. It's important to understand that Arafat and the PLO was once adamantly opposed to a two-state solution, but Arafat came around to understand that that was really the only hope for settling this, and he became a proponent of a two-state solution. And that's true of Mahmoud Abbas, who runs the PA in the West Bank. It's not true of Hamas at this point in time. They want a one-state solution. They want a Palestinian state. And of course, the Israelis want a one-state solution too, which is a Jewish state that controls all of Greater Israel. So the question is, can you get some sort of agreement? And I think to get to the nub of your question, given what's just happened, it's almost impossible to imagine that happening anytime soon.
The cynical perspective here is that those in power benefit from conflict, while the people on both sides suffer. Is there a degree of truth to that? Or for the people in power to maintain power, conflict needs to continue?
No, I don't believe that. I mean, just to take the Netanyahu government or any Israeli government that maintains the occupation, what you want is you want a Palestinian population that submits to Israeli domination of Greater Israel. You don't want resistance. You don't want an intifada. You don't want what happened on October 7th. In fact, I think one of the principal reasons that the Israeli...
Why don't they want a one-state plurality, i.e. one state but no apartheid? What do you mean? Why would they want that? Israelis have been ingratiated with anti-Palestinian narratives from the jump. Israelis believe in anti-Palestinian narratives as because those are a necessity in order to, those are an absolute necessity in order to fucking justify an apartheid regime. So ingrained, not ingratiated, sorry. They have been taught that Palestinians represent a true demographic threat to the nation state of Israel maintaining its Jewish majority. Now, of course, because we do not live in the 17th century or 18th century or 19th century, as a matter of fact, inculcated, not ingratiated. Okay, thank you. We look at that and we go, those demographic concerns are fucking insane. They are racist and fucking insane because normal people, at least even liberals in the modern world have been conditioned due to CRT and woke ideology that it's bad to think that some members of a group or a subgroup in a population is actually all monolithic and violent and barbaric and bloodthirsty. That's it. You can't make this argument. You fucking shouldn't be able to make this argument in liberal society because, like, in polite society, in civil society, this is not an argument you can make. Most people go, that's racist as fuck, dog. What do you mean? That's crazy. Substitute the words Jewish in the Israeli charter or in the Israeli, I guess, constitution, which is like piecemeal, not like a fully formed, fully fleshed out thing. But substitute the word Jewish with white, and you recognize how fucking insane that is. Because remember, it doesn't say Israeli. It says Jew. There are Palestinians living inside of Israel right now, Palestinian citizens of Israel that are not Jewish. Okay? Fuck it. Don't say white Christian. That's still that's like not acceptable. Secularism is at the heart of liberal democracies.
These are pounding.
There are literally above 1 million Muslims living in Israel. That's what I'm saying, bro. What do you mean? And yet the Israeli constitution now dictates that Israel is, since 2018, a nation state for Jews. Hello? You think that's appropriate? The fuck do you mean? Imagine America being like, we are a Christian nation, specifically for the white Christian population. Like, can you imagine? That's crazy. They do say that in America, but imagine like codifying it to that fucking degree and then acting out on those desires. We have done that in the past, and we look to those moments with great shame, right? Some people don't because they're racist pieces of shit, but we at least all know in polite society that those guys are fucking assholes, right? What are we doing? But the very same liberals in America that recognize how psychotic right-wing weirdos are turn around and forget all of that when it comes to Israel. Aren't Mizrahi Jews also mistreated? Not necessarily. No, I mean, historically maybe, but I don't think in contemporary Israel. They might in the future. Probably not, though. They are the most ride or die ones. They're the most like right-wing ones for the most part. Yair Lapid, centrist opposition to Netanyahu on banning Palestinian spouses. There's no need to shirk for the essence of this law. It is one of the tools to ensure a Jewish majority in Israel, which is the nation state of Jewish people. Our goal is for there to be a Jewish majority. Why is XG fucking DMing me to debate him? What the fuck is he trying to... He's trying to talk about Pokemon cookies, dude. I'm talking about Israel, dog. I don't know if he wants to talk about Israel or if he wants to talk about Pokemon cookies. What the fuck? That's my debate. It's crazy that, dude, in the midst of an ethnic cleansing campaign happening, the guy who's like famous for fucking constantly joking about how his opposition are broke boys, who like flexes his fucking I got your house on my wrist guy, is going to get mad at Pokemon for saying broke boys. That's crazy. That's crazy, and inherently shows the flaw in the way that people analyze the situation, or basically proves the position that I have, which is it's fucking cool when my favorite content creator does that kind of thing because I can be charitable to him. I can understand that he's joking. It's not cool if I don't like the content creator and I will take it seriously and I will act like they are fucking hating on poor people across the board. Yeah.
In Gaza and killing huge numbers of civilians, punishing the civilian population in ways that clearly violate the laws of war, is because they want the Palestinians to understand that they are not allowed to rise up and resist the occupation. That's their goal. So I think the Israelis would prefer that the Palestinians roll over and accept submission. In terms of the people who live in Gaza, to include the elites, and the people who live in the West Bank, to include the elites, they would much prefer to move to some sort of situation where the Palestinians have a state of their own. I think in the case of the PA, under Abbas, they would accept a two-state solution. I think what at this point in time Hamas wants is a one-state solution, but they want peace. All of them want peace.
Yeah, you can't say, like, I mean, when you say stuff like that, people go fucking crazy, but it's correct. It's correct. He's right.
When you have a disaster
He's right, and everyone who tells him he's wrong is doing it deliberately to literally continue the fucking campaign, because you have to justify that like Hamas is this like violent barbaric horde of savages and not born out of the violence that it takes to maintain an apartheid state. How many proteins are you eating a day? Dude, so much. All right, let's continue. I'm skipping the Mersheimer convo. Maybe we can watch it later because there's a lot going on in the world that I haven't talked about because I was too busy talking about motherfucking this guy, Milei, Javier Milei, and we haven't had time to fucking talk about Israel, and that's what I'm going to do right now. We're going to talk about isn't real. What is real and what isn't real. You know what I'm saying?
To see the tunnel shaft near Al-Shifa and what lies beneath. CNN reported from Gaza under IDF escort at all times. As a condition for journalists to join this embed, media outlets had to submit footage filmed in Gaza to the Israeli military for review. CNN retained editorial control over the final report. And here is Oren's report.
We go in under cover of darkness, and as we cross the border fence, it's lights out across the Gaza Strip. Escorted by a tank, we switch into an armored personnel carrier for the final stretch. Even through a night vision screen, you can see the magnitude of the destruction on the streets of Gaza City. We offload at the Al-Shifa hospital and pick our way along Ibn Sina Street, or what's left of it.
Pete, watch your feet, let's go.
We have to keep our lights off most of the time or risk exposing our position. CNN reported from Gaza under Israel Defense Forces.
Bitch, what do you mean? You're literally walking in front of a tank. Your position is as exposed as you can get. You know what I mean? It's kind of wild.
Escort at all times, as a condition for journalists to join.
How can this be called a war? There's no Palestinian APCs. Brother, the quicker you understand that the Western powers don't consider, the Western powers call every one of these incursions a war for a good reason. I mean, think about it this way. Afghanistan, fighting against an enemy that does not have air support. You have full-blown air superiority in their fucking country. Iraq, a similar situation. This is how we operate all the time.
In this embed with the IDF, media outlets must submit footage filmed in Gaza to the Israeli military censors for review. Now at the hospital compound, we wait inside a structure to make sure the area is secure before moving the short distance to the exposed tunnel shaft.
And here is the entrance. You can see what looks like a ladder accessing to it. And as I step over here, it's very difficult to see how far down it goes. But it looks like there's almost a central shaft for a staircase. And then the shaft of it disappears then down into the darkness.
We move around the opening for a better look at the shaft itself. What's clear from here is this is meant to go deep underground.
Which direction does the tunnel go?
We assume that the tunnel goes out and it has another corridor to this way.
Towards the hospital.
Towards the hospital.
Bro, it's so funny that they just straight up refuse. Straight up fucking refuse to go into the tunnels for the most part. So they just they keep saying, well, it's in the fucking direction. I'm like, what do you mean assume? Fucking put a goddamn robot down there. What is happening? This is from 11 hours ago. What do you mean? Why is this? They went in. This is before they went in. It's from 11 hours ago. When did they go in? Like an hour ago? I know they went in with a drone. Wasn't there drone footage released already? There is there are tunnels. There are tunnel structures. This is correct. I think the IDF is going to do the same that Putin did in Mariupol. They're going to go block off the tunnels until the fighters inside give up. What? No, dude. No, they didn't go in with a dog, I don't think. I think that's that was a fake. That was like training video.
It connects the hospital to outside, which implies with the way that Hamas is working. Hamas is going out somewhere, shoot at our forces, going back inside to a safe place.
We weren't allowed to enter the shaft, but the Israeli military sent special gear down to see where this leads. Inside, the video shows a spiral staircase, and as the camera orients itself, it moves forward into a tunnel.
So this spiral staircase and this does have the workings of the Hamas tunnel structure.
The tunnel makes a sharp left turn, and at the end of another path with concrete walls.
Like this does look like the regular ass. This does look like the regular ass Hamas tunnels, for the record. So that part is correct. Even drone video for this one was edited. What did Eric Toller say? Let's take a look. I haven't been paying too much attention to what the fuck was going on because I was doing fun work, fun stuff. Israel literally made these, right? No, they didn't make fucking fake tunnels, chat. What are you talking about? Don't be crazy now. I don't think they like built tunnels in a matter of like 2 days specifically so they can lie and say that there is like Eric Toller hasn't posted about anything in a while, actually. Hasn't posted about the tunnels at least. Where's Elint News when you need him, you know? Oh, here. New York Times write up on the Shifa's photos and videos with a small contribution from me. He said, IDF published these 2 videos of the Al-Shifa hospital showing what they claim are 2 hostages being dragged in the morning. One is clearly injured and being stretchered in. Another video on the descent from the shaft tunnel. The IDF just released a video of a drone going into this hole and through a passageway at the bottom. The shaft that goes down 10 meters or so before you find a tunnel at the bottom with a heavy blast door at the end of the clip. A Gazan official at Al-Shifa told Al Jazeera that the IDF is drilling and blasting the basement of the hospital. 2 new photos of the IDF at that same hole in the northeastern edge of the Shifa hospital complex. I think they are confusing these with the tunnels Israel built under the hospital. Those tunnels are concrete poured. Wouldn't anyone have noticed from the top? I mean, listen, I don't know. The IDF, there is an ELINT thread too if you want it. Send me the ELINT thread. I haven't looked through a lot of this because I haven't had time. I'll be honest. But I also have told you already what my position on the matter is. Like, you have to have an overwhelming amount of evidence for it to be justifiable to fucking blow up a goddamn hospital. And it's not specifically that there are some tunnels under the hospital. Even if it was a command center, as I said, underneath the hospital, I think it's ridiculous to try and fucking go into the hospital this way, okay? In the way that they did. You can't do that. So, doesn't matter. Regardless, however, it seems to me... Oh, this was what I was going to show. So, here's the tunnel structure video geolocated at Shifa Hospital complex showing a large tunnel released by the IDF in Shimbet. The tunnel portal descends 10 meters down, 7 meters covered by a staircase, and it enters an underground network that spans 55 meters to a metal door. That in and of itself is quite similar to the tunnel structures that they have had. So I don't think that like the tunnel structure is fake, especially when you see this here. This kind of bricklaying, like shoddy brick laying shit that you do oftentimes is like similar to the way that that other tunnels have existed inside of Gaza as well. Look, see? Here you go. This is another example. Troops of the Nahal Infantry Brigade and the 261st Infantry Brigade, or 261st Brigade, have raided a Hamas training base yesterday, locating a tunnel shaft and dozens of weapons. You see this? So usually it's like hastily made. Basically, they're trying to put it in. They're trying to make it as best as they can, and it doesn't look super solid. It's like rickety looking. Does that make sense? I believe the tunnel structure they found is like in the hospital complex area. These tunnels look a lot more guerrilla than the first one they showed in the hospital, which were clearly done by construction crews. Now, the hospital tunnels might be playing fast and loose with the tunnels that already exist under the hospital. Okay? Because ultimately, I don't know how you can like pour concrete into these tunnel structures because, Israel has 24/7 surveillance. The concrete arches and the wall panels are also a staple of Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups' tunnel designs, as there are cables connecting the internal phone lines present in the tunnel at Al-Shifa. The Israelis dug up parts of the basement of the hospital decades ago. There's no evidence this was dug then. The tunnel type and narrow passageways would make very little sense for any other uses, while the tunnel design is a close match with other militant tunnels found in Gaza. Full video of the device being lowered from the surface at Al-Shifa Hospital down to the tunnel system below the complex. I like that they got the guns out too. Ehud Barak said the tunnels were made by the IDG. What this has shown thus far is that this does not have the makings of a It does not have the makings thus far of a Hamas base that they claimed it was. But it does certainly show, in my opinion, a real tunnel network underneath. Very limited one, but still. These findings are consistent with tunnel structures that they found of Hamas in other parts of Gaza. FYI, there are 2 vids, one of them sending a cam down there, one on a dog and one on a drone. This is the drone one, isn't it? This is a dog? How is this a dog? A dog doesn't work this way, man. Dogs don't fucking fly. What do you mean that's a dog? It's a drone. Oh, it's a joke. I thought you were like, dude, what the dog doing? Bro, Israel is crazy with their tech. They got flying dogs and shit. What the hell? How is this happening, dude? There's an edit around 122 and there's 2 different clips. Israel invented levitating dog. Israel invented top of the hour ad break avoidance in the form of subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Wait, is this the clipping that you mentioned? Because it doesn't look like it. There's no clipping there. If mods are going to automatically time out comments and people and topics that you introduce, what did this person say? Man, you got timed out for 600 seconds. Why are you fucking complaining? Like, Jesus Christ. Anyway, that they had to excavate and blast to reach them makes it seem like Hamas weren't going through the hospital to the base, so it defeats the necessity of needing to go through the hospital to get them, unless we're expected to believe they themselves stayed underneath like Mr. B's. I don't know how to access the fucking tunnel structure. I don't know how to access the tunnel structure. Like, I don't know why they literally destroyed the top of the tunnel structure in order to get to the tunnel structure. I don't know why they didn't just like literally find the entrance to the tunnel as they have before in other buildings. I don't know why they did all that shit. It is very weird. It does seem like it's well, a couple things. One, all of the Shin Bet interrogation footage, fucking bullshit, suck me, okay? 100%. I thought you guys were doing really good torture methods to derive actable intelligence out of these fucking guys. How the fuck do you not know where the tunnels are? Okay? 100%. They're not doing shit out there. Okay? 2, yeah, I thought they were doing the most ethical forms of torture, like the most permissible forms of torture to get this information out. Turns out that information ain't shit. Okay? Shin Bet, more like shit bet. Exactly. Fuck up the hospital, no, so we can't be using in the future as well. No. I think that the tunnel structure does look to be within the hospital grounds. But they haven't been able to find tunnels thus far inside of the hospital, in the basement of the hospital, when we know there's a tunnel structure in the basement of the hospital that Israel literally built themselves. So I don't know what the fuck is taking them so long, especially when like they've worked with shitty, unreliable intel and like half measures in the past. So it's not like they have demonstrated restraint in like putting out false news and fake news in general in the past. Now, there's another part of the story because, like, the tunnel alone doesn't necessarily prove what you want to prove, right? So you need another secondary purpose or you need another reason, another proof, if you will, to say, like, Hamas is operating in this hospital. These fucking doctors are all Hamas. Technically, they're bad. They're bad guys. They're Hamas guys. Let me prove you how, okay? And how did they prove that? They showed, the IDF released camera footage of Hamas and other Palestinian militants bringing hostages into the hospital, which of course doesn't seem that strange to me at all. But I don't know, maybe it's because I understand that, like, yes, there were injured hostages that they themselves fucked up on October 7th that they wanted to get to medical treatment immediately. Most likely because they value the lives of the hostages not because they care about Israeli citizens, make no mistake, but because that's their bargaining chip. I think they're saying the hospital administration knew something. Yeah, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Of course, the hospital administration is going to treat the hostages. It's very, very stupid. We also knew this already. Hamas has said since October 8th that they had brought injured hostages to Gazan hospitals. What did Israel expect? Hamas to do, let the hostages die from their wounds? Yeah, no, I get that. And to the people saying, like, why did they bring them to El Shifa? Brother, there are multiple different Palestinian militant factions at play here, and they're operating all over the Gazan area. I'm sure they went to Rantisi, too. I'm sure they went to other fucking hospitals as well. These guys happened to go to El Shifa, most likely because the tunnel structure that they ended up going down into was near Al Shifa. That's it.
And an arched concrete top, a metal door they say they have not yet opened because they fear it's booby-trapped. IDF spokesman Admiral Daniel Hagari says some of the Israeli...
By the way, yeah, fun fact for those of you who don't know, I don't know if you know this or not, but, you know, even if it was Hamas militants that came to the fucking hospital and they were injured and the doctors actually offered the medical care, that is not illegal. As a matter of fact, that is very legal. And you cannot bomb the hospital for that reason.
Israeli hostages taken on October 7th were also brought through the hospital. He says the body of Noah Marciano was discovered 50 meters from the compound.
We have evidence that they were holding hostages in Rantisi, but also we have evidence that they were bringing them to Shifa Hospital.
I think it's pretty funny that they're like, Hamas very clearly has hospital, terror tunnels underneath the hospital. And then they're like, but also here, we found them bringing hostages into the hospital directly in broad daylight from the front door. Why aren't they using the tunnel then, dog? Like, I don't get it. Like, what do you mean? Like, you caught them on the CCTV? Okay. So why weren't they just using the complex tunnel structure that they have to secretly bring in the hostages into the hospital? They are doing this on purpose to hide that they have a terror tunnel underneath the hospital.
Still looking for the places they might have held them.
This is not proof of a Hamas command center or headquarters underneath the hospital.
Whoa. Being kind of anti-Semitic there, bucko. Better dial it back and fucking say this is conclusive evidence that it is a Hamas terror tunnel / Hamas command center.
Israel continues trying to build its case that Hamas...
This motherfucker's also saying Hamas. He's not even saying Hamas. Yo! CNN! What are you doing? They better fucking change that real quick.
Uses the sanctuary of the hospital for cover, which Hamas and hospital officials have denied. The IDF's ability to continue its operation in Gaza and the credibility of Israel are at stake here, as the number killed in the fighting surpasses 12,000, according to the Hamas-run Ministry of Health. The IDF says one of its missions is to destroy Hamas, but with international criticism mounting, Israel has to show the terror organization is using Gaza's civilians and infrastructure as cover to justify an ongoing war. Oren Lieberman, CNN, in Gaza.
I think the craziest part about this is that, like, all of this is being done so that Israel can at least have, like, some debatable evidence as to why they're attacking hospitals. Elant News says, there's good Al-Mayadeen videos at the end of the thread that I just updated showing how the tunnels are constructed. The design seems quite similar. After reading into what the Israelis built in the 1980s, it seems they built a large basement with walkways rather than a tunnel network like the one shown by IDF near the Burns department. I think if there's a tunnel network, it's not likely connected to the actual hospital, just built under it as a separate structure. That's what I feel like is as well. Because, like, if the tunnel system was directly connected to the hospital, then there wouldn't be fucking footage of, like, Hamas or some other Palestinian militants literally bringing hostages into the hospital to the front door to be like, we need a doctor. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, if they're just, like, you know, working through this, like, complex tunnel network, then why didn't they just, like, I don't understand. Why didn't they just drive their ambulance taxis? Why didn't they drive their ambulance taxis directly into the tunnel? Oh, Elant News is not subscribed. Fucking L, they're fucking L. Trying to link me his own tweet, not subscribed. Here, I untimed out you. I untimed you out. Yeah, L int news. The old Al Mayadeen video shows Palestinian military construction tunnels in Gaza. The video shows how the tunnels are dug out of the soil, and at 042 and 136 shows the prefabricated concrete panels and arches. Ingenuity to the max, by the way, is crazy.
بإذن الله سبحانه وتعالى إلى مبتغانا تحرير المسجد الأقصى القدس الشريف.
الأنفاق سلاح أرق مضاجع الإسرائيليين إن في سلم أو حرب. دواع أمنية حالت دون معرفتنا ومقاومون عهدية لفلسطين.
نصران الأبطال إن شاء الله سوف تكون لكم طريق النصر إن شاء الله تعالى. سوف تخرجون عبر هذه الأنفاق إن شاء الله تعالى. أيضا نقول للعدو الصهيوني.
Why do they show their hand and show the tunnels? Guys, absolutely zero people have said, or I have never said, that there's no tunnels under Gaza. I've said time and time again that there are tunnels under Gaza. There are specifically, as far as we know, 400 kilometers of tunnels under Gaza.
أن هذه الأنفاق التي لطالما شكلت رعبا في الحروب السابقة التي لطالما أوجعتكم في
This is
الحروب
not a
السابقة
secret.
سوف تكون لكم الضربة.
Yeah, this is not Hamas. This is PIJ. I know. This is not even Hamas. These are the Islamic Jihad guys. Okay? I think it's pretty crazy that they're able to even build this shit.
الزمن عن الدوران ولا تكون الهدنة إلا استراحة محارب لإعادة رص الصفوف ويقينهم أن كل الطرق تؤدي إلى النصر.
Why does the PIJ allow it? A flex. Like literally a flex to be like, fuck you, Israel. The very first tunnels dug in Gaza were to smuggle food in from Egypt. KFC was also brought in, lol. Yeah, I saw that photo. I am subbed. What the fuck, lol? I think there was I think you got clapped because, I don't know. I think there was like a blacklisted word or something. Like you got clapped on accident. I think it's a FossaBot filter. Sorry, it's my XQC filter. Yeah, I mean, Yosheved Lifshitz implied that they had doctors for the injured guy in the tunnels themselves. Not sure why these guys brought them to the hospital when they had doctors ready. Like I said, let me see the fucking video actually. But if they're literal militants with like their headbands on, and I can tell you like which faction they're from, but I suspect that they took off the headbands and shit, so I don't know. But I suspect that they did this because they're probably like one of the other like it could be like one of the other militants. You know what I mean? It's not all like Hamas or Islamic Jihad. This is pretty funny though. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. It's like, oh fuck. Anyway, so that's one of the videos that they published, and then here's the other one. The other clip has blood. Oh, I think they bring him in a stretcher, right? They have a little bit of blood here, but yeah, this dude is in a stretcher, so they they definitely are like trying to get him medical help. Bro, that's crazy, by the way. This dude literally looks like an uncle of mine. You know what I mean? Like, look at this guy. Look at this. Like, look at these fucking dudes, bro. Look. Look at this fucking guy. This dude is literally an accountant, okay? No, his leg's not missing. No, his leg's not missing. It's just off the fucking stretcher. His leg's not missing. Like, look at this dude. Look at this fucking dude. What the fuck you talking about? Bro, this is literally... No, man, his leg's not fucking missing. You're just seeing the kneecap. Shut the fuck up. Look. Here, I don't want to fucking show it, but here, okay? Here, are you happy? Look, you can see the rest of his leg down there. His leg is just bent off the fucking stretcher. Suck my dick. Okay? There you go. Are you happy? His leg is just hanging off the stretcher. Anyway, this footage still does not prove that Hamas used the hospital as headquarters, nor does it even prove that Hamas was fucking storing hostages in the hospital. The clock doesn't match. Yeah, I saw that too. I mean, not that it fucking matters. Like, anyway, the wall clock second hand isn't moving. Yeah, the clock is stopped. Second hand doesn't move. Regardless, I think that the idea that this is like conclusive evidence is a headquarters is really, really bad. It's not good enough. And of course the doctors are going to work with them. I think the Hamas members you see are likely internal police or other militants who got the hostages from others actually taking part of the attack. They're not. They are in civilian clothes with Kalashnikovs. It's probably these aren't the guys that took place in the attack and more likely handed over to militants inside Gaza who took them to the hospital, I think. Well, some of them were wearing... Did they have vests? No, right? They didn't even have vests in the first video. Because the militants that actually, like, they could have taken their headbands off or some shit. Because, like, they were wearing at least headbands when they were doing the October 7 attack. But, no, they're not police. I don't think it's police. Because police literally have... police wear the blue. Like, inside of Gaza... Inside of Gaza, the police wear... The police wear blue, like they have a garb specifically. Anyway, could be, I don't know. I think the Hamas members you see are likely internal police or other militants who got the hostages. I don't know if they do inside the hospital, but I know what you mean. They have a blue camo uniform. Yeah. Anyway, but again, the evidence is so fucking bad that you don't even see American media push this narrative that hard anymore, as they've basically moved on.
Oren goes into much more detail about what he saw while in Gaza, and you can read about it in a piece he wrote for CNN.com.
Yeah, all the video proves that they were at the hospital at some point, and that's about it. And it's really fucking bad
CNN's
evidence.
Claire Sebastian is following developments and joins us live
There
from
might be,
London.
like, I'm not even discounting it. Like, there might be more evidence that comes out. But so far, it's fucking ridiculous.
Good morning to you, Claire. So what more are you learning about the IDF videos that claim to show a tunnel on the grounds of the Al-Shifa hospital and the CCTV footage that reportedly shows Hamas hostages being brought into the hospital on October 7th?
Yeah, Rosemary, they've been putting out sort of pieces of evidence, images, videos since this sort of targeted and precise, as they call it, operation at Al-Shifa began overnight into Wednesday last week. They had shown us on Thursday what they say was an exposed tunnel shaft in the vicinity of Al-Shifa. But we've seen a real expansion of this, of course, in the last 24 hours or so. Also, the videos showing a camera being lowered into that tunnel, allowing international journalists like our own Oren Lieberman in to see the tunnel shaft itself. And now we have this CCTV footage, which the IDF claims shows hostages being brought into Al-Shifa on the very day of that Hamas massacre in southern Israel on October 7th, which would show, although we can't.
Oh, yeah, here, by the way, this is what... No, you can see Palestinian police who are part of the hospital security for someone who's been to Shifa. Therefore, Gaza, you should know that the difference between police uniforms blue and Hamas uniforms green. This is the Palestinian national law enforcement, like the police uniforms that they wear. This is Hamas. Hamas has the green headband. Islamic Jihad has the black and gold, which I think is the drippiest one. No disrespect to the PFLP, but like, you know, black and gold does go kind of hard, which is ironic because like they're supposed to be even more religious than Hamas, and gold is like kind of a no-no for Islam, in Islam, at least for men. And then red is PFLP, Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, or Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine. If they have access to CCTV, why doesn't Israel have thousands of videos of Hamas operatives going in and out of Al-Shifa? Great question. Real gold, not the color. True. Okay, you're right. Literal gold. Well, you can't wear jewelry. You can't wear gold jewelry. Okay, let's continue with the CNN coverage.
Cannot verify the authenticity of this or the identity of those shown, but would show that they have been using this complex since the beginning. This video you're looking at here showing what the IDF says is an injured hostage being brought in, clearly still bleeding. Now, they have said that these hostages are, one is Nepali, one is Thai. Hamas, meanwhile, is questioning, the Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza, questioning the authenticity of this and saying that all it really shows is that anyone who needs medical treatment at Al-Shifa was given that medical treatment, although, of course, one of the hostages that we see, the purported hostages in these videos, was not injured. So what you see is this campaign from Israel to really try to prove its claim, as it has been claiming for weeks now, that Hamas is operating a command and control node under the Al-Shifa hospital. If it can conclusively prove that, and we can...
It's so funny that they can't say it. Like, come on, guys. For a month and a half, Western media has literally been like dick riding so hard and just going, Israel says this is a Hamas headquarters. Israel says the Hamas headquarters. Israel says the Hamas headquarters. And now they're a little bit more restrained and going, yeah, they're trying to claim that this is the Hamas headquarters, but it doesn't seem to be, it doesn't seem to be, you know, holding up to snuff or whatever the fuck. And the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigades, that's secular. No, that Al-Aqsa Martyrs is West Bank, I think. Anyway, the Al-Aqsa Martyrs is in the West Bank, and that's like I think they operate they operate underneath Fatah, I think. They're like the militant wing. Yeah. Anyway.
See that they haven't conclusively proven that yet. They haven't, in the case of that tunnel under the hospital, they haven't gone through that blast-proof door. They assume that it leads to the hospital, but they don't know yet. But if they can prove that, then it would show, amid mounting criticism of their operation there, that the hospital is being used for military purposes, and then it loses its protected status under international law. But as I said, pressure is mounting internationally. Meanwhile, we're hearing from the White House that the hostage negotiations are progressing closer, perhaps, than they've ever been. I think those CCTV videos in particular add extra urgency to that. Rosemary?
Indeed they do. Claire Sebastian joining us live from London. Many thanks.
Let's bring in CNN military analyst, retired Colonel Cedric Leighton. Colonel, it's always good to see you. I want to bring us back to some of that video we showed at the beginning, because at the end of the video, we see a closed metal door. And the IDF says that that door under the hospital has not been opened out of fear of it being booby-trapped. What could be behind the door that we see in the IDF video?
Yeah, good morning, Casey. There could be a lot of things behind that door. One supposition is that it's an armed storage facility by Hamas, that they have a lot of weapons stored behind that door. More likely, though, given the type of door that it is, it's a blast door that's designed to withstand explosions. It's possible that it contains communications gear for
Dude, I just paid my taxes for the past year, and I'm like, dude, I just paid for the explosives to blow the door up. Just blow the fucking door up, bitch. Suck my dick. Blow the fucking door. I want to see what's inside. Like, what are we doing? What kind of fucking game are we playing? I literally paid for it. I paid for it personally. Blow the fucking door up, dude. I'm so mad. I'm so mad at how fucking cowardly the Israeli military is. It is insane. Oh, they have broken through the door. Thank God. Holy shit, dude. Call Israel and Karen them. No, I'm serious. It's nuts. It's nuts. I've never seen so much like these motherfuckers demonstrate no restraint when killing Palestinian children, and all the restraint when it comes to like one of their fucking accountant reservists like possibly being in the line of fire. It's so ridiculous, dude. Blow the fucking door up. I want to see what's inside. Apparently, the concrete door was broken at 10:22 a.m. this morning, and IDF has managed to reach the underground rooms in Shifa. That's according to Amir Bobat, military correspondent. They open the door, and there's another door. They're like, dude, that's scary.
Hamas. And if that's the case, that could be in line with the idea that the Israelis have purported that it's a command and control center for Hamas. There are all kinds of other possibilities, but those are the two most likely, and it could be a combination of those two. So that's the kind of thing that we're looking at. Clearly, they wanted to protect this area. Hamas did. It's also possible that there may be other elements there of, actual troops there, actual Hamas fighters there. So that's, that's always a possibility. But of course, the Israelis are worried that this might be a booby-trapped area. So they're trying to figure out how to get in there without destroying themselves or damaging any evidence.
An Al-Qassam fighter, formerly a gym trainer, explains with tears in his eyes why he fights and how much he loves his country.
Life under Israeli. He used to be a gym trainer, but life under Israeli occupation made him change course.
The thing that affected me the most was when a close friend of mine was martyred. Maybe in 2013, his death affected me. We who are living with Israel truly understand what Israel wants. We know that Israel wants all of Palestine and all Palestinians to be killed and to displace all of its civilians and want us to be slaves under them. We are resisting an illegal occupation. There's no way Israel will leave us with any choice except that of armed resistance. It won't put forth a political solution or a truce. He's fucking jacked, by the way, so I believe what he's saying. Look at how jacked he is. And he's got the dry fin underneath. He's yoked. Or a peace deal for Palestinians is impossible. If you were to bring world peace to Israel, you will find that the next day they are building new settlements, that they're killing and arresting Palestinians, including women and little children. So for us, we need everyone to stand against Israel, not just a government body.
His dream is to see Palestine free, so he can lead a regular life.
I would live my normal life and just go out and enjoy myself. I would go to the beach. And I would do everything I wanted, whatever I desired. Palestine's nature is stunning. And I'm someone that loves to go out to see nature. So I climb mountains and go to the beach. The IDF fears doors because the most resistance they've encountered in the occupation so far. Hamas always puts blast doors in their tunnels every couple of kilometers. I mean, it makes sense. You're dignitized by this Hamas fighter and is showing. First of all, it's not Hamas. He's an Al-Aqsa Brigade guy, okay? There's a difference. Not everyone is fucking Hamas. Oh, no, he's not Al-Aqsa. Never mind, he is Al-Qassam. So he is Hamas. You're right. No, You're right. He's Qassam. He's a Al-Qassam fighter. I thought he was Al-Aqsa. You were right, chatter, and I was wrong. Formerly a personal trainer. I think he is West Bank. I don't know. Oh, we're going to do Yemen. Hold on. Which is crazy. Dude. I've never seen results like this before in my fucking life. Ansarullah releases a video capture of an Israeli ship. Let me tell you something, okay? These motherfuckers, bro, they were unshackled, okay? They were unshackled. When these guys say something, they're doing it 100%. They have an air force? Of course, bro. Yemen is a country. What do you mean? It's like saying Iran has an air force, question mark? Yeah, they do. It's pretty wild that they're doing Rust. Like they're doing, this is literally Rust. Yes, these are Houthis, chatter. Why are they capturing the ship? They said that any ship that they can get their hands on that's like an Israeli ship, they're going to intercept. It's pretty wild. Like, it's no matter what your perspective is, right? Like you might think it's fucked up to do this to civilians, and it certainly is. But like you can't, at least I can't help but recognize that like these dudes just went from like being genocided to like taking over Israeli tankers. You know what I mean? Like that happened in a matter of months, dude. That's crazy. Yeah, it is the biggest glow up of 2023 for sure. Side point, but how are the crews of tankers fucking strapped by now? Not strapped by now? Are you kidding me? One, international law. Two, if they were strapped, they would get fucking slaughtered. It's better that they're not strapped. And they can just like, yeah. Damn, don't let the Somalis see this or they'll level up their little skids, the Helis, Lamau. They want to defend capitalist tankers with the love of the game. It's all about maximizing leverage. When you are a force that is a military power that is like resisting against like much larger forces in the region, you engage in acts like this specifically because you want to make the occupation costly. That's the goal, right? And the Iranian-backed axis of resistance against Western imperialism in the region is doing so with that purpose in mind. They're not like trying to fucking steal the tankers and whatever the fuck's on the tanker so they can like have fun with it or whatever. They want to make it so that it's costly. Now, next time they send a tanker down the line, they have to use military. They have to use like the Navy, right? They have to use the Navy now. That costs money. That costs soldiers. That costs that you're also risking their lives. Now they can, if they send military ships alongside a cargo ship, then they're out in the open and can be domed by missiles. And for every naval ship that you send with a cargo ship, that's a naval ship that could be elsewhere intercepting missiles or some shit, right? It's how you engage in war. War is not done on the basis of like I killed this many people on that side and they killed this many people on my side. It's more so done on trying to make it as costly as possible for the invading force. It's about attrition. You can't go anywhere. You have to be there. So you use as much of your you use your limited resources to max out the opposition's resources. The cargo won't be worth even to have a new Navy ship babysit. They're fucked either way. Yeah, I assume that there's like a lot of, I'd take that screen off image. Wait, what? That banner is spicy, bro. Wait, what does the banner say? The translation of that shouldn't be kept on screen. Oh, okay. Well, I have no idea what it says. So, I don't know. But this old man from Gaza summed up the American imperialism cycle and violence in 1 minute. No. Anyway, Don't type it in the chat. The Houthi banner is their anti-Semitic slogan on the front of it. It's not very good marketing, in my opinion, I will say. Doesn't matter if the cargo isn't worthy. There's also a deterrent for other commercial ships to go to Israel. Yes. It's basically, that's basically what it is. It's to make it costly. It's to stop, like, in a weird way, when, like, the American left or the global left stops, like, a weapons transfer from going into Israel. Okay? Like, they are low-key participating in a similar thing. Not to sound like a fucking reactionary right-wing guy, but you are technically doing the right thing. It is the moral thing to stop, weapons from going into Israel. I think so. I think that's the correct thing to do. But that's what the Houthis are doing as well. These people are living embodiment of the quote, it's not the size of the dog of the fight that matters, but the size of the fight and the dog. Yeah. Didn't they warn the Israeli shipping beforehand? So under Israeli logic, it's all good. They gave a warning. Well, they didn't even kill the guys on the ship. So they are doing better than Israel so far.
Right. Okay. So we also showed the CCTV footage that the IDF released of Hamas moving two hostages. One of them is Nepali. The other one is Thai. You see them there going through the hospital. Where might those hostages be now? And what does the fact that they came through the hospital tell you?
Well, it's hard to say where they might be now. The supposition would be that they would be in the tunnels somewhere else, perhaps within Gaza. Of course, one other possibility, is that they could be behind that glass door, which I don't think is likely, but you never know in a case like this. As far as the fact that they came into this hospital, if everything checks out in terms of the accuracy of this video and the Israeli assertion, according to the IDF, that tells you that, clearly Hamas had some kind of activity at the Al-Shifa hospital. Normally, hostage takers will bring their hostages to a place that is safe for them. And it could also be a major node for them, either a headquarters type element.
Oh, come on, bro. Can you show that on screen? Show what? The blood? What? Yeah, it's fine.
Or some other installation that they feel that they have control over, and that's
his leg was not blown off. Shut the fuck up! It was dangling off the side of the stretcher. God damn it! Shut up.
Why this is particularly noteworthy.
All right, retired Colonel Cedric Layton, thank you very much for getting us started today. I really appreciate your time today.
Let's bring in Marwan Bashara now, Al Jazeera's senior political analyst, to talk more about this. So let's talk about this Israeli video first. We had a couple of phrases that struck me there from our correspondent Hamdan. A beating heart and a hole in the ground. I'm guessing you think it's the latter, pretty much.
Actually, I think I've developed the capacity to dismiss all kinds of claims by the Israelis. First of all, because I think their spokespersons are liars, and they have proved to be so over not just this war, but previous wars as well. The Israeli military deploys soldiers and also deploys spinners, an army of spinners. The spokespersons and other PR staff involved in spin, that's their job. In fact, to be honest, Hazem, I would be disappointed if they didn't, because,
Well, there's no way, right? There is no way that they could just keep blowing up hospitals and not show any homework, okay? They have to show some homework, dog. It's just nobody gets to do that. That's crazy. So that's why it happened. That's why they're showing the lackluster hospital footage right now thus far.
Dogs barks and snakes bite and Israeli army lies. That's their thing. The question is, for what purpose? At this point in time, it's because they're desperate. The lie has caught up with the liar. And clearly, the international public opinion, international media, their Western allies are not convinced that they have much of a proof. For what they said is the headquarters of Hamas under Shifa hospitals, multiple layers of floors and 1,300 kilometers of tunnels, 40 to 70 meters deep. That was the estimates by the Israelis and their pundits in Western capitals. None of that is there. Of course, we know that there are tunnels in Gaza. Everyone knows there are tunnels in Gaza. So what if there are tunnels in Gaza? The question is, what is Israel doing now to us and to others in the international media is what we call deflection. They are discredited. They are involved in war crimes. Today, as we speak about some tunnel, some hole, some diaper left somewhere, some calendar, Israel is laying siege to the evangelical, the Ma'madani hospital in Gaza. Now, as we speak, but we are all keeping busy with their allegations. Remember when our colleague Shirin Abu Akleh was killed by the Israelis? They did redirection immediately, deflection. They said the Palestinians killed her. We know that the Palestinians killed Shirin. And we spent weeks and on trying to prove, and they're trying to prove the other way, but we missed the point that they killed journalists, that they kill innocent people, civilians, engineers.
He's right.
Like they do now in Gaza. Lay siege to hospitals. In fact, this war turned out to be a war on hospitals. And now they're trying to walk back the pretext and why they did it now that there is no evidence, not a shred of evidence. This is not even circumstantial evidence. Because they also show up videos about Hamas, apparently, I mean, according to them, Hamas taking patients into hospitals.
Bro. The next hospital, they got it, okay? I'm telling you, this hospital, there's some tunnels underneath. Maybe it's not the full-blown Hamas headquarters, or maybe it is, okay? Who knows? But the next one for sure, okay? Just one more hospital, bro. I promise. Listen, Joe Biden, just one more Palestinian child. Just let me get one more, please. Just fucking one more hospital, bro. Please. Bro, please, you don't understand. Everything, literally everything relies on this. I have to blow up one more, okay? I have to. I got to do it one more, just one more. One more mosque, one more school, one more hospital, one more UN facility. If I don't get it out of my system, I'm going to fucking nut. I'm going to nut so hard. Israeli cum extraction squad, also known as the goon squad, is not going to be able to retrieve any of the semen. Okay? I have to do it. One more. I need to blow up the Associated Press building. Sorry, guys. It's not enough. I got to kill another journalist. Okay? Another one. Another UN worker. 10 UN workers. 100 Palestinian children. Just one more. I promise.
From the main gates, right? I mean, if Hamas was taking an injured captive hostage into the hospital, they should be thanked for it, for trying to save the lives of captives. That is not a proof that a Shifa hospital is used as his quarters. That is a proof that...
Was it Ehud? No. Who said it? That they know that the Hamas is in Khan Yunis and not in the Shifa hospital? They knew it all this time? Yeah. No, that is what I was talking about. Like, that is what I mean. They're literally moving on to the next one. They're moving on to the next one. It's just like, Ehud Olmert is the one who said it. Yeah. Bro, you don't get it, bro. It's in Khan Yunis, actually. Okay?
They're trying to keep the captives alive in order to exchange them.
By the way, notice how we like completely fucking stopped talking about Jabalia? I don't even know the death toll in Jabalia. It's like hundreds of civilians that they killed in that refugee camp. We're not even talking about it. They said there was a high command Hamas guy, didn't even confirm it, and they moved on. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. And now they want to do it to fucking Khan Yunis. Is there any validity to Hamas stealing aid resources and money, or is it pure propaganda? I don't know why people think that, guys, the aid into Gaza doesn't come with money. Like, there is no bags of cash that you fucking wheel into Gaza. The only time Hamas actually gets aid cash is when they get it specifically through Doha, and it's Benjamin Netanyahu sending them the cash. What are you saying? The only time where Hamas is like directly getting cash, Hamas getting direct cash, is by way of suitcases into Doha that Benjamin Netanyahu is sending. Like, what the fuck are they going to do? What are they going to do? What are they going to do with the cash? What do you, like, let's say we're giving bags of cash. We're just like fucking flying in bags of cash into Gaza. What are the people of Gaza going to do with that? Do you think there is like a secret vendor? Are they going to get their Sigma grind set on, dude? What are they going to do? You think that's how it works? There's an item shop? Resident Evil 4 merchant is just like, hello, kind stranger. What kind of missiles do you like today? I got Badr 4 missiles that I've gotten straight out of Iran. Hello, stranger. Welcome to the fucking secret shop. Yeah, they're buying Pokies cookies with the cash, dude. $28 for 4 bags.
For more of the same, children and women and so on held in Israeli prisons.
Let's move on then to the other story about the Houthi seizure of this cargo ship in the southern Red Sea, apparently linked to a ship, apparently linked to an Israeli businessman. What do you make of that? Is this part of the what you call the distraction of the narrative of what's happening in Gaza?
I mean, it's probably not intentional, of course, but I think there is a. We spoke about deflection. Now we talk about redirection, right? This is called the redirection. Meaning, instead of us focusing on the main story, on the main tragedy, on the main genocide unraveling in front of our eyes in plain sight, now we talk about violation of international law in the Red Sea. Why are we talking about international law in the Red Sea when they are laying siege on another hospital in Gaza, when people are starved in Gaza, when people can't get medical treatment in Gaza, when people can't get fuel, electricity in Gaza, when people are, again, displaced and ethnically cleansed in Gaza? But we are talking about some incident that happened in the Red Sea. Until and unless this turns into some sort of a regional war, for the time being, this kind of a ongoing exchange, if you will, between the United States and Iran is not benefiting the people in Palestine. It's certainly not of any assistance to those under bombings, under siege, under collective punishments in Palestine. So whatever the intentions are, that's not what I'm concerned with here. What I'm concerned with is there is a main story, we call it a story, a main tragedy unraveling in front of our eyes. And while different partners and different players and different actors are sort of trying to maneuver around it, in the end of the day, let's all not lose sight of what is important, what is a priority. And that is Gaza under siege, Gaza under bombing, Gaza being starved, Gaza being ethnically cleansed. The Israelis love nothing more than for us to keep discussing videos and diapers and international law and shipping laws, when in fact what they are doing is flattening Gaza and killing its people.
Al Jazeera senior political analyst Marwan Bashara, thank you.
So is a deal close on a significant number?
There was also another like Anderson Cooper thing that I skipped or I missed that happened over the weekend, where like Anderson Cooper had some Israeli spokesperson on, and the dude straight up was like, all Gazans are military combatants, like enemy combatants, and he just completely skipped it. Like he just moved on to the next question. Does anyone have that video? I want to show you the depravity of fucking freakish, supposedly impartial actors in American media. Okay? It is utterly unacceptable. It's on Mehdi Hassan's Twitter. Oh, is this it here?
How do you operate in that environment?
Well, the South is a big word, and in the South are several areas. We have been asking the Gazan to move to the Muwassi area, which is the area closest to the sea. And this is where the big 10 cities have been established. Fighting in the south in Han Yunis does not mean that we're fighting in the same area. And as you have seen in the last couple of weeks, the fighting is very surgical. It is slow. It is very methodical. We are trying not to reach any of the non-combatant population in the Gaza Strip. And I think that there is no way that we can eradicate the Hamas without dealing with most of its forces that have fled to the south. Now, again, one little note: the non-combatant population in the Gaza Strip is really a non-existent term, because all of the Gazans have voted for the Hamas. And as we have seen on the 7th of October, most of the population in the Gaza Strip are Hamas. Nonetheless, we are treating them.
Once again, not a standard you want to start talking about. Not a standard you want to start talking about. First of all, it's already objectively untrue. Last time elections were held, half the fucking population wasn't alive. So that's like ridiculous to begin with. Hamas barely fucking etches out a victory, runs on an anti-corruption ticket, doesn't matter. But that's not a standard you want to apply because Israelis have consistently voted for fucking right-wing, far-right, militant racists, okay? Specifically, the overwhelming majority of Israeli Jews have voted for far-right, militant, racist governments, okay? That's number one. Number two, the IDF has military positions in Tel Aviv, in the middle of crowded public areas. Number three, the IDF also has mandatory conscription, so most of the population, even including 50% of the female population that is over a certain age, has served in the military. Okay? When you compile all three of these facts, that is not a standard you want to live by, because that, in and of itself, would 100% justify, if that standard was applied appropriately, in October 7 being a totally valid attack. Totally just, totally morally permissible, totally legal, and more legal, as a matter of fact, than Israel's actions in Gaza. Okay? You can't say that. You can't say insane shit like that. Especially if you turn around and fucking factor into the reality that, like, many Israelis, 83% of Israeli Jews, not my assessment, I think it's a gross way to fucking parse out the population. Okay? But in Israel, the demographers look at Israel as Jewish or Arab, okay? And by that designation, which I personally find to be weird, but it's a fucking ethno-state, what are you going to do? Okay? 83% of the Israeli Jewish population does not factor in the civilian casualties in Israel's actions in Gaza. 83%. That is a majority that you will never find within the Palestinian population as far as, like, killing random Israeli citizens, okay? If a question such as that one was presented to the Palestinian population, you will never reach that percentage. Now, does this mean that it is appropriate to nuke Israel? No, of course not. That's not how this works, okay? You cannot, under any circumstances, say collective punishment is appropriate.
As non-combatant, we are treating them as regular civilians, and they are spared from the fighting.
General Kimmett, the idea of negotiating to not fly drones for a given amount.
He immediately moves on. He moves on
Of time for
to the next question. He moves on to the next question. 94.1% on a new poll. Poll results were so hawkish when it came to the use of force in Gaza. 57.5% of Israeli Jews said that they believed the Israel Defense Force were using too little firepower. 36.6% said the IDF was using an appropriate amount. And just 1.8% said they believed the IDF was using too much firepower, while 4.2% said they weren't sure whether it was using too much or too little firepower. What the fuck? That means 94.1% believe that the bombing is either appropriate or not enough. With the majority, not the plurality, the motherfucking majority believing that they're using too little firepower? What more can be done? A JDAM for each child. Yes. Yes. We need all of the American-built MK-84s that we can get, which America is gladly and willingly shipping to this fucking racist-ass, psychopathic, fascist state, by the way. Okay? God damn it, dude. It is so psychopathic. You can't get 94% of motherfuckers to believe in anything in any country, dude. Holy shit, dude. Oh, my God. No, that's not the whole population. Just people who support Israel's bombing of Gaza. No. This is the population polled between Israeli Jews and Israeli Arabs. So Palestinian citizens of Israel versus the Israeli Jewish population. I'm sorry, I'm seeing a bunch of pro-Israel people tomorrow on Thanksgiving. I might burn bridges. I mean, dude, I've talked to so many of my Jewish friends that are literally fucking suffering from the generational divide. You know what I mean? Nandre posted about it last night because while we were playing, Nandre was also raising money for the PCRF. And, like, there are hella American Jews who are very conservative on this issue, and they just, like, will not budge. How legitimate is that poll, though? I mean, I have no reason to believe that it's not illegitimate. It corresponds to other polls that I've seen, like the Israeli Democratic Institute is the one that polls Israel regularly. Here it is. And this is consistent, by the way. This is consistent. Palestinians, either due to the fact that they recognize their place and recognize the lack of power that they have consistently shown results like this. Like, is this normal? It's wild how many of you think equal rights of Palestinians should be dependent on them having appropriate and reasonable thoughts towards the people who overwhelmingly don't care if they live or die at minimum. 57.5% of Israeli Jews said that they believe the Israeli Defense Force, IDF, were using too little firepower. This is from the International MA Program in Conflict Resolution and Mediation from Tel Aviv University. Survey was conducted in Hebrew and Arabic by the iPanel Research Institute between October 23rd, 28th. Among 609 respondents, 506 Jewish respondents, and 103 Arab respondents. Calculations were adjusted so the respondents would constitute a representative national sample of the adult population aged 18 and above. Maximum sampling error is at 4.2%. Hassan, I studied there. They didn't poll Arabs. Yeah, of course. They didn't poll. I mean, they polled 506 Jewish respondents and 103 Arab respondents. What do you mean? This was the early one. This is the one I've used before. I mean, it's kind of expected, no? I would imagine the numbers were similar after 9/11. Maybe not 90 percentile, but I'm not sure. What is the American number? Do we have... Yeah, 602 is not a great data sample, I will admit. That's why you're right. Not the best. It's fine. It's not... It could be better. You're always telling us about sample size? No. I think it's... But that's why there's a margin of error. Anyway, there's a wiki page for it. Let's see what the public opinion in the United States was. For the invasion of Iraq, no, this isn't immediately after. 7 months prior to September 11, Gallup poll showed... September 11 tax, purple. Gallup poll showed 52% would favor an invasion of Iraq, while 42% would oppose it. Post 9/11 sentiment. 53% of Americans said they favor invading Iraq, which has nothing to do with 9/11. What the fuck are we doing? What about Afghanistan? When asked whether or not the U.S. should attack a country that has not attacked the United States first, the American public opinion was 51%. Whereas Iraq was embedded in the question, the attitude shifted to 66% of Americans agree that the U.S. should be able to invade Iraq first. Despite public concern for the consequences of the war, support remained very high.
Can I just start by...
Fucking woke-ass Ehud Barak, dude. Look at this guy. Same for the war in Afghanistan. Wait, no, this is in June 2007. That's different. I want to know, like, right after 9/11, the U.S. war in Afghanistan, 20 years on, public opinion then and now. Not surprisingly, support for responding militarily to 9/11 attacks ran high. Release poll 2 days after Twin Towers fell, 93% of Americans back taking military action against whoever responsible. More than 8 in 10 respondents said their support extended going to war. The decision to attack Afghanistan was similarly popular. In the early months of the fighting, support at war times topped 90%. A November Washington Post ABC News poll found 71% of Americans supported sending large numbers of troops to Afghanistan. For the record, I'm not showing you this because I think it's appropriate. I still think it's absolutely unimaginably inappropriate. Okay? It is so utterly inappropriate that Americans also felt this way. So that's precisely the reason why I'm showing you this, to tell you that this is reactionary, it's idiotic, and the world would be demonstrably a better place if America never invaded Afghanistan and if America never invaded Iraq. Literally a better place. Like, at least 12% better. Okay? At least. Minimum. However, even in the early days of war, Americans harbored doubts about the chances of success and a potentially high price tag. A poll in late October 2001 found that only 21% of Americans were very confident that the United States could capture or kill bin Laden, Operation Enduring Freedom's primary goal. A November Gallup poll found that 87% of Americans thought the war would be long. When asked about the chance of casualties, 51% that they thought the number would be likely high. In mid-December, 80% of Americans said that they thought the most difficult part of the U.S. involvement had yet to come. I wish there was like a similar question about like civilian casualties. Do you care if there are civilian casualties? Because like that's the question. Like I love that it's talking about even if it meant thousands of U.S. casualties. Okay, but what about like the enemy civilian population? God, America is so racist. They didn't even ask them about that. It's so fucked up, dude. Percentage you said once military action starts, it would take for U.S. forces to kill or capture responsible for the terrorist attacks. Wait, what? This push poll? Where's the push poll? On May 2003, November 2004, a Gallup poll made on behalf of CNN USA concluded that 79% of Americans thought the Iraq war was justified with or without conclusive evidence of illegal weapons. 19% thought the weapons were needed to justify the war. God, I fucking hate America so much sometimes, dude. Oh my God. It's just so fucking nasty. Just a bunch of perverted, fascist, fat fucks in this goddamn country, just bloodthirsty. Just putting the fucking diet soda down for a brief moment to just take a big bite out of a Big Mac and go, let's kill them Hajis, okay? Them Haji fucks need to die. Literally. It's so sick. It's so sick that, like, that kind of blood-curdling, just warmongering, jingoistic attitude has come back, okay? And I'm hearing that exact same shit over and over again in my fucking replies right now. Like, get back to your own goddamn country, you fucking piece of shit. God damn it. You and your Haji boys are going to hell. Like it's fucking 2008 or some shit. Fuck you. You speak in absolutes alarmingly. You don't know what demonstrable means, but I get your point. You speak in absolutes alarmingly too much. Yeah, absolutes like it is fucking fascist and racist to have 94% of the Israeli Jewish population say that they're not bombing Gaza hard enough. I mean, there's nothing you can get to closer than that. I mean, that's just like as close you can get to in absolutes as you possibly can. Here's something that's absolute. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to absolutely see those ads, all you need to do is absolutely subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get absolutely one free Prime subscription a month. The bonkers Harris poll. Let's look at that one too. God damn. Oh, fuck, dude. I don't want to look through it like this. Is 81 pages. Do we have any fucking, which page is it? Do we have a fucking summarization or some shit, please? What the hell's going on here? Give me a recap. Here's a recap from Swaggering Towards Bethlehem. The Harris poll, full of incredibly leading questions, still accidentally showed a clear majority of Americans support ceasefire now, with every age bracket from 18 to 54 showing support by wide margins. Do you think a ceasefire with Hamas is right because it stops the war, or wrong because it gives victory to Hamas? Oh my God. Thought you were a journalist? I've never said I'm a journalist. I'm a dumb guy who fucking gives you his unvarnished commentary. Oh my Lord. Every criticism that I've ever received in my entire life from bad faith weirdos online is literally off of something that I've never said. Oh, dude, you're a journalist. Oh, dude, you're an activist revolutionary leader, and this is not how you should be behaving. It's like, I've never said I am. It's your expectation of me. I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. Shut the fuck up. Who does do some good from time to time, for sure. The Arma 3 incident is the funniest one, though, because it's literally like me very clearly being like, I don't think this is real, chat. And then like seconds later going, yeah, I don't think this is real. I think this is Arma 3. And it's still to this day from a 20-second clip from 2 fucking years ago where I'm like, I don't know if this is correct. It's so good. People are so genocidal for Israel. Insane. Yes. Dude, look at this. Look at this question, dude. Do you think a ceasefire with Hamas is right because it stops the war, or wrong because it gives victory to Hamas? And motherfuckers are still like, yeah, victory to Hamas, glory to our martyrs, destroy the Zionist entity. Like, yeah, if you fucking frame the question like that, then you unironically end up making the fucking pro-Hamas position seem like the only thing you can vote for that is resembling a ceasefire. Like, what the fuck is this? How do you, as a respectable polling outlet, like how do you, as a respectable institution, make a poll like this? It's so funny because then it like also feeds into the psychotic fears that people have where they're like, oh my God, all of our young ones are brainwashed by TikTok into loving Hamas. They want to suck and fuck Hamas, the warriors. They consider them to be brave martyrs. What's going on? And it's like, well, why did you ask it like that? Why did you ask? Why is it that like the framing of this question is, do you think a ceasefire with Hamas is right because it stops the war, or wrong because it gives a victory to Hamas? Why did you frame it like that? Do you want a ceasefire? Do you believe that there should be a ceasefire in Gaza? It's so nuts. Living as an Arab in Israel, only in America do people think being a journalist is normal. Noble journalists need to be ashamed of themselves. I agree. Living as an Arab in Israel has been the most frustrating thing I've ever experienced, and I've tried to leave multiple times, but this country is too expensive, and my family and Palestinian pride stops me every time. It's just so frustrating. You can't even speak out because you will be sent to jail as an Arab. Oh, yeah. It's like, it's just ridiculous, dude. Like, why are you positioning stopping the baby murder campaign as though you are literally fucking like as though you want to give, you know, more butter for missiles to Islamic Jihad militants or something? Like, if you put those two together, then yeah, a lot of people are still going to be like, yeah, I really don't want the baby murder to keep happening, so I guess we should give Badr 4 missiles, more missiles to Hamas and also Islamic Jihad, please. And then they're like, look, see? They're doing it. Everybody loves Hamas. Like, what are you doing? PR for Hamas? Why are you framing it this way? You are negative. Yeah, exactly. You're literally negatively polarizing Zoomers into being like, actually, Hamas is sick. Who cares? Jenna Ortega disagrees with the poll. So does Cardi B. To be fair, this came a little bit too late because Jenna Ortega has said some based ass shit about Israel before. Cardi B dropped support for Biden over military aid to Ukraine and Israel. What is happening right now? John Kirby is so fucking stupid. Yeah, oh, I think I saw this.
Genocide's getting thrown around in a pretty inappropriate way by...
Yeah, he's mad that people are saying Israel is acting in actions akin to genocide, and then he will turn around and say, actually, Hamas is doing a genocide.
Lots of different folks. What Hamas wants, make no mistake about it, is genocide. They want to wipe Israel off the map. They've said so publicly, more than one occasion. In fact, just recently. And they've said that...
For like the one Hamas guy in Lebanon, you have one, for unelected, one Hamas guy in Lebanon is like, we are justifiable in doing October 7 a million times because of what Israel has done to us. You have 7,000 elected people and like people who are formerly in the Israeli government and fucking currently in the Israeli government being like, I want to desecrate the corpses of Palestinian children. This is the only way to maintain Israel's demographic destiny. And he's like, no, that's crazy. Don't say that. Don't you fucking say that that's genocidal. It's like one fucking Hamas dude. What the fuck? How, if that standard is set and like one leader, not even elected, okay, one fucking dude that's not even in Gaza, that's in fucking Lebanon, is saying 1 million October 7th is justifiable due to the occupation, then holy fuck, how do you, if you get one guide, then you should be getting at least 1,000 guide from the Knesset. Look to the Knesset. What the fuck?
They're not going to stop. What happened on the 7th of October is going to happen again and again and again. And what happened on the 7th of October?
He's the one guy. The one guy
Murder,
he keeps pointing
slaughter of innocent people in their homes or at a music festival. That's genocidal.
We just looked at an Israeli poll conducted that said 94% of Israeli Jews either think Gaza is not being bombed hard enough or it's being bombed just as hard as is necessary. And this motherfucker's like, dude, you don't understand. Hamas wants to do genocide. Israel, no genocide.
Intentions. Yes, there are too many.
Listen, guys, I'm not a lesser evil voter, okay? I'm not. You guys know this. You know, I tell you, vote with your heart, okay? Vote with your brain, vote with your heart, whatever. But if I was a lesser evil voter, if we got two parties, okay, and if we're judging them specifically on enemy combatants that are military and security versus civilian casualties versus children, okay, Israel's not looking too hot. It's not looking too hot. It's not at all. The Palestinian militia forces on October 7 killed a shit ton of people, okay? 1,200. More than 800 of the 1,200 were civilians, some of which were children, right? In retaliation, on top of, obviously, maintaining an apartheid regime, Israel has killed more than 12,000 civilians, 73% of which is motherfucking women, children, and the elderly. That's crazy. That's crazy. Both in totality and also in per capita versus, enemy combatant versus civilian. Israel is far worse, far more genocidal than Hamas is. How can you fucking say that? This is before we even factor in the Palestinians being killed in the West Bank. Yeah, it's now 13,000, I think. I don't even know. We don't know. We don't know the actual accurate numbers, and not because it's the Hamas-backed Palestinian Ministry of Health, but because Israel keeps bombing the fucking hospitals. Israel's killed 60 fucking journalists so far? Some are in Lebanon. It's insane, dude. If you're in the Near East, okay, and you wear a press vest, you're never safe. You're never safe. Israel might fucking laser you from the sky. And then the best you can hope is a recognition from your Western outlet that doesn't see you as a full human being that will at least say, one of our journalists perished in an unfortunate accident where an explosion occurred in the vicinity of a journalist's car in southern Lebanon that was clearly marked. It's nuts. No one knows who did it. Please don't say it was Israel. They even killed 4 Israeli journalists. Real surgical. The IDF has been, by the way, targeting Hamas. Wait, what? No. Really? No shot. They haven't killed Israeli journalists. That's crazy. That was probably fucking the October 7 numbers. No. Wait, what? No, those are probably the October 7 numbers. Yeah, those are Hamas probably killed the Israeli journalists. No, you're getting it confused. Look. As of November 20, CPJ's preliminary investigation showed at least 50 journalists and media workers were among the 14,000 killed since the war began, with over 12,000 Palestinian deaths in Gaza and West Bank and 1,200 in Israel. The second deadliest day for journalists occurred on November 18th, with 5 killed. 4 journalists reported missing, 18 journalists were reported arrested, 11 journalists were reported injured, 50 journalists and media workers were confirmed dead, 45 Palestinian, 4 Israeli, and 1 Lebanese. Yeah, the four Israeli journalists are most likely from October 7th. Yeah, one was a Haaretz journalist. Yeah, see, exactly. The 4 Israeli journalists were probably killed by Hamas on October 7th. They're putting all the numbers together, but those are definitely. Fuck, I took in fake news. No, I mean they definitely wrote this in a weird way because obviously the overwhelming majority of journalists killed were killed by Israel, and they were Palestinian or Lebanese. Crazy. Check out this YouGov polling comparing opinions to Israel, Palestine in America over time. Yeah, I mean, here. Why do Americans think countries around the world are more sympathetic to Israel or Palestine? Who do Americans think countries around the world are more sympathetic to? Balanced, Israeli, 36% believe the Israeli position, 17% Palestinian. In 2002, it was 27 to 22, with 39% balanced. That's such a stupid question. Fewer Americans now think Palestinians should have their own state than did in 2009. Yeah, I wonder why. In 2009, 68% of Americans believed that Palestinians should have their own state. In 2023, 47% believe that Palestinians should have their own state. And the number of should not increased from 13% to 18%. And the number of don't knows increased as well from 19% in 2009 to 35%. More Americans believe George W. Bush could succeed at stopping Israel from building new settlements than believe Biden can now. The real question is, should he? Yeah, 45% believe that George W. Bush could succeed at stopping Israel from building new settlements in 2003. Only 22% believe that Joe Biden can, except he doesn't want to. Neither did. Fewer Americans now believe Palestinians have a negative influence on the world than did in 2006. What? Please tell me if you think each of the following are having mainly positive or mainly negative influence in the world, displaying net score, percentage point difference between who say mainly positive and who say mainly negative. Since 2009, far more Americans distinguish Hamas from the Palestinian people. A 2009 McClatchy Ipsos Public Affairs survey found that more Americans did not make a distinction between Hamas and the Palestinian people than did. After Hamas' attack on Israel last month, it looks very different. Now 48% make a distinction and 27% do not. More Americans now make a distinction between Hamas and the Palestinian people. I mean, yeah, that doesn't really mean much. That's a very marginal jump off. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a shit survey. Can we get your take on today's Socrates? No. Anyway,
Many civilian casualties in Gaza. Yes, the numbers are too high. Yes, too many families are grieving. And yes, we continue to urge the Israelis to be as careful and cautious as possible. That's not going to stop, from the president right on down. But Israel is not trying to wipe the Palestinian people off the map. Israel's not trying to wipe Gaza off the map. Israel's trying to defend itself against.
Dude, it's crazy. It feels like he's just saying that to himself. You know what I mean? He's like practicing that in the mirror every morning. He's like, please, John, don't fuck this up. I promise you, if you keep repeating it, you will believe it yourself. Okay? I promise. You will believe it if you keep repeating it. Just John Kirby. Nobody believes you, but only you must believe you. The idea that like Israel's not trying to wipe Palestine off the map is so funny because like October 5th, Benjamin Netanyahu was at the UN literally showing a map where Palestine wasn't on the map to the international community, which is crazy to me. Oh yeah, Elon Musk is suing media watchdog Media Matters over a report on pro-Nazi content on the social media site. Bro thinks we live in Japan where you can just like sue someone for slander even if they're correct. What is this? A pro-Israel person is that used to be at MIT, Intel, CDC.gov has been, what? Tyler Kahn? What is this? Another Y Combinator engineering at Google? For the past week, Tyler Kahn and I have been working on an AI dashboard to monitor collective consciousness on the Israel-Hamas war on TikTok. It suggests counter-narrative social media campaigns to combat negative sentiment towards Israel. It's a co-pilot for the information war. Here's our 1 week progress. Okay, please don't show me stuff like this. I don't even want to see this, dude. It's going to fucking make me so mad. Reading the complaint is a joke. No fraud allegations, just interference with contracts and business relationships. Total loser, bad faith complaint, but no slap laws in Texas. It's pretty funny to fucking complain that you just keep saying Nazi shit and then like a media watchdog whose job is to, you know, document that sort of thing is correctly documenting you consistently saying Nazi shit.
What is your view of whether your government, your military, has done a good enough job of proving their claim that there was a major command center and bunker under Al-Shifa?
It's already known for many years that they have in the bunkers that originally was built by Israeli constructors underneath Shifa, were used as a command post of the Hamas and a kind of a junction of several tunnels, part of the system. I don't know to say to what extent it is a major. It's probably not the only kind of command post. Several others are under other hospitals or in other sensitive places, but it's for sure had been used by Hamas even during this conflict.
Well, when you say it was built by Israeli engineers, did you misspeak?
No, some decades ago we were running the place. So we held them. It was many decades ago, probably 4 decades ago, that we helped them to build these bunkers in order to enable more space for the operation of the hospital within the very limited size of this compound.
Okay, all right. Well, that's sort of thrown me a little bit. So
why? Like, you're a journalist. I'm a fucking idiot, and I know that. Why don't you know that? You're Christina Amanpour. What do you mean? Like, you're a CNN journalist. Why do you not know this fact, okay? Why? Why don't you know that? There was a Tablet magazine article from 2014. That's so weird, dude. That's so stupid. She's pretending she doesn't know the highlighted to the public. No, she's not. She literally said, I didn't think you were going to say that. I'm a little confused. Would you believe me if I showed you an Israeli article from years ago alleging they paid Hamas to guard the construction site, not satire? Yes, of course I believe it. Especially because if it's multiple decades prior, then at that point their relationship with Hamas, and even throughout the last multiple decades, the relationship within the Israeli government and Hamas was not like impossible to talk to them. I mean, there were ceasefire negotiations that took place time and time again. So, yeah, I do believe that. I'm gonna pour myself another beer.
These were there for a long, long time, but you're claiming, or they're claiming, that they're used as a major command center. Anyway, the fact of the matter is that as yet, they have not shown conclusive proof of that. So may I ask you what you would...
Christian, wait a minute. It's not easy.
That's crazy, dude. She went, did you misspeak? Like, why? Why do I know this, but you don't? I'm a fucking idiot. Also, why are so many fucking dipshit drama baiters online more hyper-focused on what I've said and not like this kind of stuff? If your job is like ethics and media reporting, why the fuck are you getting so mad at me? Okay? Who has been more right than has been wrong in general. What the fuck? Because that's politics, not drama, even though politics is just drama. It's so stupid. Yeah, I do respond. Christina Amanpour does not respond. Senior Hamas leader, Israel and Hamas, a U.S. designated terrorist group close to a hostage deal.
Growing optimism this morning that a deal will be made to free some of the Israeli hostages taken last month. Holly Williams spoke with a top Hamas official about the talks. She joins us now from Qatar with the latest on that. Holly, good morning. I hope this is a sign of good.
IDF killed festival goers, and it's funny how all the pro-Zionists are trying not to talk about it. I think that people are definitely writing that story way harder than it actually is. Like I think that the investigations should be conducted, and I think good journalists, especially in Haaretz, will do a good enough job at that, and I applaud them for their courage. I think that people are really jumping on that. People are really jumping on the October 7th, like, Israeli helicopters narrative. It could be the case. It could be the case. And I said this even when people were posting the footage, that the Israeli helicopters did fire at cars that were going in and out of Gaza, and that some of those cars probably had Israeli hostages in them. But that doesn't change the reality that, like, a tremendous number of civilians were directly killed by the Palestinian militants. Why do I know this? Because I've seen the footage, and you probably have too. The notion that this is, like, not real is just pure copium. Okay? I know Haaretz confirmed it. I know Haaretz confirmed that helicopter fire was responsible for some of the civilian casualties. Problem is, a lot of people, I think, are running with that narrative to be like, well, that must mean that they killed, like, all the fucking festival goers and shit like that. No. The important thing that Haaretz confirmed in that article was that the Palestinian militants did not know that the music festival was actually happening, and they didn't attack it deliberately in the way that people had said that they did. I, at the time, also said, according to what the Al-Qassam spokesman, I think it was Abu Abaida, that said, they did not know that there was a festival happening there. It doesn't change the reality that they still shot a bunch of festival goers, and they shot at, like, the toilets, for example, right? Like, they shot at the porta potties like a school shooter. Come on, guys. Like, that shit is not, that's not like a calculated military operation. That's like 100%. You're just trying to kill as many people as possible. So, while the overarching goals of October 7th were to target IDF bases, and that's what they had information for, they still did absolutely fucking, kill a bunch of civilians, like, do as much damage as possible. But a Palestinian journalist filmed her last moment before being killed by an Israeli bomber on Monday. She narrates the escalation of events in Beit Laiha housing project in Gaza, stating that Israel use white phosphorus and thermobaric bombs. No. Oh, dude, this is gonna fuck me up, dude. Oh my god, I don't. She literally says this could be possibly my last video.
اليوم الاحتلال ألقى قنابل فسفور على منطقة مشروع بيت لاهيا وقنابل صوتية مخيفة وألقى بمناشير بإخلاء المنطقة، وطبعا كل المنطقة أخلت تقريبا، كل الناس صاروا يجروا بالشوارع بشكل كتير مجنون، ما حدش عارف وين رايح ولا وين جاي. يعني احنا مقسمين، انا وكم حد ضايلين في البيت والباقي كله أخلى وراح مش عارفين وين راحوا. طبعا الوضع كتير مخيف، المشهد كتير.
This video is 2 weeks old. The last one is on our Instagram.
كتير مرعب، اللي بيصير كتير صعب. ويا رب يرحمنا. يمكن هذا
He was only 27. He was only 27 years old. Why is no one asking about the white phosphorus? What the fuck is up with that? I mean, we already have talked about it. Human Rights Watch already wrote about it. They reported on it. America doesn't even give a shit. They only care. Let me tell you something, okay? America only cares if Russia is using it. I'll keep it $1.50, okay? Let's be real. America only cares about chemical weapons if the Syrian regime is using it or if Russia is using it. That's it. When Israel does it, whether it be cluster munitions, whether it be fucking white phosphorus, nobody gives a fuck, okay? No one cares. No one fucking cares. Rules only are there so that we can use it against our foreign adversaries. That's just the case, okay? Now, of course, the reality of the situation is like, what the fuck have we done for Russia? Nothing, you know what I mean? They can break the rules of war and not get punished for it either. So there is that. There is that weirdness there as well. Like, we wag the finger. What are vacuum bombs? Concern grows about Russia's thermobaric weapons. This is just horrible, devastating weapons, said David Johnson, a retired U.S. Army colonel and principal researcher at the RAND Corporation. Yeah, accusations that Russia may be using thermobaric weapons in Ukraine have raised fears about the potential devastation that could result from the attacks of so-called vacuum bombs. Oksana Markarova, Ukraine's ambassador to the United States, said Monday the Russian military used a vacuum bomb. Now, here's one thing. We do have the power to stop Israel from using the motherfucking weapons because we're giving them the fucking weapons. We, on the other hand, cannot stop Russia from using the weapons because they're a fucking foreign adversary. You get it? So, like, we could just tell them, don't use these weapons, actually, and yet we won't. Anyway, so good stuff. And yes, the United States did put sanctions on Russia, and we did not put sanctions on Israel, which we should, but we won't because important allies.
Good things to come.
Good morning, Gail. Well, we spoke with a senior Hamas leader and a man designated a terrorist by the U.S. government, Musa Abu Marzouk. Now, he told us that Hamas and Israel are close to a deal on a temporary 5-day ceasefire in return for the release of some of the hostages.
You're saying that you would hand over 50 civilian hostages to Israel?
Noah Smith called for sanctions against Israel, by the way. Listen, at least Noah, unlike other fucking neoliberal commentators, is working his way down to the BDS movement, okay? Other neoliberal commentators' starting point is like, let's just do genocide. I don't really know anything about it, but like my automatic predisposition is whatever America says goes. And then they just like kind of slowly massage their way into like a 1998 position of like, let's do a two-state solution. Wait till they fucking find out about settlement expansion. And then, oh my God, the world will open up an entirely new oyster. It's just so fucking stupid. At least Noah Smith is like working his way back, but is like taking on new information and changing his position, right? Matty Iglesias is a different pervert. He literally, apparently, went to the fucking West Bank. So he knows how disgusting that shit is. So Matty Iglesias is a different kind of demon in that situation. Okay? I respect no opinion coming up with, I don't know, let's call it boycott, divestments, and sanctions on the state of Israel as long as the settlements continue. You know? I respect him for coming up with BDS. Someone should phone the guy Omar, what is it, Omar Barghouti? And let him know there's a new guy in town, okay? I'm cool with that. Because ultimately, that means like he's responding to new information. Sure, he was a fucking asshole from the jump without any knowledge whatsoever on the matter and was talking out of his fucking ass. But I'm glad that he's like inventing things, which means that, I mean, he's changing his opinion with new information. Many do not do that. He kept blaming Egypt for the blockade on Gaza. Kind of has a point, not much, talking about Matt. No, that's like classic fucking racist bullshit, dude. Egypt literally is our guy. And it also completely forgets that, you know, why are the Palestinians leaving? Why are the Palestinians escaping? Why are they leaving Gaza? Like, what are we talking about? Oh, wow, I can't believe Egypt, the client state of the United States of America, is not opening its fucking border that Israel controls so that we can allow a humanitarian corridor. It's crazy.
They would give you 100 Palestinian prisoners in return.
All of them children and women and older.
But Musa Abu Marzouk told us he's not sure where all of the hostages are located, and some, he claims, have been killed in the bombardment by Israel's military.
Maybe around 60 under right now the rebel. And there is some of them with the Palestinian faction, some of them with the Palestinian families. Nobody can search about this. It's a war.
This war was ignited with a slaughter by Hamas. But extraordinarily, Abu Marzouk claims Hamas leaders gave orders that no civilian should be killed.
Anyone get killed by Hamas on the civilian side, it's a mistake. It's wrong.
It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny to say this because, like, again, same moral playing field, lesser evil voting. Hamas beats out Israel on the morality front. It's true. Okay? But it is funny. Like, he's saying, no, it's a mistake. We fucked up. Sorry about that. Israel's like, no, actually, civilians have to die because they're human shields. Like, again, percentage-wise, if you look at, like, this is what I was talking about. If you look at, like, the Hamas leadership, you have more motherfuckers in Hamas condemning Hamas than motherfuckers saying we need to do more of the October 7 operations, actually. Okay? Like, you have more dudes in the Hamas leadership structure going, yeah, it's kind of fucked up that happened. It's really messed up. I'm sorry. Okay? Versus people being like, we have to do more of this. We have to do more of October 7th. On the Israeli front, where is that Yair Lapid video? We have to play this. He's supposed to be the centrist voice of reason. Okay? Sexy ass Yair Lapid. Let's see what he had to say. Yair Lapid, who Ben Shapiro famously called a centrist. But a leftist. By the way, he is a centrist. Ben Shapiro, however, called him a leftist. Let me find that video, what he said recently. Oh, here it is.
Many of the people who were killed were terrorists. The majority of people who were killed were Hamas terrorists. People are saying this number, 12,000 people were killed. Yes, the Hamas is an army of 40,000 people, and many of them were killed. And
40,000 people.
And good riddance. And again, there is...
He's hot. I mean, he's a fucking genocidal piece of shit and is like the least genocidal Israeli Knesset member. But he's kind of hot. I'm sorry. He's... Okay, that's true. I think Smotrich is better looking. I will admit. Even though, again, genocidal piece of shit should probably be tried in The Hague.
There are civilians who are hurt, and this is what happens when you have a very dense populated area that is... you're engaged in a war in a very densely populated area. The best example I can think of is the fighting in Moscow. You have to...
Smotrich is younger, though. Smotrich, yeah. Bro is Naha. He looks like a raisin. Dude, he's old as fuck. I feel like if I look that way when I'm that old, especially with that hairline, we're tight. What? New IDF propaganda this time. Mosques are secretly missile factories. IDF troops found a rocket-making lab and cache of bombs. RPGs and missiles beneath the mosque.
מסגד בקומת מרתף, מחסן, אמל"ח ומעבדה של רקטות של החמאס ומלא מטענים וחומרי חבלה וחומרי נפץ. אנחנו לוחמי גדוד 890 של הצנחנים ביחד עם כוחות הנדסה מיוחדים נמצאים מתחת למסגד בלב העיר עזה. נמצאה פה מעבדה של רקטות מיוחדת של החמאס שמראה איך החמאס משתמש במסגדים לרצח נשים וילדים. אפשר לראות את כמות האמל"ח הבלתי נתפסת שהאויב מחזיק.
An unbelievable quantity of weapons. Unbelievable, dude. Dude, they are such fucking broke boys. It's crazy. Hamas, I mean. You know they're sitting through the top of the hour ad break. Which comes at the top of every hour, of course. Yeah, he did say factory. Yeah, that's right. There's a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
People.
Use explosives on the walls and blocks and discovered a Hamas weapons production laboratory. Hamas at the production line inside of a mosque. Okay, they showed the explosion. Where's the production line? Here in the basement, this is what you can see all kinds of aids with the production of weaponry. Yeah, I mean, this probably is, for the record. Okay, what? Okay, never mind. I was with it. Like, they probably are fucking assembling the weapons down there. And then it's like, I don't know. It's probably real. It's just so stupid. Those are shaped charge diagrams. That's how they look. Yeah, no, it's probably real. It is probably real. It's just so stupid that this is your enemy. When I look at this, these pew ass drawings, okay, it's like this is the guys that you're killing. Like, these are the guys that you're quote unquote killing, okay? When you're not even killing them, you're just killing like a bunch of civilians. 13,000 so far, okay? 13,000, and it's like, what do you have to show for it? This unbelievable weapons cache, dude. You can see the unbelievable quantity of weapons. Like, this is what I mean when I say, like, it's literally bathtub rockets. Like, they are making bathtub rockets, okay? Look at the unbelievable amount of firepower they have. Israel would drop that in a quarter hour? No. All of those, no, dude. By tonnage, this is like, all of that combined isn't one fucking, one Israeli missile. They're only showing this in a mosque because there's footage of IDF bombing and leveling mosques. They're so predictable, it's crazy. I mean, look, dude, Gaza is a densely populated area. Do I believe that there's like missile making areas, like an assembly line under a mosque? Sure, there could be. The idea is that you're not like, it could be. Here's the thing though, like, what the fuck are you doing? You could have come in here without blowing up the fucking mosque or many of the other mosques. Like, it doesn't, here's how this doesn't work, okay? Are you ready for this? Let's say there's one school. Okay, let's say there's one school. Yeah, see, they do have mortars and shit that they're assembling here. Let's say there's one school that is no longer a school. There's no like actual fucking students above it. Okay, and underneath that school, or even inside of that school, you know there are like a shit ton of a shit ton of Nazis that gather, and these Nazis have been doing like violent stuff. Okay, I'm not making like a moral equivalence here. There's like the Ku Klux Klan or the neo-Nazis, okay? They're gathering at a fucking school. You know that they're gathering at a school. They've done terror attacks already. The way to deal with that is not by blowing up the school or killing the fucking entire city block full of people. The way you would deal with that would be surgical, precise, especially if it's in an urban area. The way to deal with that would be surgical. You wouldn't just like blow up the entire fucking city block. You would go in and would try to apprehend them. And if it turned violent, then you would fight back. Okay? What you wouldn't do, however, is blow up every fucking school in the state and then use the one fucking school that is no longer a school where Nazis were gathering at to be like, well, they're at every school. We found it. In one school, there were Nazis gathering and they had guns in the basement. So I guess we have to fucking literally nuke every school. You would never do that. You would not do that. That's ridiculous. You wouldn't even bomb that school that you know conclusively the Nazis are there. You wouldn't do that. Oh, yeah, this was fucking crazy, too. Shocking eyewitness accounts of the second wave invasions on October 7th. That of the Gazan civilians who entered people's homes, stole their possessions, and even switched their Netflix to Arabic and watched TV. I think it's really embarrassing to post this article as though it's like somehow proof that you should be able to kill Gazan civilians because it's so sad. No, they did. I believe this. I 100% believe this. Some of the witnesses, some of the survivors from the kibbutzim literally said that people just like came to their house, actually fucking went into their fridge and warmed up their food in the microwave, ate it, turned their Netflix app to Arabic so they could watch fucking shows and shit. How do you experience that and not have that fuck your brain up? Not have that fuck your brain up that like these are regular ass fucking people that are in such a sad state of affairs that like they're like, holy shit, this is awesome. I get to, you know, for the first time ever, I get to experience some of these things, you know. Now obviously they have like Netflix and whatnot in Gaza too. You can still access it. They got VPNs over there as well. It's sad as fuck. You know what I mean? It's so fucking sad. It's incredibly sad that they sat there and like ate their fucking food and then just left. Maybe in West Bank and Gaza, people barely get by to afford Netflix. I mean, I think people forget, like, people still find a way, okay? People still find a way. People still find a way to live. Even in such horrifying circumstances, like even in Gaza. If you look at videos from Gaza before October 7th, there's like a lot of beautiful videos of just like people chilling. There's like a cafe. People are drinking fucking, you know, lattes and shit. Like it's not, which is something that, you know, a lot of Zionists will racistly use to be like, best open air prison on the planet, much. Like, I don't know if you've ever encountered like a psychopathic ultra Zionist like that, but would Gazans order pokey cookies? Probably not, because probably outside of their price point. You know, I assume they can't do that. Hamas headquarters versus American family. And then they hear that their neighbor's daughter's getting raped. Not all October 7th people were evil, but there's enough of them that you can't excuse that it was a minority that were like that. Wait, what? Similar vibes to Israel showing off the weapons? Yeah. Yeah, I saw this. There are Israeli propagandists in your chat that message people advocating for the Israeli position. Good. They should try it harder. I love the concept of like not being able to chat in here, trying to hunt down people's names in the chat as it scrolls by to like desperately whisper to them, actually, it's totally justified that we're doing a ruthless slaughter of Palestinians. Please believe me. Okay, please. There is like, I'm gonna be honest, there's like not a worse group of individuals that you could try to do fucking propaganda against. Like, that's so funny. Go ahead, waste their goofy ass times. Who gives a shit?
Doesn't that mean that Hamas bears some responsibility?
By the way, you know what's really funny? That sad, desperate attempt that's now being done by you know, Hasbara goons, okay, that are too busy doing Hasbara goon shit instead of fucking gooning for the goon squad in Gaza, extracting semen, okay, off of IDF, Israeli occupying force members who have fallen to ATGMs and shit. However, you know who used to do that? Nazis. In this community, we would ban Nazis, and then they would try to like whisper shit into usernames in the chat exactly in the same way. No, not Nazis extracting cum. No, Nazis whispering to random fucking chatters after being banned like, hey, please read Culture of Critique, okay? It'll really open up your mind about the Jews. Like, they used to do that exact same shit. No, not probably. I know for a fucking fact that they did. Ask the moderators. Yeah, you just ignore it. Anyway.
For what is happening now in Gaza?
Hamas did their duty. They want to make a future for the Palestinian.
But instead of a future, this war has only brought more destruction. Abu Marzouk told us he lived happily in the US for over a decade until he was detained on suspicion of terrorism and eventually deported in 1997, though not convicted. He says the US is responsible for the devastation in Gaza.
The weapon coming from America.
So you blame the US for what is happening?
Who else gonna do that? Within 5 minutes they can stop the war. Within 5 minutes.
To be clear, the negotiations are about a temporary ceasefire and a very long way from any kind of long-term solution. Nate.
Holly, thank you.
Out of the hijacking in the Red Sea, Yemen's Iran-backed rebels have...
We already watched this. Steve Kornacki, pressure on Israel to curb violence against Palestinians, surviving war in Gaza, one text message at a time. Dude, TikTok is coming after every fucking, every Israeli criticism TikTok, by the way. Every single one of them is getting taken down one by one. Another one of my TikToks went down. Sick. Thank you. Shouts out to the ADL for that, by the way. Good job, guys. maybe it'll make you sleep better at night, and you won't be haunted by the dead Palestinian children that you are justifying the murder of on a regular basis. I mean, if you do have a heart, if you do have a soul, you will probably cry yourself to sleep at night hearing the sounds of all of the dead Palestinian kids that are that died under their fucking rubble that you have justified. But, you know, fuck the ADL, dude. Jesus Christ. Tapper asked DeSantis if Trump is too old to run. Here's a reply. I don't care about that. All right, I don't know what the fuck's going on with this shit.
The tech world was thrown into chaos over the weekend when the company that gave us the groundbreaking artificial intelligence program ChatGPT up and fired its popular and well-known CEO, Sam Altman. This came out of nowhere. Sam Altman's drawn comparisons to tech giants like Steve Jobs, and he was dismissed by the OpenAI board late on Friday. When I say people were surprised, everyone was surprised.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know that's what he looked like, bro. What the fuck? Bro looks weird as hell.
Including OpenAI's biggest investor, Microsoft. All of this is raising some big questions about the future and the safety of artificial intelligence. For more on all of it, senior business and tech correspondent Jolene Kent joins us now. She's been watching the drama play out, working the phones. Jolene, good morning to you.
Hey, Tony, good morning to you. My phone has been blowing up this weekend. The last 3 days.
Oh, yeah. Emmett Shear is the new interim CEO of OpenAI. Folks, you might recognize old Emmett. He's the former CEO of Twitch. You might not recognize him, actually, because was he even there? Was he ever the actual CEO? I don't know. Yeah, every VOD I watch is a copyright claim on them. In some scenes, the video drops. What?
Young church.
Oh, yeah, Piers Morgan is wrong. We'll watch that in a second. But let's watch
Days
this.
have really been unlike anything I've seen covering tech for a decade now. Over the weekend, it looked like Sam Altman could make a comeback to OpenAI, but then those talks just collapsed. Just this morning, Microsoft, the biggest investor in OpenAI, has now hired Sam Altman for their own AI research team. This chaotic shakeup having a seismic.
I like that the people are like, did Emmett Shear suck or was he before your time? It's like, no, he was there while I was here. The difference is that I had no fucking clue on it, on what his performance looked like. You want to know why? Because he was kind of not there at all. You know, he was just not really there. So, no. How am I supposed to tell you what his performance looked like?
Impact on the future of artificial intelligence.
OpenAI is the most advanced and the most widely used AI platform in the world now.
Sam Altman, the powerful face of artificial intelligence and ChatGPT, suddenly fired on Friday as CEO of OpenAI, just 2 weeks after making this bold promise.
As intelligence gets integrated everywhere, we will all have superpowers on demand.
His dismissal by OpenAI's nonprofit board shocked Silicon Valley. The company said it lost confidence in Altman, that he was not consistently candid in his communications with the board, adding the company remains fully committed to its mission to ensure that artificial general intelligence benefits all humanity. Since ChatGPT launched last November, Altman has been a fixture on Capitol Hill, discussing the benefits and threats of artificial intelligence. He's traversed the globe, meeting with world leaders.
Can Americans trust OpenAI to make AI safe?
I think trust but verify. I think it's really important that the government does put sensible policy in place.
Altman's dismissal surprised OpenAI's biggest investor, Microsoft, which has invested a reported $13 billion into the company. Just 2 weeks ago, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella appeared at an event on stage with Altman.
How is Microsoft thinking about the partnership currently?
Look, first, we love you guys.
CBS News learned Microsoft was given less than 15 minutes of notice before Altman's firing was made public.
Sam Altman, who I just saw in the hallway here, your partner at OpenAI.
Earlier this year, Tony DeCopel talked with Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella about its AI tech developed with OpenAI.
We will have many, many mechanisms to ensure that nothing biased, nothing harmful gets generated.
In a statement overnight, Nadella said Microsoft has now hired Altman and remained committed to our partnership with OpenAI and have confidence in our product roadmap.
It's not clear that without Sam Altman, they are going to be able to maintain that lead.
The Atlantic's reporter Ross Anderson spent months with Altman and the OpenAI team.
Should the average user of ChatGPT be worried about the future of this company that wields so much power?
Yeah, I think so. You have what looks like hugely Machiavellian power plays right around the center of this technology that is, appears to be at the heart of the future. And I do think that should make people nervous.
As for what's next, OpenAI has named its new interim CEO, Emmett Shear, who's the former CEO of the streaming platform Twitch. That's the second interim CEO in as many days. Shear said,
We did it. We did it. We got a Twitch mention. Yay. Chat, we did it. We made it in the mainstream news.
Said he will hire an independent investigator, saying Altman's removal was handled, quote, badly. And Altman himself in his own late night post wrote, the mission continues. As for what happens to the engineers and the Altman loyalists, a source directly familiar with the situation has told me that an exodus of engineering talent from OpenAI will complicate the relationship between Microsoft and OpenAI a whole bunch. Tony.
Extraordinary, Jolene. We should think about what happens next, but I think a lot of us are still stuck on what happened. Why was Sam Altman ousted late on a Friday? What more do we know?
Well, what we know is that there's still a whole lot of questions out there. You should know that OpenAI is governed by a nonprofit board, and 4 of those members were responsible for ousting Sam Altman, in addition to his colleague Greg Brockman, who was the chair of the board at the time. And so there's a lot of questions around whether or not this is a division of a mission, whether Sam Altman was more aggressive in his pursuit of AI and the board wanted to play it safe. A lot of big questions, and we are going to find out those answers for you, Tony.
Jolene, before you go, I know a lot of people want to know who is this board? What can you tell us about them? A lot of people, because they seem to question Sam Altman's integrity, which for the people who know Sam Altman, that really rubbed them the wrong way. So who are these people and what are they thinking?
Yeah, these are 4 individuals who are not employees of OpenAI, and they serve in this nonprofit board format. And a lot of the Sam Altman loyalists, the people who really believe and love Sam, have come out and said to me, is this really the best way to govern this kind of company, given that it is this sort of nonprofit but for-profit partnership enterprise? It's a complicated structure. And one source told me, who was directly familiar with the situation, that if this was a for-profit company and this was a board that was a corporate board that you see running a lot of the other big tech companies, that there would already be shareholder lawsuits at this point.
Well, one thing's for sure, there's nothing artificial about your intelligence, Jolene.
Oh my God. That was pretty good. Generational Riz. Why does mainstream media have to do that every time it's a morning show? Curse. You have to do that. If you're in the morning shows, you have to say that. Maybe, but between 40 and 60% of women seem to have rape, non-consent fantasies. Why would you assume it's not genuine sex fantasy with these girls? Or did I misunderstand you and you agree that it's genuine fantasy? You're just talking about the source of the fantasy. Maybe he should keep that. Maybe he should post this on OpenAI, I think. The question that should be posed towards OpenAI. All right, let's watch this GDF video. Piers Morgan is wrong.
I'm going to try and wrestle things back. Jen, let me ask you a question. You mentioned genocide there. What Hamas is actually in its charter dedicated to doing is the purest personification of genocide. Well, it is. They want to see the eradication of Israel, and they proved on October the 7th they will kill as many Jews as they can possibly get their hands on. So that is pure genocide. What Israel is doing in return, I don't think meets the category of genocide. Right? Because they don't want to get rid of every Palestinian. They don't want to kill every Palestinian. No, they want to kill every Hamas terrorist. Now,
it only takes mere seconds to introduce a sentence, to millions of people, mind you, that contains numerous presuppositions that are faulty. Setting aside the fact that Hamas rarely invokes the Charter, according to a 2009 report from the United States Institute of Peace, a federal institution, which read, "The Charter itself contains statements that reflect a lack of hostility toward Jews on the basis of religion. For example, as Article 31 states, under Islam, the followers of the 3 religions, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, may coexist peacefully and safely. Whether or not one accepts this statement as true, it is incompatible with claims of a religious obligation to kill Jews." Regardless, the report also states that Hamas has, in practice, moved well beyond its charter. Hamas has been carefully and consciously adjusting its political program for years and has sent repeated signals that it may be ready to begin a process of coexisting with Israel. Further, Hamas leader Khalid Meshal urged outsiders to ignore the Hamas charter. In 2017, Hamas revised its charter altogether. According to the RAND Corporation, the major defense think tank, Hamas dropped the language explicitly calling for Israel's destruction, which suggests an effort by...
It's always funny when, like, the absolute best information that you can get, some of the most reliable information you can get, is from objectively biased sources that are vestiges of the American empire. Okay? Straight up. Like, this is why half of OSINT Twitter is like insane war perverts. Okay? And it's so funny. Like, it's not that hard. You could just go to the Washington Institute or the RAND Corporation and search this shit, and they will tell you. They will literally just straight up tell you. Obviously, they'll season it, or they'll message it in a way where it'll be like, obviously biased, but still, like, you can find this information.
By Hamas to portray itself as more of an Islamic national liberation movement. Setting aside the fact that Hamas took hostages, evidently not killing every Jew that they could get their hands on, and that some of the dead were reportedly killed by the Israeli military, according to an article from the Israeli Yediot Ahronoth, after the pilots realized that it was very difficult to distinguish between terrorists and Israeli soldiers or civilians, the decision was made that the first objective of the fighter helicopters is to stop the deluge of terrorists. 28 fighter helicopters shot over the course of the day all of the ammunition in their bellies. We are talking about hundreds of 30mm cannon mortars and Hellfire missiles. The frequency of fire at the thousands of terrorists was enormous at the start, and only at a certain point did the pilots begin to slow their attacks and carefully choose the targets. According to the Air Force, in the first 4 hours from the start of the battles, helicopters and fighter craft attacked about 300 targets, most in Israeli territory.
Wait, what? Non-profit but for profit. They're a dishonest company which reaps the benefits of non-profit. So they aren't sorry for their charter or their message. They're just sorry the rest of the world didn't like the wording. So they'll say it without writing it next time. Brother, I don't know if you know this, but political organizations oftentimes rebrand. They always engage in violent actions as a constant, but oftentimes they will retriangulate their message. I don't know if you know that. An example of a political organization that is like retriangulated its messaging would be probably Likud. Some of the original doctrines have remained. I mean, when you even consider the PLO or the Palestinian Authority, these were originally considered terror cells. Like, they're comprised of people who were also terrorists. Same with the ANC. Same with Nelson Mandela. Throughout time, organizations have the capacity to shift. This does not mean that like they're talking about OpenAI. No, I don't think he's talking about OpenAI. I think he's talking about the new Hamas charter.
They explain in these articles that what they saw at the beginning of this air operation was complete chaos. And in fact, here reported by Haaretz, a journalist on X, who says that this 48-year-old man that we see in this picture.
What? I fucking said this and you denied it. You literally said anyone who said Israel killed its own citizens was anti-Semitic. No, I said it is ridiculous to claim and copium, and I still say this, to engage in any kind of like fucking, to engage in any kind of fucking rhetoric that automatically, one, tries to act like the overwhelming majority of people killed were not civilians, and two, to act like Israel was responsible primarily for killing the most Israeli civilians. I still maintain that position. Okay, I did not say it's anti-Semitic to say that Israel killed its own citizens. I don't think that I don't know how you inferred that. I, as a matter of fact, did say Israel most likely did kill some of its own civilians. And in that process, we had limited evidence at the time. Some of the evidence came from Yasmin Parat from one of the kibbutz who had escaped the concert, who had said that tank artilleries and crossfire could have led to civilians dying in one of the kibbutzim. And I also did say that even the helicopters could have potentially killed some of the Israeli civilians that were most likely held hostage by, that were in the cars alongside Hamas militants. Okay? But this does not change the reality that there are still hundreds, okay? Hundreds of civilians being indiscriminately fired at by multiple different Palestinian militants. That is the truth. So that doesn't change that reality, and I want everyone to still personally understand it. That is the reality. I'm, of course, going to be very cautious in my reporting, especially when I know I got vultures at bay waiting for anything that they can clip out of context, okay? There aren't the very same vultures on the pro-Palestinian side, because the pro-Palestinian side is obviously very charitable and understanding of my position, okay? But there are, however, vultures on the side of no politics, really, but I guess you could ostensibly fill them under the category of Zionist Hasbara propaganda that are waiting for anything and everything they can to specifically clip out of context and say, "We got him, boys. He's lying."
Was killed by the IDF after being mistakenly confused, identified as a terrorist.
Setting all that aside, Pierce shows a fundamental lack of understanding of what genocide is. Perhaps this is an opportunity for others to learn as well. As the war grinds on, the IDF has been on a full-blown media assault. And as the humanitarian crisis worsens, it is of the utmost importance that we all have access to unbiased sources. I've been using this app and website by Ground News, and it's become my go-to resource to get the full picture. This article recently caught my attention. UN urges international probe into Israel-Hamas war violations. More than 50 articles were published on this in the last 2 days, and coverage is coming mainly from left-leaning sources. In fact, looking closer, I noticed the headlines differ based on politics. Coverage from the left emphasizes immediate possibility of starvation and a dire crisis, while on the right, headlines paint a less dire picture. It's interesting to look at the news this way, where a single word or phrase has the ability to shape public opinion. I've been following their timeline on the Israel-Palestine conflict to see how media coverage differs depending on political affiliation. I think what Ground News is doing is really important, and I encourage you to check it out. Go to ground.news/GDF. Subscribe through my link for less than $1 a month, or take advantage of their biggest discount of the year, 40% off their Vantage plan for unlimited access.
Just to reply to these people's points, they didn't hire. It's also confirmed that the IDF killed a lot of civilians. No, they did not confirm that they killed a lot of civilians. The IDF, according to Haaretz reporting, the latest reporting on October 7th, they believe that the helicopter fire also potentially led to some Israeli civilians dying. They did not say how many Israeli civilians were killed by the attack helicopters. They simply said some of the Israeli civilians may have been killed by attack helicopters. Okay?
Which is what I have. Get access to data-driven...
Stop trying to make ethical reacts as a phrase happen. I mean, I'm memeing.
...information and support my channel in the meantime.
Why would the IDF ever admit that they killed a lot of Israeli civilians? They would not. They did not even admit to killing a single Israeli civilian, as a matter of fact. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the IDF admits. I don't trust the IDF as far as I can throw them. I don't trust the IDF at all. I do, however, trust journalists, journalists that write for a multitude of different Israeli publications that aren't the psychopathic ultra-Zionists that many assume them to be. They're not. They're still journalists. They might even be Zionist journalists who might even be biased towards Israel, who will still report truthfully because ultimately their position is to ensure that the victims and their family members learn about how their family members died. Okay?
Embrace them and believe them. You must remember what Amalek has done to you, says our Holy Bible, and we do remember and we are fighting.
Making the case that Israel is committing genocide is quite simple, as explained by Craig McIver, who made headlines for resigning from the United Nations. McIver was the director of the New York office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights.
Usually the most difficult part of proving genocide is intent. In this case, the intent by Israeli leaders has been so explicitly stated and publicly stated by the Prime Minister.
Yeah, for the record, like using Judaism as a coded way of like saying you want to do ethnic cleansing is not necessarily new for Israel. It played a prominent role in the inception of the Israeli state during Planned Dalet. So, you know, that is the modus operandi here, or at least I guess a return to tradition in that of sorts.
The president by senior cabinet ministers, by military leaders, that is an easy case to make. It's on the public record.
The day of the October 7th Hamas attack, Benjamin Netanyahu addressed the people of Israel.
כינסתי את ראשי מערכת הביטחון, הנחיתי קודם כל לטהר את היישובים מהמחבלים שחדרו פנימה. הפעולה הזאת מתבצעת בשעות הללו. האויב ישלם מחיר שהוא לא ידע כמותו.
Later that day, Israeli Energy Minister Israel Katz announced that Israel would shut off all electricity to Gaza, followed by, "What was will not be." We'll remember that it was on October 9th when Defense Minister Yoav Gallant announced,
"No food, no water, no gas, it's all closed. We're fighting animals and are acting accordingly."
Just days later, he told troops, Of course, we remember that October 10th, IDF spokesman Daniel Hagari revealed that Israel had begun dropping hundreds of tons of bombs and that the emphasis is on damage and not accuracy. Later that day, Major General Ghassan Alian, head of the Coordinator of Government Activities in the Territories, explained,
سكان غزة بدل ما يصدمهم الإشي عم بيحتفلوا مع هيك وحوش بشرية رايحين نتعامل كيف لازم مش راح يكون في عندكم كهرباء ولا مي بس دمار بدكم جهنم راح تحصلوا على جهنم.
And Reservist General Giora Island wrote an article declaring that Gaza will become a place where no human being can exist. When asked about the ensuing humanitarian situation in Gaza, Israel's President Isaac Herzog stated,
"It's an entire nation out there that is responsible."
I sent these remarks to genocide scholar Martin Shaw of the University of Sussex, who said the comment shows a genocidal mentality, and genocide scholar Mark Levine of the University of Southampton, who suggested that the comment was the Israeli government alibi for treating everybody in Gaza as if they are Hamas. Mass murder is thereby legitimated. Herzog was pressed about the comment further.
"You seem to hold the people of Gaza, the civilians of Gaza, responsible. That makes them legitimate targets."
No, I didn't say that.
Yoav Gallant has been slightly more unapologetic. A month later, amid growing tensions with Lebanon, he revealed,
"It is the citizens of Lebanon that will pay the price of these kinds of mistakes. What we are doing in Gaza, we can do in Beirut."
It's fair to say that the Israeli officials have been mouthy. It's hard to explain just how significant comments like these are. In the trial judgment for the case against Jean-Paul Akiyezu during the Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, the chamber considers that intent is a mental factor which is difficult, even impossible to determine. This is the reason why, in the absence of a confession from the accused, his intent can be inferred from a certain number of presumptions of fact. Factors such as the scale of atrocities committed, or furthermore deliberately and systematically targeting victims on account of their membership of a particular group, can enable the chamber to infer the genocidal intent of a particular act. So there's a case to be made that even absent these statements, we could infer genocidal intent. Continuing with the Akiyezu trial judgment, in a section regarding one of the Genocide Convention's core tenets, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, which the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda found should be construed as the methods of destruction by which the perpetrator does not immediately kill the members of the group, but which ultimately seek their physical destruction. The chamber is of the opinion that the means of deliberate inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part include, inter alia, subjecting a group of people to a subsistence diet, systematic expulsion from homes, and the reduction of essential medical services below minimum requirement. This is essentially the smoking gun. We shouldn't have to explain just how Israel is self-evidently executing exactly every one of these criteria, but sadly we will now. Now, it should be known, before October 7th, Gazans were already on a subsistence diet. In 2012, Amira Haas wrote for Haaretz an article confirming the existence of a so-called Red Lines document, drafted by Ehud Olmert's cabinet in 2008, shortly after the beginning of the ongoing blockade. The Red Lines document calculates the minimum number of calories needed by every age and gender group in Gaza, then uses this to determine the quantity of staple foods that must be allowed into the strip every day, as well as the number of trucks needed to carry this quantity. On average, the minimum worked out to 2,279 calories per person per day. From this, they reduced the quantity of fruits and vegetables, milk, and meat and poultry. Echoing what attorney Dov Weissglass, a senior advisor to Olmert, said in 2006, the idea is to put the Palestinians on a diet, but not to make them die of hunger. Amira Haas continues, The drafters of the Red Lines document noted that the quantity of fruit and vegetables Gaza could produce for itself was expected to decline from 1,000 tons a day to 500 within a few months due to the Israeli ban on bringing in seeds, as well as the ban on exporting produce. They predicted a similar fate for the poultry industry, but they didn't propose any solution for this decline. Even with this generous allotment of calories, then Gaza director for the UN Relief and Works Agency, Robert Turner, complained, food imports consistently fell below the red lines. This trend continued. Before October 7th, 63% of the population was considered food insecure, according to the World Health Organization. This was with 500 trucks entering Gaza per day. Harvard economist Sarah Roy, considered the foremost expert on Gaza's economy, wrote in a recent editorial, "There is a desperate need for basic resources in Gaza, including food." Despite this, the first aid convoys weren't allowed into Gaza until October 21st. According to the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, by November 7th, a total of 650 trucks had entered Gaza, or 36 trucks per day. Essential items such as rice, legumes, and vegetable oil have almost disappeared in the market. Wheat flour, eggs, and dairy products are no longer available in shops across Gaza. And by November 7th, the amount of drinking water entering Gaza could only serve 4% of the population. Not surprisingly, there have been a growing number of reports indicating that people are drinking seawater and contaminated water from agricultural wells. Roy concludes that Gaza is approaching a state of total collapse, and this collapse is undeniably one of choice. The Associated Press painted a grueling picture of the situation on the ground for families searching for food. Supermarket shelves are nearly empty. Bakeries have shut down because of lack of flour and fuel for the ovens. Gaza's farmland is almost inaccessible, and there's
also the bakeries that didn't shut down, that were forcibly shut down with rockets.
Little in produce markets beyond onions and oranges. Families cook lentils over small fires in the streets. You hear children crying in the night for sweets and hot food, said Ahmed Khan, a photographer at a shelter in the southern town of Rafah. I can't sleep. Many people say they've gone weeks without meat, eggs, or milk, and now live on one meal a day. There is a real threat of malnutrition and people starving, said Ali Zaki, spokesperson for the UN's World Food Program. What aid workers call food insecurity is the new baseline for Gaza's 2.3 million people. According to OCHA, or the UN Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, on November 4th and 5th, 7 water facilities across the Gaza Strip were directly hit and sustained major damage, including 3 sewage pipelines in Gaza City, 2 water reservoirs in Gaza City, Rafah, and Jabalia refugee camp, and 2 water wells in Rafah. The Gaza municipality warned about the imminent risk of sewage flooding. Indeed, the targeting of water infrastructure prompted Euromed to describe Israel's campaign as a war of starvation. The Israeli war of starvation has taken very dangerous turns, including cutting off all food.
To be fair, a lot of these guys are also Hamas, so, And even if that's not the case, I will just simply say it as it is. See, ambulances, Hamas.
Supplies to the northern half and bombing and destroying factories, bakeries, food stores, water stations, and tanks throughout the entire enclave. Prior to the ongoing Israeli war, 70% of the Gaza Strip's children suffered from varying health issues, including malnutrition, anemia, and weakened immunity. However, Euromed Monitor said the number has increased to over 90% as a result of the unprecedented Israeli attacks. Strikingly, before October 7th, when 97% of water was unfit for human consumption, since then, there is 92% less water consumption. Further, the only mill in Gaza able to grind wheat is not working, due to a lack of electricity and fuel. 11 bakeries have been hit and destroyed since October 7th. But as UN Relief and Works Agency Gaza Affairs Director Thomas White noted, people are beyond looking for bread. It's looking for water. In terms of systematic expulsion from homes, on October 13th, Israel ordered residents north of Wadi Gaza, a river and wetland, numbering 1.1 million people to evacuate to the south of the Strip. After which Michael Schmidt, a scholar of the Lieber Institute at West Point Military Academy, opined, I struggle to see how warnings that Gaza City is about to be attacked and civilians should leave can be characterized as anything other than actions designed to minimize loss of life and injury, which spurred a rebuttal from Yusuf Syed Khan, a senior lawyer at Global Rights Compliance, who wrote, "Giving effect to an order to displace through acts of coercion in such a context might include the IDF's repeatedly using the word must to communicate and qualify the parameters of both the insistence upon evacuation and possible return, as well as relentless attacks against civilians or civilian infrastructure, including schools and hospitals, coupled with the complete denial of humanitarian aid, which may be said to render life uninhabitable in a certain area." Further, Israel's Energy Minister Israel Katz made it clear when he said, "All the civilian population in Gaza is ordered to leave immediately. We will win. They will not receive a drop of water or a single battery until they leave the world."
Yeah, meanwhile, according to NPR 5 days ago, more than 200 medical personnel have been killed since the war started. Their colleagues say there's been no time to mourn. In that spirit, doctors shared details about the lives that were lost. 60 journalists, I believe, or 50 journalists a couple days ago, 51 journalists a couple days ago, 4 in Israel, the rest, of course, 1 in Lebanon, and the rest in Gaza. So, I mean, this video makes an undeniable case. Oh, the real life lore video, why Israel was originally attacked. Yeah, I heard real life lore did some banger videos.
Indeed, the
on this.
alternative to leaving was declared in no uncertain terms by Defense Minister Yoav Gallant.
Those who want to save
It's crazy to think, like, there are journalists that I've been following since the beginning, or even before then, before October 7th, that are just now dead. I'm seeing them. I listen to their voices. I saw them communicate about what's going on the ground, and then a couple weeks later, you just see them dead, like being carried out on a stretcher with the press vest that they used to wear put on top of their lifeless body. And it's fucking insane. Yeah, killed alongside their families, by the way. Israel has round-the-clock surveillance. They know the targets that they're striking. Israel knows where these people live. They have the capacity to call them.
their life, please go south.
And by IDF leaflets and cell phone audio messages. Your presence north of Wadi Gaza puts your life in danger. Whoever chooses not to leave North Gaza to the south of Wadi Gaza might be identified as an...
You're in just as much danger as them being an on-the-ground reporter yourself. I love that we're slowly but surely uncovering steps of genocide and psychopathic edgelords with no will to live other than just like to carry on the tradition of trying to make everyone as miserable as themselves because their family doesn't invite them to Thanksgiving dinners and acts like they literally do not exist or that they have died. Come in here to try and fucking repeat idiotic things that I never even fucking said or meant. Everybody knows that I've never actually left and done on the ground reporting in fucking Palestine. But, you know, your goal in here is to just say stupid shit like this because if you don't get this message out and try to hope that you can change a person's life for a brief moment, have them like recognize that you're alive, you know what I mean? You might actually end it all. So I will provide that service for you for a brief moment, okay? It makes me happy to know that you will continue living and won't off yourself because absolutely zero people like you. And that you will continue this fucking train of just compounding on the hatred in your sad, miserable life. You can type in ha-ha-ha's in all caps, but we both know deep down inside you're crying because your soul is broken, okay? It's broken. You can fix it. You can fix it. And I hope you will, okay? I hope you will. But it does start with leaving the communities that you are in that are slowly but surely sucking you into this rabbit hole of despair. No, I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. Please don't ban me. No, I won't. Don't worry. Don't worry, little one. I will not ban you. I don't want you to off yourself, okay? I want you to change your life. I want you to be happy. Doing stuff like this, not going to help. It only makes your life worse. You might think that you are in a community that understands where you're coming from. You might think that you're in a community that understands where you're coming from, that gives you a sense of purpose. You know, this guy that you've never met before that you have been conditioned into fucking hating, okay, is mad in this moment, in this very moment. Like, he got really mad I got to him. You didn't. I've heard this uncreative sentiment expressed 1,000 times over. I want you to be better, okay? I know I gave you exactly what you wanted. What you wanted wasn't a clip. What you wanted was someone to recognize you, because it does feel like you have no friends sometimes, especially when, you know, you feel like the walls are caving in and you're just like sitting there alone in your dark room, hoping for someone to reach out. So I'm telling you, okay? I'm telling you, yes, Senpai noticed you, and now I'm telling you what to do. Quit the shit. Stop going on the fucking same drama farming, lolcow Discord servers. Stop engaging with the same fucking subreddits, because that is only going to make you worse. One day you will recognize that you have a deep addiction, okay? The quicker you snap out of it and try to make something better of your life, the faster you will be happy, and you won't turn into a fucking 47-year-old kissless virgin, okay? I'm just cut the Celtics loss to the Hornets. All right.
Accomplice in a terrorist organization, and the destruction of homes and property ensured that there's nowhere for them to go back to. According to the UN, as of November 8th, at least 45% of homes in Gaza, not North Gaza, but all of Gaza, are either damaged or completely destroyed. In the trial judgment for Mladen Nedeljković and Vinko Martinović, the Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia interpreted that the deliberate destruction of homes was indicative of intent to forcibly displace civilians. When a genuine evacuation takes place, there is an obligation to bring the population back when the hostilities have ended. No attempts to return them were made. In fact, most of their houses were torched. With regard to bringing the...
Hassan is such a window warrior, self-proclaimed propagandist loser, fake socialist too. Smokey the Dab, I'm sorry that the words that I actually fucking said to the other guy hurt you so fucking deeply to your core that you had to respond in this way. But everything I said, and I think you know that as well, could be said specifically for you too. Okay? Goal is the same. Snap out of it. Go to the gym. Start a new life. I promise. I promise. Okay? I know I said something and it had an AoE impact on every fucking loser incel in a 7,000-mile vicinity, okay? I know.
The population back, in the words of Israeli Minister of Foreign Affairs Eli Cohen. At the end of this war, not only will Hamas no longer be in Gaza, but the territory of Gaza will also decrease. Indeed, Francesca Albanese, Special Rapporteur for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, warned that Palestinian...
He's still saying, rent-free loser. I've never seen him say the truth once in his life. Brother, you've been in here since 2022. You've been in here since 2022. How are you going to fucking say, like, posting, I love Jordan Peterson? How are you going to say rent-free, dog? And you like Ludwig? What? He said, Vivek is my president. He said, hands down the dumbest community. I went to high school with Smokey the Dab. He had his mom buy his crush some thongs for her birthday. Everyone made fun of him so bad he had to be homeschooled. I made this all up, but spread it around. God damn, son. Live your life, dude. Live your life. Someone you should look up to. JP is the best. Yeah, I come in here to hate watch and make fun of you with my friends. Brother, you have no friends. That is the most friendless activity of all time. You think you have friends. Simply what you're doing is talking to a fucking IT guy who's 48 years old, eating hot Cheetos by himself in a dark room just like you. Okay? You think he's your friend because he has the same interest in like coming in here and being like, we really own this guy, right? But like, you got no friends, homie. You got people on Discord with similar interests. What I'm trying to fucking tell you is you can snap out of it and no longer have the Cheeto crust all over your fucking keyboard, okay? You can move away from this world. You can move away from this reality. You can make something for yourself, and you can be happy. I want you to be happy. The healthier you are, the less you'll come in here and fucking annoy me, all right? Meanwhile, while you're here, you're watching the top of the hour ad break, or at least getting gifted a sub by someone so you can avoid it, but others can't. So my hate watchers still end up, you know, helping my finances, getting my money up. Hate watch is actually a thing? Oh, it absolutely is. It's a big thing. Not necessary to go this far. I mean, it's not that far. It's serious. This is serious stuff. You can be like, no, it's me and all my best friends, dude. Again, making up shit. Something you do best. Bro, you're 100% fake. I'd love for you to say one true thing. It would make my day. Joke's on you. I use ad block. Telling people to kill themselves is going too far, bro. Point to the one fucking moment that I said that people should kill themselves. Go ahead. I never said that. I actually said the exact opposite of that. But you have no way of fucking analyzing anything I'm saying in a normal way. I got a 9.33. Yeah. It's hard, man. Okay, dude. How are you going to get mad at me for literally fucking misunderstanding? How? That's crazy. This is such a weird fucking phenomena that only happens on Twitch. Or, well, I guess it happens on Twitter too, but it happens in real time on Twitch where it's like, sorry, I misunderstand you. And actually, unironically, that's your fault. What do you mean? You said leave this world. I know you meant the world of toxic shit, but chatters can't infer shit. No, that's not what I mean at all. I'm talking literally about leaving the world of like hatred. Hasan saying it. I'm not clicking on that link. All it took was for me to read one unhinged chatter, and every single one that also wants the attention immediately fucking goes, no, me. You're talking about me when you say like weird incel pervert. I'm the guy. There are plenty of reformed hate watchers in this community. Plenty of people who came in here thinking like, oh, I'll get him. I'll get him this time, right? I'll fucking own him. I'll own him real good. A lot of those people change their minds. All it takes is a moment of charitability. All it takes is a moment of charitability. So many baseless claims. I used to be a Hasan fan. And there's plenty of people who do this too. Plenty of people who go, I used to be a Hasan fan. Following since 2013, 11/9. Is this like a normal thing for a large streamer, or do you have an oversized target on your back because your left is? Bit of column A, bit of column B. Most streamers don't actually talk to their chat or interact with their chat this aggressively. I always do. So there's a lot of people who are like desperate for that. Yeah, bro. He's like, listen, dog, November 19th, yesterday, I was a fan. Today, things are very different. Well, anyway, I have 3 main reasons why people hate watch you. Let's hear it. How come you never bring up the positive comments like this? Because you guys all fucking yell at positive commenters. 1, you won't play Spider-Man 2. Fuck, he got me. He's true. Son of a bitch. Anyway, there's certainly a lot of people who are also on the I used to be a Hasan fan train as well. I had a much larger audience in different points in time when a lot of people would come in here and watch, especially during COVID, and were like kind of finding out what their perspective was, like what their political worldview looks like, right? They come in here, then they maybe hear something that they don't agree with, where they're like, oh, well, I don't think this corresponds to my worldview, whether it's like something I've said, like, the fact that Walgreens CEOs are most likely lying about fucking mass retail theft being a major issue. Now, I've been vindicated on that, but it doesn't matter, because if you were already... if you already had made up your mind about theft, and you were like, oh, this guy personally thinks theft is fucking pog, right? You just go, all right, well, let me seek out if there's other people out there who are saying the opposite. And then they see people, there's plenty of content creators out there who will mislead you. You know what I mean? And they just go and they go, all right, well, this guy says fuck Hasan, and I kind of don't agree with Hasan. Maybe he's right. I wasn't a hate watcher, but speculative, and I have to say, please stick around. Hasan is very well read, informative, and funny. I was a shell of the person I was in high school, and Hasan helped me rediscover my curious side and help me inform myself. If you hate him, at least give him a chance, and also check out the great learning resources he references. Aw, thank you. Yeah, I talk about so many divisive topics. It could be on anything: theft, gambling, sex workers, making fun of hogs, taxes, socialism, Bitcoin, NFT. There were moments over the course of many, many years where you could have picked up one issue that you thought was very important to you, that you didn't agree with me on, and it shattered your world, and it made you very angry, and it caused you to not be charitable. And there's plenty of, God knows, there's plenty of content out there who will fucking owe me. Oh, trans topics is another very divisive one, you know? Is another very divisive one. You're a pretty standard streamer, to be fair. I think so. Ukraine. American foreign policy, that's a big one for a lot of progressives who can't shatter their worldview on that front. Impossible for them to do so. First, I started watching as a baby socialist left because I wanted to hear more black leftists, but eventually came back because his analysis still holds up after all this time. Yeah. Viewership is down, though, to be fair. No, everyone's viewership is down for sure, but mine is certainly more down than it's supposed to be at this time. I'm aware of it. I mean, but my favorite times on stream are when I'm on the weekends, when viewership is more down across the board than any other normal day of streaming. And it's my favorite time to stream because I have no like legitimate expectations. You know what I mean? I don't have any like weight. I don't have to carry around like a major burden. My friend's gonna watch you after Cuban G slur because they're defrogs. What, Gusano? Okay. Cuban G slur. What the fuck? It means worm, dog. It's like a political fucking take. It means counter-revolutionary. What makes it G slur? Like saying C slur. That is always funny when you got the N-word manifesto guy talking about slurs and how inappropriate it is while simultaneously advocating for the right to be able to say the N-word as a white guy. Yeah.
Are in grave danger of mass ethnic cleansing. The situation in the occupied Palestinian territory and Israel has reached fever pitch. Just days later, she and several other special rapporteurs, including the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights of Displaced Persons, warned a risk of genocide against the Palestinian people. At the end of October, a worrying so-called concept paper had circulated around social media, reportedly from the Israeli Ministry of Intelligence, detailing a plan to expel all of Gaza's population, 2.3 million people, into Egypt. The plan called for establishing tent cities in Egypt, creating a humanitarian corridor, then building cities in the northern Sinai to house the refugees for the long term, with a security zone to prevent Palestinians from returning to Gaza. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office played down the report compiled by the Intelligence Ministry as a hypothetical exercise. But, according to the New York Times, Israel has quietly tried to build international support in recent weeks for the transfer of several 100,000 civilians from Gaza to Egypt for the duration of its war in the territory, according to 6 senior foreign diplomats. Israeli leaders and diplomats have privately proposed the idea to several foreign governments, framing it as a humanitarian initiative that would allow civilians to temporarily escape the perils of Gaza for refugee camps in the Sinai Desert, just across the border in neighboring Egypt. Just one small problem, as described by the Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia in the appeal judgment for Milomir Stakic. Although displacement for humanitarian reasons is justifiable in certain situations, the appeals chamber agrees with the prosecution that it is not justifiable where the humanitarian crisis that caused the displacement is itself the result of the accused's own unlawful activity. With regard to Bosnian Muslims, the displacement was involuntary and that, to the extent it had a humanitarian purpose, this was only because of a humanitarian crisis that the appellant himself had deliberately caused.
Oh shit, dude, it doesn't work that way. You can't just you can't simply say like, oh, well, we caused a humanitarian crisis and now people are leaving through the humanitarian corridor. Oh, that's called forcible displacement. Damn.
Finally, we have the reduction of essential medical services below minimum requirement. Well, Human Rights Watch on November 14th called for Israel to be investigated for war crimes. The Israeli military's repeated, apparently unlawful attacks on medical facilities, personnel, and transport are further destroying Gaza's healthcare system and should be investigated as war crimes. Hospitals have run out of medicine and basic equipment, and doctors told Human Rights Watch that they were forced to operate without anesthesia and to use vinegar as an antiseptic. Indeed, a doctor at Al-Aqsa Hospital told Human Rights Watch there is a huge shortage of medicines. No electricity, no diesel, no solar, no water to drink or to use. Human Rights Watch reminds us that the International Criminal Court's Rome Statute prohibits as a war crime intentionally directing attacks against medical units and transport. In a staggering example, the International Eye Hospital in Gaza City was hit 2 different times on 2 different days by what Human Rights Watch described as a large airdropped munition. The hospital posted on Facebook that the International Eye Hospital no longer exists. It has been completely destroyed. The Turkish Palestinian Friendship Hospital, which housed the only specialized cancer treatment center in all of Gaza, was hit 2 nights in a row. The hospital shut down on November 1st because of the airstrikes and lack of fuel. Indeed, the WHO has reported on November 12th that premature and newborn babies on life support are reportedly dying due to power, oxygen, and water cuts at Al-Shifa Hospital. For those of you that don't know, Al-Shifa is the largest hospital in all of the Gaza Strip. Staff across a number of hospitals are reporting lack of fuel, water, and basic medical supplies, putting the lives of all patients at immediate risk. More than half of the hospitals in the Gaza Strip are closed. Those still functioning are under massive strain and can only provide very limited emergency services, life-saving surgery, and intensive care services. The WHO had also warned on November 8th that the current disease trends are very concerning. They report that before October 7th, reports of diarrhea were steady at 2,000 cases a month. Now, since mid-October 2023, over 33,000 cases of diarrhea have been reported. Over half of these are among children under age 5.
For people that think that it's funny, haha, diarrhea or whatever, in this situation, it's very deadly. It's not diarrhea because you had a bunch of tacos and you have access to water. If you don't have access to clean drinking water, it kills you through dehydration.
There's also scabies and lice, chickenpox, skin rash, and upper respiratory infections. Lack of medicine.
No one in the chat even made that joke. I'm just saying, there are people who think, oh, diarrhea,
for treating communicable diseases further increase the risk of accelerated disease spread. You see, it's simple. Just a simple gander at the bare facts lays out in clear terms the situation. When compared to the standards upheld time and time again in the criminal tribunals which convicted others of crimes against humanity and genocide, it begs the question, why doesn't the International Criminal Court issue arrest warrants for Yoav Gallant and Netanyahu and Israel Katz and others? It's not complicated. It's genocide. Hey everyone, thanks so much for watching, and if you found this video helpful, here's how you can help. If you're watching on Twitter, give me a follow at GDF on X. If you're watching on YouTube, subscribe to GDF. Please become a patron. Just look up GDF or go to patreon.com/GDFofficial. There you can join my Discord and follow news with all of us in real time. There's also several exclusive videos there. I also accept donations. But most importantly of all, share this video, like this video, and follow or subscribe whether you're on Twitter or on YouTube.
The GOAT, GDF, criminally underrated channel. Anyway, where was I? What was I saying? Well, I guess that's it for today, folks. I'm going to end the broadcast here. Tomorrow we got more stuff to watch as always. Okay, a lot more. Maybe even John Mersheimer talking about Israel, potentially. We'll do some gaming as well. All right. But on that note, for now, love you all. Peace in the Middle East, and bye-bye.
All the shadows trickling in as our people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. God in Discord agitprop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. All left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again.